Shameless Billionaire. A Second Chance Romance. By M. Love. Google Play Auto-narrated audiobook.
Collision Course. Chapter 1. Jason.
Outside, a storm is raging in the city of New York. I am not outside, though. I am inside the prestigious Tribeca rooftop, at a charity event for the Humane Society. I love dogs. So when I was asked to attend, I immediately responded with a yes. Dogs and I see eye to eye on many things. I like the way they live their lives, doing what they want, when they want, and with however many they want. I am not a man who believes in monogamy. I never have, and I never will. My invention is what made me rich enough to be asked to this event. I invented this little application to help people who like to keep more than one romantic interest at a time. It is a clever little system that makes sure you do not run into one partner or another when you are out with someone else. My application, the Polyamory Handler, or PH for short, is for those who have more than one love interest at a time, but prefer to keep those relationships private. Those types of situations rarely go over well, no matter how hard anyone tries to be honest. Believe me, I have tried that. So much heartache, so many tears, and so much destruction. Neither men nor women like finding out they are only one of several, or in my case, many. It is a shame, really. Dogs do not seem to mind, though. I have been called a dog or a wolf on occasion. All right, about 200 occasions or so. It hurt the first 100 times, then it stopped hurting, and I accepted the fact that I am what I am. Then it occurred to me that there had to be more like me, more people who need the attention of more than one person at a time. So, I got to work on an application that would track the people I was involved with. Keeping tabs on where they were, especially when I was out and about with another love interest, was the main objective. One can imagine how uncomfortable it is when you are out, having a nice evening with a special someone, and another special someone happens upon the scene. It can get really messy. With the tap of a finger, people can bring up my application, and for the low price of only $150 a month, they can use my technology to track their partners. Now, this is not merely a tracking device. No. This application stores the person's complete name, including any pet names or specific terms of endearment you use for that particular person. It can be a major mistake to forget that one girl loves to be called baby and another hates it. Thus the need for the cue cards, as I tag them, to keep the names straight. Of course, there is a place to put in their family and friends, so you can keep track of all their interests. You make a neat little file on each person you enjoy spending time with. There is a counter to keep track of the number of dates and where you went on each, as well as the times and dates you have been intimate. And there is no limit on how many you can track at any given time. So that makes it a limitless resource for anyone who likes to dabble in the love market. I love to dabble. Women of every type are my type. Even now, as I stand in front of an enormous window looking out at the rainy New York skyline, I am catching women out of the corner of my eye. If one grabs my attention, then I will hone in on her. Most of the time, the women come to me first. I rarely have to go up to one. Women flock to me for some reason. I weed out a few of them, but mostly I give anyone a chance. If I decide to make a woman a member of the Jason Brennan circle, I will ask for her cell phone and tap in my phone number, but also do a quick download of my application to her phone, which goes in under a hidden mode so she is completely unaware that I can now track her. It is genius, I know. I have been told my invention is an invasion of privacy. To those critics, I shrug it off. Do you want to know about invasion of privacy? Have one partner and let her catch you with another. Your belongings all get searched. House, phone, car, everything. It is a real invasion of privacy then. So my motto is to keep things straight. Life is so much better when you are organized. Someone taps a glass, trying to capture our attention. I turn away from the window, and look toward the front of the large room they have gathered us in. A blonde woman in a red dress is the one who wants our attention. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite you all to purchase the book we published last month. It has pictures of many different strays from all over the United States, their individual success stories, and how the Humane Society made that happen for them. A few people begin to line up to make the purchase, and I find myself moving forward to buy one of those books too. I do like a good dog success story, after all. I cannot have a dog myself. I am always here, there, and everywhere. I try not to stay in one place too long. It is much too easy to get caught if you do. That is the other thing my application has, little suggestions and hints to let the purchaser do the smartest things when playing the field. Tips like, do not go to the same restaurant all the time. Someone is bound to tell on you if you do. Little helpful things like that go a long way toward helping new people to the game of juggling love interests do better than if they were left to their own devices. And I am always ready to help my fellow man, or woman for that matter. I am not a hypocrite. Women are players of the game of love too, and far be it from me to deny them access to my wealth of knowledge. The smell of a fruity perfume wafts past my nose as a woman comes up to get in line behind me. Her soft voice comes from very close to my ear. Hi. You are that billionaire I read about, are you not? I turn around and find a tall, thin redhead batting her fake eyelashes at me. You have not read about me, I assure you. Her brows furrow. So you are not rich? I did not say that. I just said you have not read about me. How I made my billions is not public knowledge, and never will be, I say, then take a sip of my champagne. And why is that? She asks as she reaches out and takes my flute of champagne from me and takes a sip herself, leaving her red lipstick imprint on the crystal. She hands it back to me, making sure her fingers graze my hand. I give her my $1 million smile, as I can see she would like to become a member of the Jason Brennan circle, but I already have a redhead in New York, and she is more well-rounded than this skinny one. That is because my invention is top secret. I place the half-full glass on a table near me. She notices I have ditched my drink, as her eyes are glued to it. Top secret, like you sold it to the Federal Bureau of Investigation or the Central Intelligence Agency. Top secret, as in I am not telling you. I turn back around, ignoring the woman. What a jerk, I hear her tell the woman behind her. I think she is the jerk. It is obvious she is here to try to find a rich man for herself. Nothing more than that. She is not here for her love of animals. She is here to snag a healthy wallet. I dislike gold diggers. When I was 27, I came up with my application, and by the next year, I was well on my way to making my first billion. A year after that, when I turned 29, I was knee-deep in money and very well established. Last month, I turned 35 and had a nice dinner with one of my girls, then a late-night drink with another, and I woke up the next morning with yet a different woman and we spent the morning together. It was a great birthday. My mother called me on my birthday and asked me when I was going to find a nice girl, settle down, and give her some grandkids. I told her never. Settling down is for people who quit playing the game. I am no quitter. There are those people who think the person with the most toys in the end is the winner. I am the guy who thinks the one with the most experiences is the real winner. But in the game, one cannot hurt too many people or they lose. It is a delicate sport I play. Emotions and feelings are involved. A crying woman actually hurts my heart. I dislike it. So it is never my intention to hurt anyone. Not ever. Hence, the need for the application I created. It stops others from being hurt, but you still get to live life the way you want to. I did write up a code of ethics that a purchaser must read before I allow them to make the purchase. Rule number 1. You must go and get a complete physical and have blood work done to be absolutely sure you are disease-free. This is essential. And there is a reminder on the application to do this once a year. So you never forget. Health is not a thing to mess around with. Also, I advise females to use 2 types of birth control. One that is taken in some form, but also protection. I advise all to use protection every single time. When choosing this lifestyle, it is not fair to bring some poor innocent kid into the mix. Not only is it bad for the kid, it messes up your game too. If you make a mistake, do not follow the rules and get someone pregnant, or you are a woman and you find yourself pregnant, I strongly advise that person to end their gaming days. Stop the monthly subscription to my application, buy some wedding rings and do the right thing. It is only my advice, but I put it in capital letters so they would see I really mean it. Lightning strikes outside, and the lights go dim for a moment as the white light zigzags past the window. I cannot see for a moment due to the flash, and when my vision comes back, I see the line has moved, and I am still standing in the same place. The redhead taps my shoulder. Care to move up, stud? Or should we pass you? Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I move up and grab what looks like a Tom Collins off the tray of a passing waiter. My head has been kind of cloudy here lately. Turning 35 may not sound like a big deal when you say it. But physically, it makes a difference. I am not saying I feel like an old man or anything like that. I just have a weird urgency. For what, I do not know. Maybe my crazy mother has put a curse on me to find a woman and settle down. I shudder with the thought. A wife, kids, a few pets. No thanks. That life is for the yuppies and nerds of the world. Not me. Not the man who invented the perfect thing to keep track of as many women as he wants. I think I have 50 now. Worldwide, of course. In New York, I only have 3. The majority of my women are from the southern states. I am a sucker for southern girls, probably because I grew up in a little town in Texas. It was much too small to get away with my antics. My parents still live there, though. It has been years since I visited. I should make some time to do that. The person in front of me steps out of the way, and I see a young woman sitting at one side of the table. She is signing the inside of the book for the lady in front of me. Who should I make this to? She asks. I know that voice. That sweet southern voice from my younger days. Brittany Caldwell.
Chapter 2. Brittany.
A familiar voice fills my ears as I sign the inside cover of the book I made an award-winning cover for. The man's voice does something to my body not many can do. Heat rushes through me and my insides vibrate as a warmth invades my lower body. I slowly raise my head to look at the man who has called out my name. Jason Brennan. His entire face goes into a giant smile. Brittany, it is you. I try to mask any enthusiasm I have, as this man is the first man I ever let get close to me. And boy did he do a number on my heart. Yep. I go back to signing the book in front of me, and find myself trying to come up with any reason in the world to leave the table right this minute. I close the book and look up at the young woman who bought it. Thank you. I hope you have a nice evening. I look at the lady next to me, who is selling the books. I am about to be sick. I have to go. Standing up very quickly, I walk away from the little table and find the sound of footsteps coming up behind me quickly. Britt. His hand touches my elbow. One touch from the jerk and my body reacts strongly. I hate how he can do this to me. What, Jason? I turn around and look right into those dark blue eyes. As dark as the Atlantic Ocean, they are, and just as hard to stop looking into. What, he asks, and a sadness creeps into those gorgeous eyes. The heavy long lashes touch his high cheekbones as he looks down. You are still mad at me? After all this time? A deep cleansing breath helps me to pull in my defenses. Jason, I know it has been a long time. I know I should not hold a grudge anymore. I know these things. We were kids. You did not know any better. I am sorry. He raises his head and says the words I have wanted to hear since the night I left our tiny hometown to go off to college, after finding him making out with a girl who lived 3 houses down from me. I am sorry, Britt. My head feels heavy and numb with his apology. I was 19 when I caught him being unfaithful, for the umpteenth time in our stormy 3-year on-again off-again relationship. That was 6 years ago, and you would think the sting would have dissipated. It has not, though. While it is nice to finally hear you say that, it is not enough. I turn and walk away from him. I am thankful he does not follow me, and I disappear into the bathroom. My heart is thumping hard, my head is spinning, and I want to leave. But I cannot. At least, I do not think I can. I am supposed to sign the books. But I so do not want to go back out there. A waitress comes into the bathroom and looks around like she is looking for someone, then she comes up to me. Are you Brittany Caldwell? I nod and put on some lipstick I pulled out of my little clutch purse. She gives me a nervous smile. A very handsome man asked me to see if you are okay in here. He says he is worried about you. Let me guess. He is a tall man with meticulously styled short dark hair. His muscles have muscles and he is dressed to the nines. That man, right? I look at her through the mirror.
Yes, that is him.
He is waiting for you just outside the door. Fantastic. And we happen to be so high up that there is no escape through a bathroom window. Just my luck. I put my lipstick back into my clutch, walk past the waitress, then spin around and ask, he did not hit on you, did he? She shakes her head. No, of course not. With a smirk, I say, you are the first woman he has not hit on. But the night is young. I am sure you will get to experience a dose of his unending charm and charisma. I push the door open and walk out as if I have something very important to get to. I see Jason in my peripheral vision and hurry. He catches my upper arm, and I am dragged to a corner. This is not how you were brought up to act, young lady. When you see someone from your hometown, you are supposed to be cordial. His hands move over my shoulders and down my arms. Stop, I whisper. Please. No, he says with his deep sensual southern drawl. Baby, you and I should be catching up. It has been a while since I have seen you. Since I have touched you. Since I have held you. I glare at him. Bet it has not been a while since you have done that to somebody, though. What makes me so special? His lips quirk up into a crooked smile. Everything makes you special, Britt. The way his hand moves through my hair makes me stop breathing. Your dark waves. Your deep green eyes. Your ruby red lips. Your beautiful figure. Do not, I warn him. I happen to know you like women in all sizes and shapes. Mine are not so special. Not to you, anyway. You must have really cared about me to still be angry after all these years. How many has it been? 3? 4? 6, I say with a growl. 6 years and still you can make an anger rise up in me like no other man can, Jason Brennan. Maybe because you still love me. He bats those long lush lashes as he licks his lips. I still love you, pumpkin doodle. I always have. Stop that. I try to push him back, so I can get away from his way too good-smelling body. He always did smell great. Clean, with only a hint of a musky cologne. Instead of getting away from me, he moves in even closer, pinning me between him and the wall. Baby, you and I both know you are going to give in to me. You always have and you always will. So why not stop the antics so we can get out of here, out of these clothes and on to better things? You are delusional. I rest my hand on his broad chest and try hard not to love the way it feels underneath my palm. I think he has gotten even more muscular since the last time I saw him. His hand covers mine, and he moves my hand over his chest. I work out now. You should see my pecs. They are monstrous. My abs are like 6 hills that lead to the promised land, pumpkin. And your figure is more beautiful than it was when you were 19. Your curves are rounder, and my mouth is watering to take every bit of you in. My legs are shaking, and I hate myself right now. Why? That is all I can say. I have boatloads I would like to ask, Things I have always wanted to know. But all I can say is that one stupid word. Because you were my only first, Brit. In my mind, you are mine and only mine. His lips brush my cheek. So come on, baby. Let your man have a moment with what you have become. My man? I laugh. You belong to no one, Jason. My heart stops as he leans in even closer. His mouth moves over my neck. There is a large piece of me that belongs only to you. He takes my hand and pulls it to move over his body. His actions upset me. That is the one thing you will share with any who wants it. Now, if you had run my hand over your heart, wait, you would have to have one of those to do that. His laugh is low. His lips barely touch me as he grazes them over my neck. Always loved your sense of humor. Come on, Brit. I am dying here. Do not make me beg. I have to bite my lip to try to stay focused. His body all up on mine is so distracting. I have to remember this guy was unfaithful for 3 years. Every time he got caught, he begged and pleaded, and I took him back. Then he would do it again, and I would take him back when he cried, and promised he only loved me, and that he would never do it again. Then he would do it again. I push him back hard, and he takes a couple of steps back. Good. I hope you do suffer. I storm away from him, go back to the table, and take my seat again. Well, hello there, a very nice and deep voice says. I look up and find a nice-looking man holding his book out to me. I turn on the charm, and make up my mind in an instant to give Jason a dose of his own medicine. Hi, how are you doing this evening? Better now. Please tell me you will give me a little more than just your autograph. I am a real fan of your work, Brittany. I have followed your career and have bought books just to have your covers gracing my library. He smiles, and I think he will do just fine to show Jason how I roll now. That little girl he knew from our tiny Texas town has grown up. I am the heartbreaker now. No one has come close to getting into my heart like he did all those years ago. I would love to talk to you. What is your name? I poise my pen to write him a special little something inside the front cover. Brent. Make it to your good friend, Brent. Would you? I write out a flirty little something that really does not belong in a book about rescued animals, but what the heck? My fires have been ignited, and this man is going to be the one to help calm the fire Jason started. How about you and I talk more right now? He asks me as he holds out his hand. I take it and go with my new companion to the bar. He hands me a drink. It is pink and fruity and I kind of hate the taste as it is really sweet, but I sip it and follow the man to sit at a table. I act like I find humor in his every word, though I am not really listening. I am watching Jason watching me out of the corner of my eye. He is not even trying to act like he is not looking at me. Jason is staring a hole in me as I flirt it up with this other guy. I completely turn my head so I cannot see him, and pay full attention to the man I am going to be spending time with in a little while. I read about you a couple of years ago, in an article about up-and-coming women who are making tons of money. Who knew making book covers could be so rewarding, huh? He asks me. I run my fingertips over his shoulder. Yeah, who knew? I liked graphic design, and made a couple of book covers. The next thing I knew, I was winning awards and in demand. My little hobby turned into a very profitable business. The guy leans in very close and asks, in all confidentiality, is it true you have broken the $1 million mark? I smile. More than a few times, Brent. You know, I have a penthouse overlooking the East River. I have paintings of every one of my award-winning covers, which I had done by a local artist. Would you like to see them? I would. So, is it safe to assume you are not attached? He asks as he runs his hand over my thigh. For reasons I cannot figure out, I turn my head and my eyes connect with a still staring Jason. I turn back to the man who I am about to take home and say, I am not attached to anyone, Brent. He makes a little appreciative noise. Good. Because I would like the chance to show you what I can do for you. Maybe you will find me attachable. I laugh as he takes my hand, pulls me up, then wraps his arm around my waist. Maybe. There is no way I will find him to be any more than a one-time thing. He is not making any sparks light up in me. He is useful only to make Jason jealous, and then I will need nothing else from the man. We walk right past Jason as he leans up against a wall, sipping on a tall, dark bottle of beer. The brand we used to drink when we were young. Brent gives me a squeeze and says, "Tomorrow, I will take you to my place so you can meet my dog Rascal. He is going to love you. Then we can get some dinner, and on Sundays, I always visit my grandmother in the nursing home, and I know she is going to love you." He sounds like a really nice guy. Too bad I am going to use him and then send him on his way.
Chapter 3. Jason.
She is so cute, thinking I am going to let her go off with that random stranger. Following a safe distance behind Brittany and her new companion, I let them get all the way to her waiting car. Then I swoop in. With a tap on the guy's shoulder, I have him turning around. His blonde eyebrows arch up in confusion. "Can I help you?" "It is me who can help you. You see, you forgot something back there. A woman was shouting out for you to go back, but I guess you did not hear her. She asked me to come and tell you to go back up. It must be very important." "Do not listen to him," Britt says as she tugs at the guy's hand. "Come on with me, Jason." He looks back at her. "My name is Brent." "Yeah, Brent. I meant to say that. Come with me, Brent." She looks at me with fire in her eyes. "I need you to come with me." I raise my brows at her. "But he has left something behind, ma'am. Can you not wait for him here? He will be right back." Her green eyes narrow, her jaw clenches, and she looks so adorable. Then her whole expression changes to one of surprise when her companion says, "I will be right back. Please wait for me right here." Off he goes, and here I stand. "I will go with you, pumpkin butt." "Jason Brennan, how could you?" She stamps her little, red heel-covered foot. It draws my attention, and I look at it, then make my way slowly up her body. The black dress fits her perfectly. There are no sleeves to hide her very fit and toned arms. Her skin is creamy and looks inviting. I reach out, take her hand, and pull her along with me. "Tell your driver to go home. You are going with me tonight." "No, I am not." I look over my shoulder as I pull her into me and wrap my arm around her shoulders. "She is going with me. You have the rest of the night off." He nods at me and gets back in the car. His actions kind of surprise me. Seems he is not the least bit surprised. "Jason, I do not know what you think is going to happen. I am not about to let you get close to me in that way." Her heels click on the sidewalk as we make our way down to where my car and driver are waiting. "I do not even want that with you anyway, Britt." I give her shoulders a little squeeze. My driver hops out of the car and opens the back door. "Mr. Brennan." I stop just before putting Britt into the car. "Hey, Donovan. I would like to introduce you to my good friend from back home in Texas. This is Brittany Caldwell. You will be seeing her with me a lot from now on." "No, you will not," she says. But her southern hospitality kicks in, and she holds her hand out to shake his. "But it is very nice to meet you, Donovan." He takes her hand and kisses the top. "As it is to meet you, Miss Caldwell." She smiles that gorgeous smile she has, then looks back at me and it turns upside down. "Jason, let us just get this over with." She slips inside the car. With a groan, I say, "She is my first real girlfriend." Hence the anger. "I understand completely," he says, then closes the door behind me. I do not know why he said that. I mean, I am not a jerk or anything. I keep my relationships separate now, and no one is the wiser. I have learned a lot since I hurt this girl here so many times. And now, I can make it up to her. I always did feel terrible about making her cry. It always made me cry, then she would feel bad that I was crying and give me another chance. Of course, I would always find my way right back into the arms of others. But that is not my fault. I think I am wired a little differently. That is all. But now I have my application. I can make this work, and she will never be hurt by me again. My life has come full circle. It was her I developed the application for anyway. So no one ever has to be hurt again. I should get a humanity award or something. She scoots all the way over. So why do you look so rich, Jason? I scoot all the way over too, and make sure some part of my body can touch as much of hers as possible. Because I am. I lean in and take a long sniff of her hair. You smell amazing. I love your hair like that. You let it grow out all pretty. She looks up at me as I pull out one of the bobby pins holding it in place. After a few of them are removed, her hair cascades over her back and shoulders. What do you think you are doing? She asks me as I take in a deep breath. Smelling you. I miss the way you smell, Snuggle Monkey. With a roll of her eyes, she says, Oh, so the women you see do not smell good. I highly doubt that. Well, not like you do. So, I have this awesome idea, Cherry Bomb. I am sure it is a terrible idea. I kiss her cheek. No, it is awesome. I want you to give me another shot. No way. That came out much too quickly. Now, listen to me. I take her hand in mine. I can see that you still care about me very, very much. No, I dislike you very, very much. She puts her hand on my chin and makes me look at her. I really, really do, Jason. Running my fingertip over her plump red lips, I say, There is a fine line between love and hate, precious. Let us just say that you have a lot of emotion when you think about me. She nods. All negative emotions. Yes, I do have many negative emotions when I think about you. Like right now, your hand is resting on my knee, and if I had a hatchet, I would chop your arm off. I find myself laughing. Hey, let us get a hamburger, fries, and some chocolate shakes like we used to down at the Dairy Burger. I know they do not have one here, but we can pretend. I do not eat carbs. She looks away from me. Or sugar. That is why you are too skinny. I run my hand over her flat stomach. Donovan, to the best burger joint you know of, please. Yes, sir. Jason, why are you doing this? I am never going to take you back. You see, I am the one who breaks hearts now. She looks at me, and I can see hardness behind the eyes I used to only see sweetness in. I saw that. You were willing to take that sweet guy home and spend time with him just to make me jealous. Then you were going to send him on his way, with no clue as to why you did that. She shakes her head. You do not know why I was taking him home. I was thinking he would make a great boyfriend. He really caught my interest. You have no idea. I laugh. Oh yeah. How come you do not have a boyfriend? You were grade A, prime girlfriend material. Why no man? She looks at me long and hard before she answers me. A glimmer of unshed tears fills her eyes. Jason, surely you of all people understand why that is. I am clueless, sweetheart. Because you showed me men cannot be faithful, so why should I bother? My whole body goes numb. I never meant for her to turn into me. Baby, just because I had my issues does not mean all men are like that. Some can be faithful. I never meant to make you think like that. She looks off, then back at me, and one tear falls down her cheek. You made me believe you loved me. Taking her by the shoulders, I say, Baby, I did love you. That was never a lie. I still do love you. Then why was I never enough? She sits and waits for an answer I just do not have. I wish I knew. I let her go. I feel terrible. What did I do to the sweet girl I knew? You see, she says as she pats my leg. Men cannot be trusted. I knew you loved me. I knew you had to have loved me. I loved you more than I knew was possible. We liked the same things. We had a great connection. Laughed at the same things. Everything was right. I thought you would even marry me one day, and we would have a family. When I gave up on you, Jason, I gave up on men. So you use them now the way you thought I used you? I look out the window and really want to make things right for making such a wonderful girl into someone guarded, much like myself. Men are useful for some things. It is just getting attached to them that is dangerous. So I do not get attached. I keep enough around to do what I need to be done on occasion. Be a date for me when I need one. That sort of stuff. Never do I let them get inside my heart. That thing has been closed up since I was 19 and found you with Lana Peterson. Her head was down in your lap while you sat in your truck only yards away from my house. It was dark. I did not think you would see, I say as I continue to look out the window. I was about to come and get you and take you to the airport to get on that plane to Lubbock so you could leave for college. Only you were so mad you would not let me after you caught that little stunt. That little stunt, as you so casually put it, was the final dagger to my heart. It ended the feelings that used to flow so easily through it. Her voice goes low and deep. My heart turned dark and was sour for a long time. Then it stopped being so sour and just went cold. Now I can walk away from any man, no matter how nice he is. I do not trust nice. You were nice. I was not I? You were. You were very nice. You helped my dad mow the yard so many times. You helped me do dishes. You came early and picked me up for school and made sure you came over right after you got off of work. Do you remember those hot showers we would take when you got there? My parents were both still at work and we were alone until 7 each night. You would scrub my back and we would spend time together every single night. It was amazing, and I did love you, Britt. I did. I wish I knew why I felt like I needed more. Me too. A few tears have escaped. I wipe them away and turn to her, taking her hands into mine. Brittany Caldwell, will you please help the man you loved once upon a time? She makes a deep sigh. If I knew how to help you, I would, Jason. There's nothing I would love more than to have you in my life. No man has ever made me feel the way you have. And I mean that in the best and worst ways. How? I mean you took me to heights no one else has. You were the best partner I have ever had. And now I have had many to compare you to. You always made me the happiest I have ever been. You also took me to lows no one ever has. I cannot go to that place again. I am not the girl you knew. I have changed. You would hate the me I have become. I know you would. And for the first time ever, my heart is officially broken by what I have done. How can I fix this?
Chapter 4. Brittany.
Just like when I was a naive young woman, Jason has managed to make me feel sorry for him. I do not know how he does it. I also do not know how he has me eating carbs and sugars. I stopped eating them 3 years ago and have stayed very true to that way of eating. Then in one foul swoop, he has managed to get the food I thought of as nasty into my mouth again. The fluorescent lights, which are always so brutal to most people, making them look nowhere near as attractive as they do in any other light, seem to make the man who is sitting so close to me I can hear him chewing his food still look handsome. He places a French fry to my closed lips. Have one more, baby. They are good, and you know it. As I open my mouth to tell him 5 fries is more than enough for me, he pops it into my mouth before I can get the words out. I chew it up and glare at him, then swallow and say, "Look, Jason, I eat differently now." Okay. I do everything differently now. I bet you do. His eyes move over me. I cannot wait for you to show me what all you do differently now. He growls, and in usual Jason fashion, turns whatever I say into something playful. Child. I say, then take a drink of the water I made him get me. Speaking of children, Honey Bunch. When were you planning on having any? He asks, then takes a giant bite of his cheeseburger. Why do you care? I take another drink of my water, as I watch him chew. He shrugs. Do not know. Just wondering is all. Can I not wonder about the first woman I ever loved? The only woman, really. I have uttered the words to others, but I only meant them when I said them to you. That has to count for something. Do you not think? If I could believe a word that comes out of your mouth, this conversation might be worth participating in. Since I cannot, it is not. I look away from him, and hear him snickering. You cannot believe a word I say, huh? His fingertips move down my arm, making little sparks flash through me. The only lies I told you were so you would not be hurt. Does that make me the monster you are making me out to be? His logic makes me dizzy. Jason, if you had not been unfaithful with other women, those lies would not have been necessary. I know that. He looks the tiniest bit sheepish. Britt, you know me better than anyone. You know my faults, my weaknesses. And now you seem to have grown a thicker skin than you once had. I think we would work this time around. Both of us are more mature. Both have made something out of ourselves. Speaking of that, you know how I made my money, by designing award-winning book covers. Now, how did you manage to gain your wealthy status, if you do not mind my asking? Taking out his cell phone, he holds out his hand, wiggling his long fingers. Give me your phone, sweet pea. Ha. No. I tap my fingers on the tabletop and frown at the man, who thinks he can move right back into the same spot he had back then. Turning his phone around, he shows me the screen. There is a set of a woman's long legs on the screen, and the capital letters P and H, welcome to the polyamory handler, Britt. This is how I made my money. It is a little genius application I created. Polyamory. I look at the screen and see it has a wolf on it, that looks as if it is whistling. That is the name of a lifestyle that some people like to lead. And by the way you are talking, you are one of the people actively living that exact lifestyle. He taps the screen and several green blinking dots are on a map. As I look closer, I can see the street names and the dots are right here in New York City. And what kind of lifestyle am I living?
You said it yourself.
You are seeing more than one man. He taps the screen again, holds the phone up and takes a picture of me. Stop that. I try to grab the camera, and he pulls it back so I cannot. You will be my new #1 in New York. What do you think about that, sweet cakes? He taps something on his phone. My name most likely. You know what? I am making you my #1 of them all. That is quite an accomplishment, since I have not even found out if you are still great company. I am sure you are. I taught you after all. With a laugh I say, you will not be finding that out. Make me your #0, Jason. I am not about to become a number on any list of yours. He cocks his head, making the light above us catch his gorgeous eyes. Baby, why are you playing so hard to get? You know you want time with me as much as I want time with you. He has such nerve and audacity. My finger starts wagging in his face as I say, listen to me, mister. I do not want time with you. I have had it, and the sides that come with it make me sick. And as far as you wanting time with me, well, that is no big surprise. I have seen you glance at 3 other women in this establishment, in the half hour we have been here. He looks at me with so much surprise on his handsome face, that it makes me want to knock the expression right off it. He takes my finger and pulls my hand to his face. I gulp as he puts my finger near his lips and looks right at me. My stomach goes very tight. Jason, stop. It comes out softly, and now his eyes are lighting up. Taking my finger away, he smiles at me. Britt, you were going to take that guy home and spend time with him anyway. Companionship was on your agenda. Just let it be with me instead of the dude you did not even know. No. I stare at him and hold my jaw firm. Yes, baby. What is the difference? His dark eyebrows arch up with his question. Because he meant nothing to me and you do. We stare at each other for what seems like forever. His hand moves over my cheek and he pulls me to him. I do not know why I am letting him do this. Kissing him is the worst idea in the history of ideas. He takes my lips, but only barely. An ache begins in them. They want to feel his soft lips on them so badly. But he holds them just a hair away from mine. Then he pulls back and looks at me. You know you want me. I nod. So? Just give in. I shake my head. I cannot. He lets my face go, leans his elbow on the table and props his head in his hand. Britt, you told me your heart is cold now. You are all guarded inside because of what I did to you. Let me fix you. The idea of you living a lonely life with no husband and family is just too much for me to have on my back. I had no intention of messing up your entire life. Give me a chance to fix you. What do you have to lose? You said it yourself, your heart is already hard. I cannot make it any harder, can I? I think you can, Jason. I think you are the one person who can make it even worse. To be on your roster is not something I want. You see, I want to be your one and only, or nothing at all. I look at him and let my words sink in. He looks at me, then looks at the other women in the little cafe. Then his eyes come back to me. What if I let all the others go? Then would you give me a shot? I shake my head. We both know you would get a new set. You cannot be monogamous. He lets out a loud huff. Look, Britt, you are not even into monogamy either, so what is the big deal? I wish you could understand me. With you, I cannot deal with sharing you with other women. End of story, Jason. I look away and see a woman looking at Jason very openly. So I ask her, would you like to take my place here, lady? She nods. In a heartbeat. I have never seen a man that good looking, having to beg any woman for anything. He is all but getting on his knees for your stubborn self. If you do not want him, get out of the way. I will give him what he wants. I look back at Jason, who is only looking at me, this time anyway. And that, in a nutshell, is why I do not want to start anything up with you again. Women throw themselves at you for some reason. It is like you give off this pheromone that calls out to them. And I cannot take it. With a long sigh, I get up and start to walk out of the cafe. My hand hits the door, and I feel him right behind me. I can stop. I can see only you, Britt. I can. I do not even look back. Why would you even want to try to do that? You get more attention than most men even care to have. His hands move around my waist as he nuzzles my neck. I only want you. I did not realize it until I saw you again. But you are the only one I want. And plan starts to build in my head, and it makes me kind of ashamed of myself for even letting the idea flit through my head. Let us go to your car, Jason. I would like to make you an offer. He takes my hand and pulls me out of the cafe. With long strides, he leads me to his car, and the driver jumps out to open the door for us. I slide inside and he gets in behind me, looking at me with a lot of hope in his eyes. We will see if that hope stays there when I tell him what my offer is, because I do not see this super alpha male accepting what I am about to put on the table. At least once he rejects the offer, I can go home and this little scene will be over for good. The fact is, I have always had a weakness for this man, and the longer I spend around him, the harder it is to stop myself from giving in to what my body wants. Jason's touch has always worked magic on me, and my body is begging my brain to give in. Only my brain knows the aftermath of being with Jason. It is heartbreaking, mind-numbing, and horrific pain. Tell me, baby, he says as he takes both of my hands in his and we take off. First, I want you to take me to your place. Donovan, home please. His driver answers quickly, yes sir. What else, baby? He looks at me with an odd nervousness to his handsome face. Anything you ask me is a yes, just so you know. We will see about that. I want you to see me and only me. He nods. Not a problem. I can do that. And I will continue to do whatever and whoever I want to. His gorgeous face falls with my words. What?
Chapter 5. Jason.
No, I tell her, as she's just said the most ludicrous thing I have ever heard. What makes you think I can stand to see you with anyone else either? I did not say you could stand it, she says as she twirls one dark curl with her well-manicured finger. The red-painted nail peeks in and out of the dark lock of hair and takes my attention. Baby, I never made you see me with other women. So that is not even fair. I pull that finger out of her hair and place her hand on my leg, then run my hand up her arm. Why would you want to hurt me? Even as the words leave my mouth, I know what her reason is. Her grin makes me shudder. I really have created a guarded version of her. Why did you ever want to hurt me? Stroking her arm, I say, I did not. You see what happens. Women come to me. I do not go up to any of them and try to get close. It is the other way around, baby. It is very hard to turn away something like that. Her face gets all squished up and she makes an awful face. Jason, women turn down men's advances on a daily basis. Do you have any idea how many I turn down myself? No, and I do not really want to even know that. Well, maybe you should watch me. Maybe then you could learn how to turn them down without being a complete jerk about it. Her fingers move over my thigh. Simply say the word, do not. I laugh. But I want you to touch me there, snickerdoodle. I move my hand to help her get to where she was going, and she yanks it away before I can do that. The problem is you want anyone to touch you there. She levels her eyes on me as she makes her point. Not everyone, I counter. Her arms cross over her chest. I caught you with the most unattractive girls in our town. I caught you with girls you said you did not even think were pretty. I stifle a laugh as I say, baby, everyone needs love too. Her pretty green eyes roll. You are not the only male in the world. It is not up to you to respond to every female who asks you to. Not all asked me to respond. Most of them asked only to give. Now tell me how a person says no to that. I think I am making my point. Speaking of that, she looks at me very intently. How did it happen that night with the girl down the street from my house? I have always wondered how that incident occurred. You do not really want to know that, sweet potato. I take her hand and kiss her palm. Her eyes spark for only a moment, as I know it sends warmth through her because it sends the same thing to me. She licks her lips and says, I do. So please tell me. Fine. I was driving down the street, almost to your house. As you well know, I was a mere 3 doors away from rolling up at your house. Well, that girl was standing in the middle of the road. So I had to stop or run her over. I wish you would have, she says with a frown. You do not want to hear this, baby. She nods. Please tell me. Okay. She comes up to my window after I stop and asks me if I have a light for her cigarette. She is dying for one, and she cannot find a light anywhere. You do not even smoke, she says as she looks at me like I am lying to her. I run my hand over her cheek. That is right, baby. So you know, I told her I did not have a light. She started shaking and said she was upset because her boyfriend had just broken up with her. Then she looked at me with tear-filled eyes and asked if she could get in and talk to me for just a minute. Really? Britt rolls her eyes, and this time I think they go back into her head a little. That girl. I knew I should not let her in the truck, but she ran around and got in the passenger side. She was bawling and telling me how she did everything for the guy, but he broke up with her because she did not know how to give affection in that way. He told her if she would not do that for him, then they were done. Britt's hand moves over her stomach. Okay, you can stop. I am about to be sick. I get it. You were just helping her. Oh, tell the driver to stop. Donovan, pull over please. She is about to be ill. The car pulls to the side and I grab Brittany, pull her across my lap and open the door a little so she can get fresh air. The fact that I have made her physically ill makes me sick too. I am sick of being this man. I have gone through my life thinking I am not really hurting anyone by what I have done or am doing. But the fact is I have. I love this woman who is laid out over me, feeling ill because of a memory of how she felt when she caught me doing what I thought was a good deed. Okay, I am simplifying that a bit. I knew I was dead wrong to let that happen. Not only was it wrong, but I was right there, way too close to the house where the girl I loved was waiting for me. Britt, I am so sorry, baby. I am. I told you that you did not want to hear that story. I pull her hair back as she makes a terrible sound. She pulls her head back in. I am okay now. I got it out. I think the food did not settle right. I have not eaten anything like that in 3 years. That is all. It was not the story. It was just. I feel her stomach lurch and she makes a dry heave. It was the story, baby. I am sorry. Grabbing a tissue from a box I keep in the back of my car, I wipe her mouth and help her sit up. With a kiss to her cheek, I can feel the heat in it. Jason, I really cannot do this with you. I just cannot. She lays her head on my shoulder and sniffles. We can go now, Donovan, I call out to him. Jason, take me home, please. I kiss the side of her head. I am taking you home. To my home. And you and I are going to spend the night together. No intimacy. Just holding each other. I think you need to know how much I loved you, and still do. I am sorry for all I have done, and I am vowing to right my wrongs, Britt. She takes in a deep breath. Do you have any idea of how it feels, Jason? Has anyone ever hurt you? It hurt me when you left for college and never talked to me again. It hurt a lot. I could not just show up at your house and make you forgive me. You were gone. I had no idea how to even find you. Your parents refused to give me your address or your new phone number. It was pure pain not being able to talk to you. She traces small circles on my leg with her fingertip as she says, I picked up my phone about 150 times to call you that first week at school. I missed the sound of your voice. I was mad at you, as the entire neighborhood knew what you had been doing that night. But I missed you anyway, and I wanted to talk to you so badly. I wish you would have called me. I went off the deep end after that. I saw anyone I could. When my uncle asked me to move to Wisconsin with him, I did, and found a whole new group of women. Little by little, I expanded my range, and as my uncle gained success in the software industry, he taught me things that would eventually allow me to make that application that made me rich. Then my not calling was a blessing to you, Jason. She sniffles again. Maybe. But I still wish you would have called. I kiss the side of her head as we pull up to the building my penthouse is in. I will let us out, Donovan. Thanks. I get out and wrap my arm around Britt as she leans into me. She seems very weak, and it makes me feel awful. Only a couple of hours ago, she was this vibrant woman with her head held high, looking as if she was on top of the world. My little story from the past has knocked her back down, and I hate myself for that. I will right my wrongs and fix things for her. She will see. I will make her believe and love again. I have to. As we go inside the lobby, I lead her to the elevator that goes up to the penthouse. I am going to make you a glass of wine and put you into one of my t-shirts and cuddle you all night long, baby. Then in the morning, I am going to make you my famous cheese omelet you used to like so much. Then you and I are going to charter a jet and go to Marina del Rey and take a sunset cruise. You are putting too much into one day. She wraps her arms around me tight. I will give you this night, but that is all I am giving you. My heart stops. You will give me tonight. She nods and sighs. You have me for tonight, but then you have to let me go, Jason. But I know I cannot do that. How about I trade this night for an entire week? A week with just me and you. The elevator doors open, and I step out with her into my penthouse. She lets me go and looks around. Nice. I had it decorated by one of New York's best decorators. I watch her looking around the very expensive place. Donna Brosig, she asks. Alarm bells ring, as she is right about the woman's name, and that makes me nervous as Donna is one of my New York women. You know her? I ask, as I try to act cool and go to get a bottle of wine out of the chiller in the kitchen. Yes, I do. She decorated my apartment here, too. How coincidental, I say as I open a bottle and let it breathe, but grab a bottle of scotch and take a swig right out of the bottle. She and I get along well and have lunch on occasion. She is walking around, running her hands over the expensive leather furniture. I have at least 4 of the same pieces she decorated your place with. I find my legs are shaking as she stops to look out the window at the skyline. I can see her wheels turning. So I hurry and pour her a glass of wine and take it to her. Here, pumpkin britches. She takes the wine and holds it as she looks at me with narrowed eyes. Well, she is a very sought-after decorator. I take a sip of the wine I have in my hand and loop my arm through hers, pulling her along with me to the bedroom. Let us get you a toothbrush and get ourselves out of these clothes and into something that is more comfortable. You know, she has this very serious boyfriend, she says as she comes with me. His name is Kyle, just like your middle name, Jason. What do you know about that? I laugh a little, as I do not want to get into anything about who I am seeing. Yeah, he is a billionaire too. He is a software mogul. Similar, is it not? One and the same. This is not going to be very easy.
Chapter 6. Brittany.
You know her, do you not?
I ask, as I can see the deer in the headlights look in Jason's eyes as he tries to change the subject off the interior decorator. Yeah. Duh, she decorated this apartment, Sherlock. He pulls me along behind him. I have that minty toothpaste you used to like so much, and I have that cinnamon one you like too. Which one will it be tonight? The minty one. So, I am probably going to hate myself for asking this, but have you been intimate with Donna? I watch his cheek quiver as he clenches his jaw. Oh no. You have. He pulls me into the bathroom and opens a drawer with about 10 brand new toothbrushes and pulls out a red one for me. With a smile he says, "Look, your favorite color." I look over the rest of them in the drawer. Yeah, seeing as you have one of each color, how could you go wrong? That is a pretty negative way to look at it. He pulls another drawer open and picks out a small tube of the minty toothpaste and opens everything up and puts some on the brush. Here you go, sweet cakes. Brush them up. Watching him as he moves around in the bathroom, I can see he is nervous. As well he should be. If he thinks I am about to give him another chance to finish annihilating my heart, he has another think coming. After I brush the remnants away, I rinse my mouth and turn to find him coming back in the bathroom with a t-shirt. Kick those heels off and get into my t-shirt, baby. I do as he has said to and start to pull my dress off, then decide to really put the screws to him. I hold my arms up. Baby, can you get this off for me? He stops and looks at me with a little fear in his eyes. If I am intimate with you tonight, then that is all I get, is it not? One night. I nod and wiggle my body. He shakes his head and places the t-shirt on the counter and turns away from me and leaves the bathroom. Well, darn. I take off my undergarments too, just in case I get him to take the one-night offer I have on the table instead of the week he really wants. The t-shirt feels so soft on my body. I run my hands all over it as I walk into the bedroom, finding him in a t-shirt and PJ bottoms and climbing into the bed. He pats the side next to him. Come on, snuggle monkey. I act as if I am going to go around the bed to get in, then I stop and climb right over him. With a stop mid-straddle, I look down at him and watch his jaw tighten.
You sure, no intimacy, baby?
His hands move up my arms as he looks all over me. No, I want more than just that. Okay then, I say, then climb the rest of the way over and climb under the covers with him. Then this is how it is going to be. No intimacy until the end of the week. Ha! He turns on his side and runs his hand over my shoulder. You are really funny, princess. Since when do you get to be in charge? I feel my eyebrows raise up high. Since you were intimate with a bunch of women, while you were supposed to be my boyfriend. That stuff aside, he says, like it is not a big deal that he did that. I am going to show you tonight that intimacy is not all I am after with you. Now, tomorrow is a different story. The whole next week is a different story. You see, I plan to show you just how much I really do care about and love you. Being intimate is a must if I am to show you what you mean to me, Pumpkin Nose. Jason, what is the real plan? I want to know your real intentions with me. There can be no other women, if I am going to give you another chance. How many women are in your little app as of right now? He goes a little pale, and makes a whimpering sound. A few. Running my hand through his dark locks, I say, if you cannot be truthful, then this is useless. He sits up and picks his phone up off the nightstand. Look, let me show you how this works and what my personal page shows. And at the end of the week, if you agree to give me a long-term chance, I will end it with every one of these women. You look a little green, Jason. You sure about this? I am more positive than I have ever been about anything. You see, I have felt this odd sensation inside of me since my birthday. I turned 30, you know? Oh yeah. I smile at him. So how is it on the other side, old dude? With a smirk he says, I am not old. I do have to confess an odd thing has kind of been plaguing me since that day though. An uneasy feeling. One that had me kind of craving something, but no real idea of what it was. Steak probably. I nod as I think about a nice juicy steak. He laughs. Not steak. Not any kind of food. Just an urgent thing that had me on edge with no idea how to fix it. I tried intimacy, but I am sure you know that did not work. I tried adding in a new chick, and that did not work. I still felt anxious. All the way until I saw your pretty face in that chair this evening. The feeling went away like magic as soon as I saw you, Peanut Buttercup. Me? I roll my eyes. You expect me to believe that load of nonsense? You know what, Britt? You roll the stuff out of your eyes now. You never used to do that. I used to believe the words that came out of people's mouths. You taught me not to. So you can thank yourself for the eye-rolling thing. I blow him a kiss and send him a wink. Since I caused it, I will correct it. He pulls me up and makes me sit up and look at him. Rules for this coming week. Number 1, no rolling of eyes. Number 2, you have to believe what I say. Number 3, you have to let me love you. Number 4, I say. You have to not boss me around like I am a dumb teenager. He takes in a deep breath. Number 5, you have to stay here with me every night. Number 6, you have to let me take you anywhere I want to. Rule number 7, I say as I hold up 7 fingers. You need to stop making rules. I am losing count. He laughs. One more rule. You have to let me kiss you whenever I want to. His kiss is a thing I miss and often dream about. Jason used to send me to another world with his kisses. I nod and smile at him. Agreed. I guess he feels like he has accomplished something, and he takes me by the shoulders and pulls me down with him and holds me tight, then moves me around to lie on his chest. His heart makes little muffled beats under his shirt and muscles. His hand runs back and forth over my arm. You feel like home to me, Britt. My eyes start to burn as I recall the last time he held me this way. It was the afternoon before I left for college. We were at his little apartment, and we had been intimate all morning long, and finally fell asleep around noon. He held me just like this. And 8 hours later, he was getting intimate 3 houses down from mine. My body tenses up and he feels it. What is wrong? I was just remembering the last time you held me like this. That should not make you tense, apple fritter. He laughs a little. The thought brought me all the way to when I caught you later with that girl's head in your lap. He groans. Oh no. One more rule. Leave the past where it belongs. Do not bring it up anymore. I cannot change it. If I could, I would. I can only change the future. So no more talking about anything that has happened. No talk about the women I have been seeing either. The truth is, I have been seeing Donna and a couple of other women from New York too. I knew it. I hiss. He tightens his arm around me, holding me down as I squirm to get up and tell him off. I am not going to lie to you, Britt. I am going to be truthful and faithful for this week. And if I feel like I cannot be faithful to you, I will let you go at the end of the week. I will never hurt you again. That I swear to you. I lie still and think about what he is really saying. He is really offering me himself. So you will be faithful this entire week? And you swear if you feel like you cannot be faithful to me forever, you will let me go? I promise. That is kind of a great deal. But that has to go both ways, does it not? If I feel like being with anyone else, then I need to not go past the week too. Yeah, I do not want to start up something and you start fooling around on me this time. We are getting too old for that stuff.
You are anyway, I say with a giggle.
I am only 25. He smacks my backside as he laughs. I rake my nails over his t-shirt covered chest and wish like anything he would take it off. His lips touch the top of my head. I did not realize it until I saw you, Britt. I love you. I always have and I think I always will. I hold my breath. It is so hard to allow myself to believe him. How can you really love someone and continuously mess around on them? Do you think you have some kind of an intimacy addiction? I ask him. I do not. I have something though. Women do come to me. I swear that is true. I lack the thing that tells me to tell them the word no. I cannot explain it. Do you think you can really learn how to? I ask as I run my fingers over his abs that are hiding under the dark t-shirt. I inch my fingers lower and lower until I manage to get them under the hem of the shirt, and then I slip my hand under it and feel his warm skin under my palm. The hills of his defined abs make me yearn and I hold in a groan as he says, "With your help, baby, I think I can." I am going to need your help though. I know I cannot do it alone. Not that I have tried at all. But I want to now. I want something real and I want it with you. Odd how you decided that so quickly, do you not think? I move my hand slowly, relishing the feel of his muscles. Odd. No, not really. Not when you take into account our 3-year history. Not when you take in the fact I have never felt what I feel with you with any of the other women. And there have been more than plenty to compare that to. Shut up, I say as I grit my teeth. No more talk about the other women and the sheer numbers of them. And as a token of respect for that, I will not talk about all the intimacy I have had in the last 6 years either. Oh no, he says, and I feel his body quiver. Deal. I never want to hear you say a thing again about how much intimacy you have had. I threw up a little when you said it. I do want to ask you this though. And please tell me only the truth. Have you felt anything near with anyone else what you feel with me, Britt? No, I have not. That is the truth. Good. Maybe you and I were meant to be. My brain screams at me to run. It tells me I am in mortal danger with this man. He cannot be faithful. But I shut it off as my body heats with the touch of his fingers moving over my back. His lips touch the top of my head again, and I utter the words my body wants to tell him but my brain tells me not to. I love you, Jason. The groan he makes vibrates my entire body. Oh yeah.
Chapter 7. Jason.
My entire way of thinking has changed very rapidly. I cannot tell if it is only my body which craves the woman I have managed to get into my bed, or my mind too. All I know is I want her right where she is forever. I have loved Brittany Caldwell for as long as I can remember. The way her dark hair falls in waves over her back brings me right back to when we were young. We would have to sneak in times to actually sleep together since she still lived at home then, but when we did manage it, it was always amazing. Holding Brit has always been better than any intimacy I have had with any other woman. I do not know why I fooled around on her. I really do not. Brittany always was the whole package, and now that she is grown and has managed to make something great out of herself, well, she is even more of a fantastic package. She is making me so eager for her, as she runs her hand over my chest. I can feel her pressing into my side, and her breathing is rhythmically making her move against me. Maybe she will stop this silly notion of giving me tonight or a week with her. Maybe I can have both. She seems to be getting back into me. Her angry demeanor seems to have gone away. I will test the waters a little. Baby. She murmurs softly. The quiet sound makes my heart stumble for a moment. I could listen to her voice for hours like this. In fact, I would not mind hearing it every night for a very long time. Unfortunately, patience has never been my greatest strength. Can we start the week right now? I close my eyes and cross my fingers. She moves her body up mine and looks down at me. Jason, do you really think you can do this? She has every reason not to trust me. I have never done one single thing to earn that trust. Her green eyes are wide and seem to be searching mine for the truth. I can say all the words I want to, but it is my actions that will make her believe in me. I have to have her believe in me. For reasons I cannot understand, it is essential. Running my hands through her hair to push it back out of her face, I lean up and kiss her cheek. Baby, I am going to try harder than I have ever tried to do anything. She sighs and sits all the way up. I see this as a bad sign. Jason, you should not have to try. It should come naturally to you. This is not going to work. I tell you what. Let us just be intimate, because the truth is I want you really bad. I will pretend you are someone else. Anyone else but who you really are. The man who has a hold on my heart. Then in the morning, I will go and pretend I never saw you again. I sit up and shake my head. No way. I never want you to be intimate with me and pretend I am anyone but me. That is messed up, Brit. Really, what has happened to that girl who could forgive and forget and go right back to being the sweet, loving, adorable, trusting person she was? You killed that girl. And just like that, she has cut me to the quick. I have no idea of what to say to that. She is not exactly lying, but she is giving me too much credit for what she has become. So I level my eyes on her and say, you need to tell me about some of the other guys you dated right after we broke up. Because baby, this cannot all come from only me. What do you want to hear, Jason? That 6 months after I went to college, I found a guy who I thought was going to be a good guy, and he turned out to be a cheater too? Because that happened, I stayed away from men for a whole year after that. When I decided to give another guy who seemed to be sweet and honest a chance, he cheated on me too. I knew it. I knew it could not just have been me to make you this messed up. So, why do I get the entire blame, Brit? That is not fair. I glare at her, as I am pretty upset she left this stuff out before. I suppose because you started the trend, she says. Then she pulls the t-shirt off. So be intimate with me, and let us get this over with. I get out of the bed, and pull the pillow and the top blanket off and walk away. What are you doing? She shouts as she climbs out of the bed without her shirt. I stop and turn around, and fight myself not to look at her gorgeous body. Get back in the bed, Brittany. Just get back in that bed, and sleep alone tonight. Start thinking about why it is you need to blame me for all of your problems. It has to be a real cop-out, never taking responsibility for your own actions. Jason, you do not know a thing about me. I drop the pillow and blanket, and pick her up and toss her over my shoulder and take her back to the bed. Tossing her on it, I throw the blanket over her and tuck it in tight. With her body covered, I can think again. Brittany, I will not ever be intimate with you. Not ever. If that is all you want from me, forget it. I want something real with you. But I only want that with the old you. This new you who blames someone else for your apparent misery is not an attractive person on the inside. How dare you? I am going home. She tries to get out of the bed, but I sit on the side and hold her down. You are not going anywhere, Missy. You are going to stay right here, and you are going to think about what it is you have become, and how you think that is going to work out for you in the future. No family will be there in your future, if this is how you plan to live. Sparks shoot from her eyes as she hisses, "What do you care? I love your messed up self." I kiss her forehead, and she thrashes around, trying to get me to let her go. Tell me, Britt, when was the last time you went to see your family? The way she stops moving and starts thinking lets me know it has been some time. I cannot really remember. When is the last time you talked to any of them? I got a text from my sister, I think, about a month ago. What does that matter? Confusion radiates off her. You, my used-to-be sweet girl, are cutting yourself off from life. This will not end well for you if you continue down this path. Now, I accept my role in your downfall, but I will not take the entire rap for it. You need to look inside of yourself and figure out why you want to take things so personally. I can tell you about myself that it was not you who made me do the things I did. It was me and only me. She looks into my eyes, and one tear falls over her cheek that is turned red from her being so upset. It has to be me, Jason. Why would I have 3 boyfriends who all found the need to be with other women? It seems you go for a certain type. Do you know that I never seriously dated anyone until you? I was 21 when you and I started hanging out. I had been messing with girls since I was 15, and not one of them had caught my attention enough to call them my girlfriend. I knew that, she says as she seems to be thinking about things. The truth is, I knew you were a wild boy. I was surprised that you said yes when I asked you to come over for dinner with my family. You seemed cool, and all chill with everything. I found it really easy to be around you because you did not make me feel like you were as demanding as other females. I stop holding her down, as she seems to be calmer now. Do you think you messed around because you thought I would eventually calm down and get back to our normal life? Her lower lip is between her teeth, and she is chewing it. It is a nervous thing I have never seen her do before. So much about her shows me she has become a nervous person. The way she is eating to keep herself so skinny. The way she is so untrusting of others. If I knew why I messed around, I would tell you. The truth is, my head did not compute that my actions might really cause me to lose you one day. Once I did lose you, I knew I never wanted to try to have a normal relationship again. I felt like I was different and unable to be monogamous. That is why I came up with that app. So I did not hurt anyone again. I run my hand over her cheek that is beginning to go from red to pink. Her head cocks to the side. So, since you and I ended, you have been commitment-free. Not exactly. You see, most of the women I am seeing do think we are in a committed relationship. I watch her face go pale. Her voice is soft and has no hint of judgment. It is just truth flowing from her as she says, "Jason, that is awful." I have not thought it was awful. I thought it was a way of giving them something they needed, while I still get what I need. But you saying that just made my heart ache. So, it must really be awful. I have just masked that little fact from myself. Turning away from her, I find myself feeling like a real creep. That is a thing I let go of a long time ago. I was shameless in my actions. This woman can actually make me feel shame for what I have done. No one else has managed to do that. Not even my mother. Her hand on my shoulder makes me turn back around to look at her. Jason, I am sorry. Your life is your life, and I certainly should not judge you. You, at the very least, are giving these women something they want. I am honest, but I do not give the men in my life anything to hold on to, real or not. Britt, the fact is we are both messed up, and I think we need each other more than either of us has ever needed anything or anyone. I know I said this before, but it bears repeating, we are not getting any younger. I run my hands over her shoulders. We can help one another. I know we can. How can I help you, Jason? As you have just pointed out, I am messed up real good. Her eyes cut away from mine and she looks sad. I hate anyone to look sad. It is part of why I am the way I am. But when Brittany is sad, it turns me up to another level. I take her chin in my hand to make her look at me. Come on, baby. I think we have been harsh enough with each other for one night. Let us just hold each other and sleep, and tomorrow we can figure things out. She nods and settles in as I go get my pillow and blanket and get back into the bed with her. Cradling her close to me again, I feel strange. Like I am on the cusp of a great change. It is almost like waiting for an earthquake. There will be massive destruction, but you get some awesome cliffs out of it, and sometimes hidden treasure comes to the surface. I hope she and I both find some strands of gold inside of us. We both need to find the good in us. And I have never felt more needed by anyone than I do with her. Whether she realizes she needs me or not, she does.
Chapter 8. Brittany.
His arms around my body feel better than any arms that have ever held me. Granted, I do not allow much cuddling with my other companions. That kind of thing leads to real feelings, and I do not like anything real to come up between me and anyone. I like to keep my business mine alone. In turn, I stay out of other people's personal affairs as well. No need to be jumping into other people's goings-on. I have not had the slightest interest in anyone's business in forever. Well, since I caught Jason the last time, anyway. 6 years ago. That is a long time to have been closed off. I have not thought a thing was wrong with me. Not once. Then here comes my old flame, and he makes me see myself in a way I never have. I kind of hate that. I have been thinking of myself as a strong woman. A woman who knows how to give as good as she gets. In matters of intimacy, I have always been in control, giving pleasure and accepting it. My companions are well taken care of in the physical needs department. And they take good care of me. Although I do have to admit to myself that none hold a candle to how Jason made me feel when we were together. Maybe it is because I do not sleep with any of my companions. We merely share physical moments. And that was good enough for me. Until Jason Brennan came back into my life. His damp, warm breath is on the back of my neck. Where his arm is laid over my side, the weight of it reminds me of the handful of times I managed to spend nights with him when I was younger. My heart aches as I remember thinking most of those nights how one day he and I would have our own house. I would be his little wife, and we would have some children and a few pets. When I tried to discuss what kind of plans he had for the future, he would brush me off. He would tell me that I was going to college, and would forget all about him. Maybe that is why he sought attention from other women. Maybe he honestly thought I was going to college, get smart and leave him. I never thought about it like that before. The messing around may have been more of a self-defense mechanism. It is a thing I do as well. To make sure none of the men I see get the idea they are important to me, I never see any of them more than once a week. It is ever present in my mind that eventually, any man will betray trust. So I have built this wall to keep them out. I am honest about things with them all. All 7 of my companions. Each offers me something the others do not. Josh is my great-looking companion that I like to take out when I have people I like to impress. The 2 of us make a fantastic-looking couple, and he is charming too. The 2 of us evoke a lot of envy from other couples at social functions. It is a thing I like. But it is all an act. Josh and I know that. No one else does, though. I have various circles of friends and acquaintances. There is a companion for each one. Serious situations like work require a man who is impressive mentally. So I have Ugly Ryan for those times. He is a total nerd and has scars on his face from a severe case of acne in his teen years. He attributes the acne to the fact he was so busy learning that he seldom bathed. He bathes now, of course, or I would have nothing to do with him. But he still has no idea how to dress, wearing jeans and t-shirts all the time as they are the easiest things for him to buy and put on, I assume. When I take him to a business function, I buy him a nice suit and send him to my salon first, so they can get him as nice looking as one can get ugly Ryan. They manage to make him presentable, and that is all I can ask. Jason moves and his body presses closer against my back. I wiggle a little and feel the warmth between us deepen. I really, really want to be close to this stubborn man again. No matter what he says, I know he cannot be faithful to me or anyone else. A little of the old feelings he used to give me will be enough for me, I think. Moving my hand behind me, I ease it over him and feel the response. At this rate, it should not take any time to stir him fully, and he will wake up with such a need he will not keep this nonsense up of waiting for tomorrow. My body heats as I touch him gently through the fabric and feel him respond with each stroke. I have to feel the connection that still appears in my dreams from time to time, even though I have hated the man it belonged to. He makes a little groan as my hand slips beneath the waistband and finds warm skin. My mouth starts to water at the thought of being close to him again. Turning over, I face him and find him still sleeping, but a slight grin is on his lips. I cannot resist any longer. I slide down slowly and carefully so as not to wake him. He will be very happy when he does wake up. What followed needed no words, only the quiet dark and each other. The world outside ceased to matter until morning.
Chapter 9. Jason.
Having Brittany like this again has my heart doing somersaults. And my brain is going into spasms as I look down at her and find so much I have missed about her and did not even realize it. Her dark waves of thick hair are splayed out on the pillow behind her head. Her green eyes are sparkly and full of desire. Her red lips are slightly parted and waiting for a kiss. Our bodies move together in perfect rhythm. Her body fits mine like a glove. It was I who first took her. It was with me that she shared her innocence all those years ago. She was meant to be mine. And I had to go and have all these insecurities about her and her always being a part of me. A part one should have taken so much better care of. My mistreatment of her made her lose parts of herself. It made her become a woman with no real heart. I cannot believe I did that to her. Baby, I love you. I press my lips to hers as we move together. I feel all soft caresses over my back, and they move up into my hair as she opens her mouth and kisses me. Her hands have always shown me love. The gentle way Brittany always touched me was something I used to take for granted. No one had ever shown care the way she did. Even the simplest gesture from her carried meaning. If she could not say a word, I would still understand how she felt just from the warmth of her touch. Back then, she deserved more than I gave her. I see that now. And if I have the chance, I intend to make it right. We lie close together, our breathing slowly evening out after the rush of emotions between us. I lift my head slightly and look at her. You are beautiful, Britt. Her smile is small but sincere. Is this real, Jason? Is this really happening? I nod and brush a strand of hair from her face. It is as real as it gets. She pulls me closer and kisses me again, lingering as if we are both making up for lost time. Brittany and I have always been able to stay like this for hours, talking, laughing, sharing quiet moments. Sometimes it led to something deeper, sometimes it did not. But being close to her always felt natural. Like we were meant to fit together somehow. And I wasted 6 years not even trying to find her. I could have. It would not have been hard. A simple search might have brought her back into my life sooner. But she is here now. And I do not intend to lose her again. Her arms tighten around me as she rests her head against my shoulder. I pull back slightly so I can see her face. Look at me, Angel. Her green eyes meet mine, searching. For a moment they soften, and I see something behind them that hurts to witness. Please do not hurt me again, Jason, she says quietly. The words hit me like a punch to the chest. I will not, I say firmly. I promise. She exhales and relaxes against me, the tension slowly leaving her body. We hold each other for a long moment, letting the quiet settle between us. Eventually, I rest my head beside hers. I love you so much, Britt. Her fingers trace lightly along my back before she answers. I love you more than I realized. I lift my head again and find her smiling at me. She brushes her hand across my cheek and I laugh softly. I want to see this sweet face every night. Oh, really? She says with a giggle. I nod and kiss the tip of her nose. Forever. She wrinkles her nose. You and your strange nicknames. Fair point, I say with a grin. Maybe I will just call you mine. Her heart beats fast beneath my hand, and she glances away before meeting my eyes again. You promise you will not hurt me again? I know now what I risk if I do, I tell her. And I know there is no one else who makes me feel the way you do. She looks relieved, but suddenly her expression changes. Oh no, she whispers. What? I ask, frowning. Jason, we were not exactly thinking clearly earlier. It takes me a moment to understand what she means. When it clicks, I lean back and stare at the ceiling. Then I glance at her and see how pale she has gone. Suddenly, my concern shifts entirely to her. Rolling onto my side, I gently touch her arm. Hey. Do not panic. She covers her face with her hands. I will get one of those morning after pills. That was my mistake. I should have been more careful. I gently take her hands and lower them so she can see my face. Britt, you do not have to rush into any decision tonight. You are not taking this seriously, she says nervously. We barely know who we are anymore. We cannot make life-changing decisions based on one emotional night. I understand that, I say calmly. And I am not trying to pressure you. If you want to take the pill, that is your choice. She studies my face carefully. It is your body and your decision, I continue. I just want you to know that whatever happens, you will not face it alone. Her shoulders relax slightly. Thank you, she murmurs. I pull her into my arms and hold her for a moment. When we look at each other again, I speak quietly. No matter what happens between us, I would never leave you to deal with something like that by yourself. Never. Her eyes soften. But I also want you to know something, I add. I have already made my decision about you. And what is that, she asks. That I want you in my life. The words feel final the moment I say them. I will end things with the other women in my life. I will make the changes that need to be made. Because this woman, this strong, complicated, beautiful woman, means more to me than anything else. And if she lets me, I will spend the rest of my life proving it.
Chapter 10. Brittany.
The ringing of my cell phone in my clutch purse on the floor of Jason's bedroom wakes me up. I jump out of bed as I recognize my agent's ringtone. As I take the phone out of my purse, I see Jason yawning and stretching. Hello, Reese, I answer the phone. Hey, Brittany. I forgot to tell you this, and I know you are going to be upset with me, but you have been nominated for the ABCD Award for the Best Book Cover of the Year for the one titled, Killing the Rainbow, so I need you to be at that tonight, she tells me, igniting a spark of sheer terror in me. Oh no, Reese. What time and where? I ask as I try to find my clothes. The Plaza, at 6 this evening. Bring a date. I will see you there. She hangs up and I go back to finding my clothes. What time is it? Jason groans. I look at my phone and see we have slept until 3 in the afternoon. I have no time at all. 3 o'clock. I cannot seem to find anything. I have to run. I will catch a cab. He sits up, rubbing his eyes. No. Baby, I do not have time to argue. That was my agent. I have something to do in 3 hours that I knew nothing about, and am not at all prepared for. He looks confused, and I stop my search to go sit on the bed next to him as he says, "But what about what I said? You stay here and that kind of thing? You really want that?" He nods. "Yes. I know you have work to do, and I promise not to get in your way. I will get my driver to take you to your place, and when you are done with work, you come back here. I can have him pick you up." "That will not be necessary. He can take me home. I need to get there fast anyway. Since Reese did not tell me this, I am in a super rush. But I will have my driver bring me back here afterward. I want to get a few of my things, since you want to keep me here. Or would you like to spend the night at my place? It overlooks the East River. You might like that. We could have a late supper. I could call you when I get back, and you could come over then." He looks like I am talking too fast, and he seems shell-shocked for a second. Then he nods. "Yeah, I will come to your place tonight. I will bring dinner. I want to see how you live anyway. You know, if you have turned into a sloppy housekeeper, that kind of thing, I might have to retrain you." He smiles and pinches my cheek. "You goof. I have a staff who keep my place up to the perfection you demand, master." I kiss his cheek, and he takes my face in his hands and makes me give him a real kiss. The kiss makes me want to climb right back into that bed and stay close to him, but I have to hurry. One look into his blue eyes and I have to cut mine away. "I am sorry, baby. I have to go. I will call you as soon as I get back home." He lays back with a smile on his face. "I love you, precious potato head." With a laugh I say, "I love you too. And lose that little gem of a love name, will you?" He nods, and I cannot believe how much my heart is already swelling with love for him. I just hope he does not make me regret it. Jason. After waiting for hours, my cell finally rings at 10 o'clock. I see it is Brittany, and I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I thought she was going to stand me up, and I would have to become a stalker to get through to her. "Hey, baby. That was a very long meeting." "I know. I am home now. Do you still want to come over? Or is it too late for you?" she asks, as I hear a lot of shuffling around in the background. "I want to come over. You want me to, right?" I ask, feeling a little odd about things. "I do want you to. So come whenever you would like. I am going to take a shower. So if you make it here before I get out, just come in and make yourself at home. I will leave the door unlocked." "No, do not leave your door unlocked. That is so unsafe. I will be on my way, and will wait in the car until you call me. You can make me a key tomorrow. I already had one of mine made for you. I want you to come here any time of day or night. I want you to know you can trust me." Wow. You never gave me a key to your little apartment back in the day, Jason. That is a really big step for you, she says, and I hear the shower start. I will call you then. See you soon. Bye. Pulling on a jacket, I call my driver and get him to bring the car around. I have already eaten, and most likely she has too, but I take a bottle of white wine and a takeout plate of sweet and sour chicken I got for her, as I thought she would be done by dinner time. I suppose the book cover business is a little more involved than I thought it would be. Who would think a meeting would go that long over the cover of a book? Then it occurs to me that it would not. She may have had a date afterward. Maybe to let one of her companions down easy. But still, she did not tell me about it at all, and now my suspicions are up. I think she and I need to make up some kind of plan on how we are going to let our other parties know we are out of the game. And one-on-one, in-person meetings with any of them are a no-go. Taking the elevator down to the waiting car, I give the driver a nod and get inside the car. My mind is kind of a racing mess with the idea she may have been alone with one of her companions. I find I am tapping my foot incessantly on the floor. To calm my nerves, I pour myself a drink from the car's bar and sit back, taking a little sip. I close my eyes, and mentally prepare myself to accept things if she tells me she met with someone. She was never untrustworthy, but I do not know about now. And I do not know if she is above retaliation for all the times I messed around on her. She could have been reeling me in so she could hook me and hurt me like I hurt her so many times. I am being foolish. The phone rings, and I see it is her. Hi, I answer. You about here, baby? I am out of the shower now. The sound of her voice sends all of my negative thoughts away, and I relax. Yes, I am nearly there, I think. We are getting much closer to the East River. I lean up and ask Donovan about how much longer until we get there. 15 minutes, he answers. I heard him, she says. Cannot wait to see you, Jason. Me too. I hang up and feel a ton better. I am letting those insecurities resurface, and I have to learn to stop doing that. Turning on the television, I try not to think about bad things. That has always been my problem. I remember thinking a lot about Britt going off to college and forgetting about me. So much so that I sabotaged things with her before that even had a chance of becoming true. In the end, she did go away to college and forget about me, but it is because of what I did that made that happen. It is funny, and not in the ha-ha sort of way, how the things we are most afraid of happen to us anyway. Flipping through the satellite channels, I find nothing that captures my attention. I am more than a bit preoccupied with thoughts of me and Britt and our future. It did not occur to me to ask her if she got that morning after pill. I hope she did not, to tell the truth. It would not hurt my feelings one bit to see her all chubby with my baby. Some would think me a terrible man who would want that so fast. But where this one woman is concerned, I would like nothing more than to settle her down with me and start raising a bunch of little me and hers. Something on the television catches my eye, and I go back several channels and see the words on the bottom of the screen. It is some kind of awards, it seems, and there is a little blurb about it on the local news station. I turn it up and listen as the reporter says, earlier this evening, some of New York's top people in the publishing industry had a low-key awards ceremony. Authors, illustrators, and even book cover artists were there to receive awards for all of their hard work this last year. I find it interesting, as Brittany should have been involved in this awards thing. I searched her name and found out all there is to know about her work, and she is very impressive. She has won all kinds of awards for her book covers, and to know she was left out of this is appalling. The camera pans around the room of dressed-up people, and in the background, I hear an announcer saying, and the book cover of the year goes to Brittany Caldwell for her work on the cover of the book Killing the Rainbow. My eyes are glued to the screen as the camera pans around, and suddenly, Brittany is filling the screen, wearing a gorgeous gold gown and in the arms of some man. Their lips touch for a brief moment and he says, I am so proud of you, darling. She cups the back of his neck as they gaze into each other's eyes. I could not have done it without you, my love. The reporter is back on the screen, as I seem to have lost the ability to take in air. That was a bit earlier tonight. By the look in those two's eyes, I am sure some intense and intimate celebrating is probably still going on with them even now. Meow, they are one hot couple.
Casanova's Coach, Part 2. Chapter 1. Brittany.
It has been an hour since I spoke with Jason, who said he was a mere 15 minutes away. My calls have all gone straight to voicemail, and my texts are not even being read. I have no idea what the man is doing. I am beginning to feel like a complete fool as I lie here on the sofa, strategically positioned, and wearing a daring little negligee I put on just for him. Something has happened. I know it has. Perhaps an accident. The not knowing is killing me. I suppose I should get dressed and go over to his place to see if he is there for some reason. But just as I get up off the sofa, I remember a few other nights when this exact same thing happened. Back down, I go and grab my glass of celebratory champagne I poured us 2 flutes of. I was going to show him the trophy I won today. Instead of showing it to him, I pick it up too and sit back, alone with my drink and my prize. Too many nights I have spent alone. Too many times I have let myself get excited about a life with Jason Brennan. The lamp next to me reflects its dim light on the gold of the trophy. Best book cover for the entire year is what I won. My work is very rewarding. But my love life is not. I think it is time to call in a ringer. If Jason is not going to show up, then I need to move on. And drinking alone while staring at this trophy will not help a thing. My phone screen lights up, and I nearly toss the things in my hand away to answer it. I stop short as I see it is my mom. Hi, Mom. It is late. Is everything okay? No, it is not. Her words stop my heart. What has happened? I managed to get out. You won an award and told no one about it. That is what is wrong. Brittany Caldwell, what in the world is wrong with you? I ponder that question for a moment before I answer. I would like to know what in the world is wrong with me, too. I do not know, Mom. Her voice is threaded with tension as she says, Baby girl, you are not involving us in any part of your life anymore. If we had known you were even up for that award, then we would have been there for you. Do you not know that? My agent had forgotten to tell me about the ceremony. I had no idea about it until 3 hours before it happened. I am sorry. Things are busy here in New York. I drink the rest of my champagne down and look at the wall and wonder why it is that I am always so terribly busy. Britt, let me come see you, baby girl. Let me come see what is going on in your life. She seems to be begging me. What about Dad? You cannot leave him behind. I place the empty glass on the coffee table, pick up the one I poured for Jason, and take a drink out of it. It seems I am going to get tipsy alone, and most likely fall asleep right here on this sofa, also alone. We will both come, if that is what you want. I just want you to know you have a family who cares about you. We love you, Brittany. You seem to forget you have a family. The guilt begins to creep in, and I do not often allow that to happen. No, Mom. I am fine. I stand up and try to get my bearings. I do not let people get to me. Yesterday, I was a strong woman with no worries. In less than 24 hours, thanks to Jason and his analysis of me, I have pushed away the walls surrounding my heart, and now my mind is even going soft too. No, you are not, she says with a calm tone. You know what? That is the second time I have been told that in the last 2 days. I fell for that last night, and I am not falling for it again. I stride over to the window in the living room, with my $1,000,000 view of the East River, and continue my rant. That award I won was a thing I did on my own. No one was around to help me brainstorm that cover. No one was there in my corner rooting for me. And whose fault is that, she asks me. I am not saying it is anyone's fault, Mom. I am just saying, I did all that on my own. I am fine. I am more than fine. The way I have been living my life has worked out for me. Maybe keeping to oneself does not work for everyone, but it does for me. So please stop worrying about me. Who was that man you were with on the television, Brittany? Mom asks. You two looked like you were in love, yet you have not told me a thing about even being in a relationship. Huh? I ask as I lean my head on the thick window pane and stare blankly out the window at the lights and the way they reflect off the river's surface. On television? You were on a little newsreel. You were at the award ceremony with some very handsome man. It was your award they showed. How come you never told us about that man? Who is he and when can we meet him? She asks, and I am still very confused. Too much champagne. I shake my head to clear it. There was footage of that? Yes. Now who is that man, baby girl? I am not about to let you off this phone until you divulge some information about this guy. The man I was with is just a guy the first take to things like that. He looks good in photos and on camera. We look good together. He knows it is just an act. That is all that was, an act. I nearly fall down as I realize Jason must have seen that too. That has to be why he did not show up. That did not look like an act, Brittany. How come you will not talk to me and tell me what is going on? She asks, making me feel kind of worse than I feel already. Here is the truth, Mom. And get ready not to like it. I sit back down on the sofa. Jason came back into my life last night. Who? She asks, as if she has never heard that name before. Jason Brennan. No. Her one word tells me exactly what I knew. My parents will never be on board with Jason. Now, Mom. Her shrill voice interrupts me. Brittany Elaine Caldwell, that man humiliated this entire family with what he did that night. The neighbors still talk about him. No way are you going to have anything to do with that boy. Mom. I call out to get her to stop.
Listen to me.
Jason is not a boy any longer. He is a grown man. And now that you told me about me being on television, I think I might have hurt him by taking that other man to the award ceremony. So I need to get off here and go find him and explain things to him. He is mad at you? She asks. How can he be mad at you for going to an award ceremony with another man when he did that awful thing with that woman 3 doors down from you? What a piece of work. Brittany, stay away from him. If he is mad, then great. Let him stay away from you. Baby girl, he is not the man for you. I lean back onto the soft leather of the sofa and look up at the ceiling as tears fill my eyes. If he is not the man for me, then why is he the only man my body responds to? Your body is not what matters. It is your mind that matters. Follow your head, not your heart. That man is heartbreak, and that is all he is. You know that, Britt. Be thankful you did take that other guy and Jason saw that. Be glad it is over before he had a chance to hurt you again. She lets out a breath after her lecture and it fills my ear. I close my eyes, not knowing what in the world to do. Mom, I heard your words. I have to go. Do not even try to call that boy baby girl. Promise me, she begs. Mom, I cannot. No. Promise me you will let him go. He almost destroyed you last time. He broke your heart, sweetie. Do not give him the chance to finish you off. I would like to see you be able to trust a man again. I tell you what. Let me set you up on one of those dating sites. I can find you a good man. No, Mom. I let out a sigh and find my heart is still aching. I have to go. I love you. Tell Dad that for me too, would you? We love you too, Brittany. Now do as I have told you. Let Jason go. You will be so sorry if you do not. Goodbye, Mom. I end the call before she can say another word. I know she means well. I really do. But she has no idea of how many men I have been with, and none of them come close to comparing to what I feel when I am with Jason. The sound of his voice earlier on the phone filled me with something I never feel except with him. And now I know I have hurt him, and I want to kick my own self. Going to my bedroom, I look for something to put on. I have to get over to his house and tell him what the real story is behind that little scene he must have seen on television. I know Josh will confirm my story. But I think Jason is still going to be upset that I did not take him or even tell him about it. Now that I think about it, I do not know why I did not ask him to go with me. I am just so used to asking Josh to those things. I have for the last couple of years, so it was all instinctual. I am not used to being a couple. I am really not used to having any man think we are exclusive, and that he can get mad because he sees me with someone else. And that was only yesterday, after all. Jason certainly could not have expected me to grasp everything so quickly. I slip out of the negligee, pull a little sundress over my head, and slip into a pair of flip-flops. Then I head out to catch a cab. Just before I get out the door, I open the drawer of the table right beside the door. I keep a few extra keys to my apartment in it. They were there when I got the place, and I never saw fit to give one to anyone else. Hopefully, the key will help me win what is sure to be an argument. The key, and maybe a little more closeness, should soothe the beast he has to have become with his jealousy. It is really funny how a man who has been such a playboy can have such huge jealousies. Then again, many who stray think everyone strays, so I suppose that would explain that little oddity. All I know is, I cannot think about anything but making things right between us. That is so unlike me. Who in the world have I become? I slip into a cab that is parked near the apartment building, and off I head to see Jason. The lights flash as we pass each one, and I see tons of people still out and about. Then it hits me that he is most likely getting drunk right now, and if he has company at his place, I am sure to lose my mind. Now what do I do?
Chapter 2. Jason.
2 shots down and 3 to go. I sit at a bar and try to forget all about Brittany Caldwell. Her heart really has gone cold. I take the blame for starting that process, but she got exceptionally colder than I ever expected was possible for a woman who can be so sweet, kind, and loving. To think she left my bed and went straight to another man is a thing I did not think she was capable of. My Brittany is no more. I coached her a little too well. She has become a female version of Casanova, and I am to blame for that. Some guy sits on the stool next to mine and pulls off his black-framed glasses to clean them. He puts them on and looks me over, then lets out a whistle. Wow. You look terrible, dude. No offense. Without looking at the guy, I say, yeah. Who would take offense at that remark? Okay then, sorry for saying that. He holds out his hand. I am Ryan, and you are clearly miserable. I shake his hand, even though I do not want to. I am Jason, and I am pretty displeased with the person I helped create. Kid troubles? He asks, as he makes a sign at the bartender to bring him one of what I am having. No. I do not have any kids. Woman trouble. I take one of the shots that are on the bar in front of me. The bartender brings him a shot and a couple of beers and puts one in front of me. Ryan smiles. The beer is on me. Too much whiskey is bad for the soul. So this woman, tell me about her. Brittany was my first love. We were kids then, and she was innocent and sweet, and I hurt her in ways I did not know I could. I take a drink of the beer and notice the difference in the way it smoothly flows down my throat, as opposed to the harsh feeling of the shots I have been taking. Ryan takes his one shot, then says, I have me a troublesome Brittany myself. She is as closed off as they come. It is a real shame. The woman is smart, gorgeous, and can be very sweet. The problem is, as soon as she realizes she is showing any humanity, she stops immediately, and the next thing you know, she is gone. My head swivels around to look the man over. He is dark-haired, and his face is really scarred up. He looks kind of frumpy, in an old Spider-Man t-shirt and some faded blue jeans. Not her type at all, but I wonder. What is your Brittany's last name? I ask. Caldwell, he says, taking the wind completely out of my sails. She could be the love of my life. If she would let herself be loved, that is. That is my Brittany too, I tell him, then drink the entire rest of the beer. His eyebrows go way up high as he asks, what are the chances of that? From what she told me, pretty good, I answer as I wave at the bartender to bring me another beer. The woman has a bunch of guys, from what she said. I know one more, Ryan says. A real looker that she takes with her anytime she is going to something where media will be at. A dude named Josh. I have met him. I have not met any of the others. I take out my phone and pull up the picture I got off the internet of them at the awards ceremony earlier and show it to him. Is this him? He looks at it and nods. Yep, that is Josh. I met him a few times. I am her work boyfriend, and he is her awards boyfriend. And which one are you? I am not anything to her anymore. I wanted to be her one and only. We had agreed on that last night. Then she got a call around 3 this afternoon, and the next thing I know, I am seeing her on the television with this dude. I take another shot, and wish I could deliver the alcohol straight into my veins because the pain is not going away. Wait. What? He asks as he looks very confused. She agreed to be with only you? How did you even get her to do that? Do not know, I slur as the alcohol is suddenly kicking in. But do not worry, she obviously did not mean it. She did not tell me a thing about going to get that guy and going to get her award. "Oh, buddy," he says as he places his hand on my shoulder. "You look a little loopy. I think maybe you have had enough." I nod. I have. I have had way more than I can handle. You see, I am the guy who messes around on women. They do not mess around on me. Britt thinks I can be played, but I am the one who plays. I do not know what in the world to do about this. There is not a thing you can do. You said you knew her from your younger days. I do not know how she was, but I can tell you now she is not a woman to get serious about. I wish I had better news for you, but I do not. That woman will be single forever. She has told me that herself. I look into his eyes, which look very big behind his thick glasses. You sound like you know her well. He nods. I have been seeing her, if you can call it that, for a few years. A few years? I saw her for a few years too, back about 6 years ago. I cannot believe how much she has changed. I get off the stool and try to make my way to the bathroom. After a couple of stumbling attempts to get my balance, I find the do-gooder who has also been involved with the woman I love helping me to the bathroom. "Here, let me help you." I know how hard it is to find out she is heartless. I stayed drunk for a solid week after I found out. It gets easier. And if this helps you at all, she is incredible in bed. Even if she won't open up emotionally, she makes every moment intense and unforgettable. And just like that, he has made me sick. I barely make it into the men's room before it all comes up. The trash can catches most of it, thankfully. I look up at the guy who cannot be talking about my Brittany and find him frowning at me. Moving to the sink, I splash cold water over my face. "You sure we are talking about the same woman?" My Brittany Caldwell is 25, makes book covers for a living. My Brittany is rich. My Brittany. He smiles. Your Brittany, as you seem to want to think of her, is no one's Brittany. She will tell you that herself. And if she has not yet, she will soon. She is not a liar or a cheat. She also is not into being anyone's one and only. The sooner you wrap your head around that, the better off you will be. But I was on my way to her apartment. I was going to spend the night. I check my reflection and find myself looking haggard, a thing I never look like. "You are special." I have never been to her apartment. Well, there was that one time, but only for closeness. Then she made me leave. He hands me a handful of paper towels. "Clean up, man. Do not let her get to you." I know it is hard, as she is gorgeous and stunning, and I am sure she treated you real good last night. But that woman is not a person to let into your heart. She is a heartbreaker, buddy. I shake my head. She was not one until I hurt her. She was a good girl. And now you make her sound so different. He asks, as he looks like he is thinking about it. He shakes his head. No, I would not call her that. She is not into being with just anyone. She has her select men. I think she told me there are 5 or 6 of us she sees regularly. Now, I guess you will be added into the rotation. That will mean less time for me now. But I cannot complain. When she does give me my hour with her, she makes it count. My stomach rolls, and I find myself grabbing the trash can again and letting more stuff come out of me. I cannot take listening to this about her. When I come back up for air, he seems genuinely sorry for me. I wash my face again. I need to go home. I need to think. That woman may be pregnant with my baby. He looks confused and a little mad. How is that? She is adamant about protection. No protection, no closeness ever. We did not use one last night, and now she might be pregnant, and I may have to figure out how to calm her fast ways down. How am I supposed to do that, Ryan? She sounds so set in her ways. She sounds so not like my girl. What have I done to her? I stagger over to relieve myself and try to think of how I can make her stop being the woman I helped create. I cannot believe she let you do that. The way you are talking does not even sound like the woman I know. Maybe we are talking about two different women. Brittany is very steady with her actions. She runs everything in her life a certain way. I cannot let her stay on this path, man. I hope you understand, Ryan. I have to get her off this road. I am going to make her mine again. No matter how hard she fights me, I am going to make her mine. I zip up and wash my hands. The sickness has cleared my head a little, and I feel ready to deal with the stubborn, cold-hearted creature who is now my old sweet girlfriend. Her once-a-week companion watches me leave the men's room with his mouth hanging open. Just as I get to the door of the bar to leave, I feel a hand on my shoulder and turn back to see him there. Hey, I do not want to lose my once-a-week with her. A laugh comes out of me without me knowing it would. Well, you are going to lose that with her. All of you other guys will be losing that. The guy who she went to the awards with is losing her too. Maybe you too can make a club of the guys she has been seeing and have meetings to get over her. I do not know or care. I am going to go get my woman and let her know her wandering ways are over. No offense. No offense? He asks, and then I see him take a couple of steps back and he holds up his fists. Come on. We need to settle this right now. I can share, but you cannot have all of her. We will all come after you. You have to know that. With a shake of my head, I say, why would you even want to fight for a woman who treats you like that? You make no sense. Is that hour of time you said she gives you once a week worth me beating you? I will get in a few punches, he says, as he seems to be sizing me up. And the answer is yes, that 1 hour a week with her is worth it. That woman can make a man feel things like no one I have ever met. Sorry you said that, I tell him, then throw a punch. My fist connects with his jaw, and he is out right away. I feel awful for doing it, but I could not let him talk about the woman I am going to marry like that. And then it hits me as I turn around and leave, before I get mobbed by the throng of people who are coming to see why this guy is lying out on the floor. I am going to marry Brittany Caldwell.
Chapter 3. Brittany.
Against my better judgment, I go to Jason's place anyway. I might find a woman with him, but I have to let him know I did not do anything with Josh. I took him to the ceremony, then my driver dropped him off. No closeness was involved. As I enter the lobby, I see a tall, slender redhead. She seems to be waiting for someone, as she sits on one of the plush seats. I glance at her, as I walk over to the private elevator that goes up to Jason's penthouse. "Who are you?" she asks as I press the button to go up, but it glows red at me. "That is locked. Jay is not home yet." "Jay?" I ask, but I know she has to be one of Jason's women. He just has not let her in on his real name. And I will not be doing that either. She looks me up and down. Yes, a man by the name of Jay Caldwell lives in the penthouse. I nearly laugh out loud as I hear the last name he has told her. Oh, my mistake. I must be in the wrong building. I am looking for someone else. Her light green eyes narrow at me, and I think she suspects I really am here for the man she must consider to be hers. What is his name? I grapple with a name and come up with Todd Strangerfield. The last name I would like to retract, but it is out there and I feel very stupid. No one is named Stranger anything. Strangerfield, she asks with skepticism. I do not believe I have ever heard that surname before. What ethnicity is it? My eyes roll with the woman's question, as I see her as the type of woman I call boorish. An uptown natural New Yorker, who thinks her bloodline makes her something a bit above everyone, who is not a native of the big city. I decide to take a seat and wait for my man. The place right next to her will work just fine. We will see how he reacts with this little scene when he gets here. At least this way, I will be able to see if he was serious at all about letting the other women go, and giving me the faithfulness I demand from him. I am aware there is a real chance he either will not be back tonight, and will sleep in another woman's bed, or he may come back with another woman under his arm. And then this lady here will know she is not his one and only, as she thinks she is. I stretch my legs out in front of me, and cross my ankles, and jangle my flip-flop as I lean back on the cushioned sofa. My guy is an American Indian. He changed his name when he became a United States citizen. A confused expression runs over her really pale face. I do not think she gets out in the sun much at all. She really does not look at all like Jason's type. Who am I thinking about? Jason does not have a certain type. He wants to be with all women. I forgot who I was thinking about for a second there. A United States citizen? She asks me. Yes, I say, and look at my toenail polish that has a tiny chip on the left pinky toe, so I know I need to get to my mani-pedi lady tomorrow. An American Indian needs to become a citizen of the United States? Is that what you are saying? She asks me, as she looks at me as if I am stupid. Of course he does. I roll my eyes at her again, and it hits me like a brick. I am a terrible liar. But I will not be telling her how I am lying. Instead, I sit quietly as she looks me over. I look her over out of the corner of my eye, too. So what is it you do? What did you say your name was again? She asks. Not bothering to look at her, I answer, my name is Brittany Caldwell. I design book covers. Caldwell? Just like my fiancé? My head turns very slowly to look at her, then down at her left hand. And sure enough, there is a very large diamond on it. I bite my lip and have to hold in a scream. After waiting a few moments to stop myself from storming out of here and never talking to Jason again, I swallow back the scream and say, I am from the Texas Caldwells. I doubt your fiancé, did you say he was? I wait for her answer. Yes, Jay is my fiancé. But he is from Tennessee, not Texas. I suppose that is a typical Southern name. I nod and hold out my hand. May I see that gorgeous ring he put on your finger? She goes pink in the cheeks as she holds out her long fingers and wiggles the one with the rock on it. Well, he did not actually give this to me. It was my great-grandmother's. When he told me he wanted me to be his and his alone, I took it out of the safe deposit box my family has kept it in, and put it on my finger to keep other gentlemen away from me until he gets me one. Oh, so no formal proposal yet then? I ask as I take a silent sigh of relief. Well, not a down-on-one-knee proposal, but he did tell me that he would get me a proper ring. But he wants it to be very special, and very expensive. He is searching for just the right one, and then he will officially ask me to be his forever. She gazes at the ring on her hand, and I find her very sad. To have such a belief in a man that you would give yourself a ring, well, that is just really sad, I think. And even sadder when you take into account that man has many other women you are completely unaware of. And now I feel bad for this woman. She seems like a nice person. Just not very experienced with men is all. Wow, what a great guy. Tell me about him. Tell me what made you know he was the one for you. What did you say your name was? Pamela Watterson. She smiles, then places her hand on her leg so she can still see the awesome ring she thinks will keep the man she thinks is hers. Jay was a man who caught my attention. He is a shy guy. I stifle a laugh. Jason is anything but shy. Oh yes. She seems to be reflecting back to the time they met, and her face is all glowing. I found him in a hospital. He was there checking on a patient. Jay Caldwell's parents died in an auto accident when he was 10. He lived in one foster home after another. It is a miracle he managed to make anything out of himself. He became a billionaire after inventing a device that he sold to the medical industry. And what was this device, may I ask? I am really bewildered that this woman has not done a bit of research to see if he is telling her the truth. which he is not.
I do not know the name of it.
I only know it is a tiny plastic piece that can replace a piece of the human heart. That is all I know about that. It does not matter how he got his money after all. It is the fact he is such an awesome man, with a heart as big as they come. It is not his heart that is big, it is his lies. So how come you do not have a key to his place? Or did you just forget it? I ask as I tap my chin with my finger and look at her. Jay is a private man. I cannot blame him. He has been robbed so many times. And once he was held captive by a robber who was trying to get a ransom. Only there was no one to give the robber a ransom, and he ended up letting Jay go after holding him for 30 hours, she tells me as she clutches her throat. I was so worried during that time. I had shown up unexpected, and when I called him to tell him to buzz me up, he whispered to me what was happening. Why would you not have called the police? I ask, as this woman is quite naive. I told him I would, but he told me the man said he would harm him if they came. He told me to go home and wait, and he would come to me as soon as it was over. He assured me it would be over by the next day. One way or the other, he or the robber would be gone. She goes a shade paler somehow. That must have been hard on you, I say, as I want to wring Jason's neck for what he did. If he is doing things like this to her, what kind of antics has he pulled on the many other women? She nods. I did not sleep or eat until he came to me. Then he held me tight, and we spent hours together. My stomach lurches and I run my hand over it. How sweet, I say with a grin. This man needs to be stopped. I have never felt it more than I do, as I sit here and listen to the things he has done to just this one woman. My Jay is sweet. He is the sweetest man in the world. He would give the shirt off his back to anyone who needed it. I mean that literally. She fans herself with her hand, the one with the ring on it. It seems she likes to flash it around. Literally? I ask. Yes, she says, and gets the silly smile on her face. You see, once I was walking down the sidewalk and I saw Jay's car and driver. I waved and went to the car as they were stopped in traffic. Jay took a minute to roll the window down, and when he did, he barely did. I could see his bare shoulders and asked him where his shirt was. He told me he saw a homeless man and gave it to him. How nice, I say, and know there is much more to the story than that. So did you get in the car with him? I was going to, but he said he had to get to an important meeting about his invention, and he would see me later. Her eyes show me she had a bit of an idea he might have had another person in the car with him. The windows on his car are so dark you cannot see in. Weird he would not let you tag along, huh? She shrugs it off. Like I said, my Jay is a private man. He did come over later that night, around midnight. What followed was passionate and wordless, just the two of us in the quiet darkness. Be glad he does that. One never knows for sure how faithful someone is after all. My Jay is faithful. I have never been surer of anything in my life. Her smile is wide, and her eyes are shiny, and I am beginning to think this is an awful thing I am trying to do here. She isn't innocent in this game Jason is playing. I have to say at least I am an honest person who tells the men I see exactly what I am doing. If I am with one man and another guy calls, I tell them who I am with or that I am with someone else, and I will call them when I get time. Jason is making these women think he is serious. He is making them think he is going to marry them one day. He and I are going to have a long talk, whether he is mad at me or not. I cannot let him keep doing this to women. It is just wrong. I get up and give the poor woman a smile. I think I am at the wrong place. It was nice to meet you. I hope everything works out for you, Pamela. You too, she says with a wave. Have a nice time with your American Indian, Brittany. I cannot wait to tell my Jay how I met a woman with his same last name while I was waiting for him. You do that. I bet he gets a kick out of it. Goodbye now. I leave the building and walk to the edge of the sidewalk to hail a cab. What am I going to do with this man?
Chapter 4. Jason.
The car stops, and Donovan starts to get out of the car. I can open the door for myself, Donovan. No, stay in the car. Or you are going to be very sorry, he says, then gets out. I have been looking through my cell phone at the many messages Brittany has sent me, and not paying attention to anything else. I look out the window, and see Brittany standing on the sidewalk in front of my building. And just inside the lobby, I can see Pamela sitting on a sofa inside. Oh no. Donovan hurries to Brittany, and they come toward the car. I scoot over, and she gets inside. There you are, Jason. Where in the world have you been? I shake my head. No, you do not get to ask that. Concern fills her face. You are slurring. Her arms are quickly around me, and she is hugging me. Jason, I am sorry. I did not think. It all happened too fast. I am so sorry. After a second, it computes that she realized I found out about her and the handsome man she was with earlier. I run my hands through her loose dark waves and kiss her neck. I hate that you did that, baby. I know, she says, then pulls back and looks at me. She runs one hand over my cheek. Baby, you look terrible. Man, why do people keep saying that to me? Do I really look that bad? I run my hand over my face, and then through my hair. Well, you are normally so gorgeous, it is just that you look completely stressed. Please do not tell me I did this to you all on my very own. She takes my hand and kisses my palm. I did not mean for anything to bother you about that ceremony. I stare at her, trying to see deeper into her than I did before. Why did you not ask me to go with you? I do not understand any of this, Britt. She nods. You want to come home with me, Jason? We can talk all about everything. To her place, Donovan, I call out to my driver. Did you talk to that woman who was in the lobby of my building? I cross my fingers, she did not. When she nods, I uncross them and let out a sigh. You really have been lying a lot, have you not, Jason? Laying my head back on the seat, I groan. Britt, my life is a complete wreck. I have gotten myself in so deep, I had to create that app to keep up with all of my lies. I roll my head to the side and look at her. I need you, baby. And you need me. I know you need me, Jason. As for me needing you, well, honestly, I do not. She looks out the window. I laugh, You sure do need me. You see, I happened upon one of your men, Brittany. She looks back at me with narrowed eyes. And just how did this happen, and who was it? At the little bar I went to. It was this guy named Ryan. Ugly Ryan. You met him. She runs her hands over her face. You call him that? So unkind, baby. I get it, but so unkind. That guy really likes you. He tried to fight me over you. I laugh. I knocked him out with one punch. What? She asks with a little shrieking sound. Why did you hit him? That is so not called for. If you knew what he said to bring that out of me, you would not think that. He actually said you were great in the bedroom. I had to knock him out. I nod as she shakes her head. Over that. You hit him over that, Jason. Oh man, this is terrible. I need to call him, and you need to apologize. He is not even a violent man. He would never have hit you. She looks a little pale as she pulls out her cell phone. No way. I call out and grab her phone. You are not calling him. I told him you guys were over. That is why he wanted to fight me. So you do not have to tell him anything. He knows I am making you mine. He understands. Well, not really understands, but he knows anyway. I do not want you to talk to him ever again. She makes a terrible laugh, kind of like a witch. Give me my phone. She holds her hand out, and I shake my head. She punches me in the arm, and I laugh as she cries out, Ouch. What are you made out of, steel? Jason. Give me my phone, and do not tell me who I can and cannot talk to. I put her phone in my back pocket. I am not giving it back to you. And I will tell you who you can and cannot talk to. You need me in your life to help you straighten it out. Just like I need your help. The sound of a cat growling comes out of her mouth, and she is on me like a little spider monkey. Before I know what has happened, she has her phone and is crawling off my lap. Thank you, she says with a nice calm voice. I do not like not having my phone. It makes me anxious. Trying to make sure I still have all of my limbs intact, I run my hands all over myself. You do not say. So, what did you tell Ryan? She looks at me like she did not just attack me. Because you know you had no right to do that. You and I came to an agreement last night, if you will recall. So I felt like I did have a right to tell him you are off the market. And would you like to tell me what you told the woman in the lobby? I brace myself for what she is about to say. I did not tell her a thing. I felt sorry for her, Jason. She looks at me with sadness in her deep green eyes. She thinks you two are getting married. How sad is that? I bite my lower lip. Yes, she is not the only woman who thinks that. I am kind of a jerk that way. I do not actually ask any of them. I do tell them I want to be exclusive, because I do not want them to be with anyone else. Some of them get the idea that one day we will get married. Her dark brows furrow. You are a complete jerk. I am aware of that. But I try very hard not to hurt any of them. Telling them the truth that there is no real future is mean. Do you not think it would be mean? I look at her for some compassion. She shakes her head, making her dark silky waves crash around her shoulders. What is mean is lying to anyone, baby. How do you not know that? I know your parents did not raise you to think lying was okay. I smile with her words because I made a phone call today, and my parents were ecstatic to find out she and I were back together. I called Mom today. She and Dad are very happy about us getting back together. They want us to make a visit soon. I bet your parents will be happy to have a visit from you, too. She looks down and plays with the hem of her dress. Are you? I know that look she has. They cannot still be mad at me, can they? She nods and will not look at me. Apparently, the neighbors still bring up that night. I was a kid. When will I ever live that down? It is not fair, Britt. I take her by the shoulder to make her look at me. You know it is not fair. A couple of wrinkles form between her brows. Who told you life was fair? I lay my head back on the seat and groan again. So your parents are against this, huh? Of course. Her answer, while honest, kind of hits me hard. Why can you not tell them you forgave me for all that? Mostly because I have not, she says, then places her hand on my leg and runs it up and down. I am not a good liar. What I feel comes out. I find it hard to pull my head up to look at her, but finally I get it up. If this is going to work, you have to forgive me for what I did to you when we were young. She cocks her head to the side. Why do you think, just because you tell me to forgive you, that I can do that so quickly? It has been a whopping 24 hours since you came back into my life. Things cannot happen that quickly, Jason. Sorry. And I will continue to tell you the truth. No matter how hard it is for you to take it. How about just do not say anything if it is not nice or positive? Leave that negative stuff out. That is it, Jason, she calls out as her hands fly up into the air. You hate arguing. You hate having to look at your flaws and correcting them. I have figured you out. That is why you have so many women. You cannot take the reality of life with one person. Being with one person means things get difficult sometimes. The truth gets told and you cannot take that. You think you have figured me out this quickly? I stare at her in disbelief. I am a little more complex than that. She rolls her eyes. No, you are not. Men are pretty simple creatures, and you are one of the simplest. Things get a little sticky with a situation. You change your situation. Plain, simple, and easy. Okay, first thing. I told you no more rolling of the eyes. It makes you look like a giant brat. Second, I am not simple. I am a very complex man. All men are not simple and easy to figure out. I would not ever bother trying to figure me out if I were you. I am not asking you to analyze me. Just love me. I end my lecture with a kiss on her cheek. By the way, I love you. I have not told you that since you left today. Do you have anything you would like to tell me, Rosebud? I can tell she is trying very hard not to roll her eyes at me, but then they go soft as I gaze into hers, and her words come out soft as her hands caress my cheeks. I do love you, Jason. A smile comes all the way from my heart and moves over my face as she moves in and kisses me. But only for a brief moment. She pulls back and makes a terrible face. Oh, I forgot. I threw up, I say, and feel hot with embarrassment. Yuck. Why did you throw up? She asks as she wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. What is to drink in that little fridge there? I need to rinse this taste out of my mouth. I reach into the fridge and grab us both bottles of water. I open hers and hand it to her. Here you go. And I would rather not tell you why I threw up. It is a thing I do not want to recall at all. Did it have to do with ugly Ryan? She asks, then takes a drink and swishes it around her mouth. I nod and do the same with my water. Anyway, on to any other subject. Tell me about the awards ceremony. And tell me how you are taking me to all the rest of them you are going to go to. She laughs. Okay, about that. See, my agent is the one who called me this afternoon. And when she told me I had a mere 3 hours to get ready and get there, I freaked out. Josh has been going with me to these things for a while now. So instinct took me over when I went into panic mode. Did you tell him about me? She fidgets, and I know her answer. How in the world are we going to get rid of so many people who are in our lives so intimately?
Chapter 5. Brittany.
Cuddled up in my bed after taking a nice warm shower, Jason and I are settling into sleep. The day has been long and difficult, and neither of us is up for anything more than holding each other and resting. I suppose we are like some old couple already. Feeling his chest rise and fall as I lie across it with his arm draped over my back, I think how this could be every night. Something I have not wanted in the last 6 years is all I can think about now. How can things change so quickly? His cell phone lights up on the nightstand. I reach out and pick it up and find he really is fast asleep. Along with the name of Pamela Watterson comes his app. Her picture appears, and so does a list of things I suppose he uses to keep track of who she is and what it is they do together. I do not answer it. I let the call go to voicemail on its own. What I do, however, is open his little app and see what all he has about her in it. He has the name he uses with her in the little file. As I look around the app some more, I see where his phone can be tracked by it, and I activate the tracking button that was not turned on before. Putting his phone down, I pick mine up and search for the app he created. I am shocked when I see it costs $150 each month. But I want to keep track of his whereabouts, so I purchase it. When I enter his information and put in his phone number, I see a little green dot appear on the map. Sure enough, it shows him at my address, and I think what a useful invention this really is. With this, I will not have to guess if he is being truthful with me. I will know without a doubt. The only difficult part for me is that I will have to keep this information to myself, and I am terrible at keeping secrets. But I have to, in order to find out if this man can really change so drastically. There is no reason to keep putting time into him if he is only going to deceive me. I know I had no intention of getting married and settling down anyway, but since he says he does, I need to know the truth about him. He is a skilled deceiver, after all. I do not think guarding myself for the first little while of our relationship is a bad thing. Not with a man like this one. Looking through his phone again, I see the number of women he is keeping track of, and the number is staggering at 48. And from a few different countries too. There is one from Mexico, and in the notes it says she does not speak English. I wonder how he communicates with her then. He did not use to speak Spanish. My heart starts to sink as I look at one profile after another of the women who are part of his life now. Although with most he uses aliases, there are a few who he uses his real name with. It is hard to imagine that this is really the guy they first knew when I was young. The man whose chest I am lying across and who is holding me like he really cares about me, even in his sleep, is a man who has been living a lie for many years. He cannot change. There is no way. I know I am setting myself up for disappointment with him. And I know I am going to go through with this, anyway. As I talked to that poor woman, I knew it would be me who has the greatest chance of getting Jason to see what he is doing is wrong. First of all, I am like the only one who knows the entire real him. These women all think he is some faithful man. A lot of them think one day he will marry them. That is just not fair to them. Even if it ends up hurting me in the end, I need to try to help Jason. I am considering it a humanitarian effort. Someone has to step in and make the man feel some shame about deceiving women. A deep snore rattles his chest, and I can see he has really fallen into a deep sleep now, and the alcohol is going to have him snoring. Rolling off him, I put my head on one pillow and use another to cover my head to muffle the loud sound. I cannot believe I am doing this. I must really love this man. This is not something I do. I do not sleep with anyone. Not since ending the very last relationship I had. I gave 2 more a shot after Jason. Both were short-lived after I caught them being unfaithful. With them though, I ended it right away, and no amount of begging and crying got either of them a second chance. I was done. And after the third man was unfaithful, I decided not to even attempt a normal relationship. The men in my life now are easy to get along with, and happy with any time I spend with them. Each one has been in my life for 2 to 3 years, so all the issues have been worked out. They know I do not deal with issues, so they do not create any. And just like that, it hits me. I sat there in the car earlier and told Jason about how he does not deal with problems he has with people. I told him he just moves on to another situation, and I do not do the same thing. Pulling the pillow off my head, I turn over and look at the man lying next to me. His arm is back up on his chest. His mouth is slightly open as he snores like a buzzsaw. The knowledge that I am a hypocrite is not something I like to see in myself. I wonder if having a relationship with him will bring out any more things about myself I do not like in other people. Maybe he is right. Maybe I do need him. I laugh a little. No way. How in the world is he going to help me? His dark lashes flutter a little as he rolls over and the snoring stops. He has turned my way and he throws his arm over me and pulls me to him as he mumbles, "Come here, Britt." He pulls me until my body is up against his. He is warm, and there is something about how he makes me do things that I usually dislike in other men but love in him. Why is it that he can get away with things others cannot with me? He is gorgeous, but I have a few gorgeous guys too. He is all muscles. But I have one with almost as good a body as he has. As I look all over Jason's face, I realize he gets away with things others do not because I love this man. I love the way his nose slightly turns up at the end. The way his jawline is only slightly squared. I love the caramel color of his lips. The bottom one is bigger than the top. It is the perfect mixture of firm on top and soft on bottom. And that thought alone fills my heart with warmth for him. That is the other thing he does to me. No matter what, his touch makes me want to be close to him. That is all he ever had to do when I caught him being unfaithful. If he could catch me and hold me for only a moment or two, I would soften in his hands. That is the only reason the last time was the one that counted. I got on a plane and left. He could not come knocking at my bedroom window and pleading for me to let him in. I remember one time, I managed to stay away from him for 3 days after I caught him with someone else. We ran into each other in the grocery store. I turned to walk away from him, as fast as my feet would take me. He caught me and pulled me into his strong arms. Then he whispered how sorry he was and how he loved me and would never do it again. And I left the store with him. I was way too easy where he was concerned, and it does occur to me I am being way too easy again. Looking at his face makes my heart ache. No matter how hard I might try to walk away from him again, I know I cannot until he does something wrong. Which I do think he will do. But I hope and pray he does not. I want him so much, it is not logical. I want to see a little boy running around our house who looks just like him. I want to see that face when it is full of wrinkles, and I bet I will still find it the best thing I have ever seen. My world is in this man, and I have no idea why. Without him, my heart has grown hard and cold. My mind has ruled my life. If nothing else, hopefully this time with him will heal me somehow. I did not realize I was so broken. Not until he came back into my life. Back when I was young, I had aspirations for my life. One day, I was going to have a family. Back then, it was always Jason who I saw as the man I would have a family with. He would be the daddy, and I would be the mommy, and we would be a happy family. And somewhere inside me, I think it could really happen. He does seem to want to change. But then again, he always did before too. I believed him every single time he told me he would never be unfaithful again. Every single time, I believed him. Looking back, I can see how foolish I was. Foolish over only this man right here. Maybe that is my curse in this life. At least I am not foolish over every man. I have that going for me, at the very least. I should thank my lucky stars that fate decided only one man would be my weakness. I could have been dealt a hand where all men were. Time has been put into the men who now have tiny parts in my life. I wonder if this thing with Jason does not work out, if any of them will want anything to do with me again. I have maintained with each of them that I do not want any kind of relationship, as each one of them has asked me to give them a shot at something real with me. I have declined the numerous invitations to become a couple with all of them. What will they think about me giving Jason this shot? What will happen if he is unfaithful and I end it for good? Will any of my men be there for me? Or will they all resent me for being dishonest? Because I suppose that is how they will think of me after this. I told them all I would be single forever. I told each one of them I would never be in a serious relationship, and not to take it personally. Staying the night is not something I have done with any of them. And here it is, the second night I have stayed with Jason. And I cannot believe ugly Ryan wanted to fight with Jason over me. I did not see him doing that. I really do need to make Jason apologize to the poor guy. I am no better than Jason is. He may be deceiving those women, and I may be telling the men in my life the truth, but we are both wrong. In different ways and in the same ways. We are both wrong. Perhaps we can help each other and in the process, create something good out of all the mistakes we have made in our lives. I cuddle back into Jason and close my eyes. Tomorrow is a new day, and I think taking one day at a time is what I need to do. It sounds good anyway.
Chapter 6. Jason.
Watching the cook as she makes us breakfast and the housekeeper as she cleans, I can see some very odd looks on their faces. Both were beyond surprised when I emerged from the bedroom. The really odd part is that neither spoke to me. They nodded in acknowledgement, but no words were uttered, nor have they been. Sitting at the little breakfast nook table, I sip on some black coffee as Brittany taps away at her computer. Tired of waiting in silence, I ask, "So what do you say to a trip back home, sweetums?" She looks up and makes a frowny face. "How about anywhere but there? Because there is the perfect place to go. It has been a while since you went back." I take another sip of the hot coffee and wish I was back at my place with my special cream I like to put in my coffee. With a shake of her head, she says, "No, thank you. You can go if you want." I put the cup down and give her a look that only she will know. It is my "I am not taking no for an answer" look. She almost rolls her eyes at me, but stops mid-roll. "Good job, Brat." "Oops, I mean Brit," I say with a smile. "Come on. We can rent that cabin that only the tourists rent when they visit our sleepy little town. Our families will get a kick out of it. It has the swimming pool and that game room. We can invite all of them to come back home for a visit. A family reunion kind of thing. I need to make peace with your family, that is for sure. Our families need to really get to know each other, anyway." "Why is that?" She looks really confused. "Because you and I are going to get married, obviously," I say, and roll my eyes at her, then laugh. The laptop lid closes, and she looks at me with a very serious expression. "Let us not get too far ahead of ourselves, dearest. We are only 2 days into this week-long trial period. After we see how things go, then we can plan a trip back home. Until then, I would rather not involve too many people in our experiment. I hate that you keep thinking about us failing. We will only fail if one of us does not put forth the effort to build what we have. We already have this strong foundation." Her hand goes up, stopping me. "This is not a strong foundation, Jason. This is a very unstable foundation. Trust has to be built. Speaking of that, what do you plan on doing about your women, here in New York at least, while we give this thing a try? What do you plan on doing about your group of admirers?" I counter her question. "My men are in check. They know who holds the reins in those arrangements, if you can call them that. Your women think you are going to marry them. It is quite different," she points out. "Hence why we should get out of here for this week, sweet potato," I say, and get up to move in behind her, wrapping my arms around her, nuzzling her neck. "I want to go to a place that is neither mine nor yours. A place we can be together, alone." She looks back at me with a smile. "You do not like my staff, baby." I whisper, "Why do they not talk to me?" "I think because they are shocked to see a man here. Do not let it bother you. They probably think you are a ghost, or something like that." She laughs, and I kiss her neck gently, turning that laugh into a soft sound of contentment. "Go pack. I am taking you to some place I have never been. Bring a few bathing suits, the more stylish the better. Some light dresses for when we go out in the evenings. Maybe a few shorts and little tops. Sandals. You know, that kind of stuff." "Island wear?" she asks as she smiles. "Now that idea, I love." "Good," I say, then kiss the top of her head. "Since I have someone watching my place, I will get Donovan to pack my things and bring them here. Then he can take us to the airport." "Where are we going?" "Should I take my passport?" she asks as she gets out of her chair. "Definitely. I will make some calls and get things going. A private jet, I am thinking. A little time together in the sky. What do you think?" I ask, but I know what her answer will be. She merely nods and takes my hand, pulling me along behind her. "Come with me to help me pick things out. You can make your calls in the bedroom." Moving along behind her, I notice the housekeeper looking away from us quickly. I hope that woman is not someone Brit plans on keeping around once we move in together. She gives me an uneasy feeling, and so does the cook, who does not even prepare good food. We had tasteless scrambled egg whites with 1 piece of bacon each, and a small glass of milk for breakfast. It was terrible, and I am still hungry. 1 hour later, we are in my car heading to the airport with reservations for a bungalow in Bora Bora. Brittany is nestled into my side as she looks at her phone at the site I sent her so she can see where I am taking her. "This is going to be so much fun, Jason." Her eyes move over the screen full of crystal clear water. Then she looks at me. "It has been a secret wish of mine to go there. I remembered how much you liked to go to the beach back home. We would take that 5-hour car trip down to the coast, and you always lit up like a sparkler when you saw the water. I cannot wait to see your eyes when you see where we are going." With a little squeeze, I kiss her cheek and she squeals with delight. To make her happy is something I always loved to do. She is easy to please. I could show up with a pint of Bluebell ice cream, and she would make the same sound. Her face goes all serious all of a sudden as she asks, "You have never taken anyone there before, have you?" I hold up 2 fingers on my left hand and place my right hand over my heart. I swear to you, I have never taken anyone there. I have never been to Bora Bora. She smiles and relaxes again. I know if this works out, we will end up going places where you have been with other women. Just do me a favor and pretend you never went anywhere with anyone else but me. You are good at stories, so you can do that for me, cannot you? Whoa. I am good at stories? I ask with a lot of indignation. She nods and looks at me with an expression of surprise. You are. What do you call what you have done all these years, Jason? I call it protecting people's feelings. Not lying. Goodness, you make me sound like a horrible person. I take my arm off her shoulders and look out the window. If she really thinks I am so bad, then how is this going to work? Jason, you do deceive women. Like a lot. You have to know that. She stares at me with a calm expression. Then so do you, I say as I look right back at her. Her hand goes to her chest and her voice goes very high as she says, "Me." I nod. You deceive, Brittany. Do not deny it. To say she looks appalled is a complete understatement. Take me home. Why? I ask as she saw nothing wrong with calling me out, but when it is turned around on her, she gets upset. I am no deceiver. I am a terrible deceiver. You can ask number 17 on your app about that. I look out the window, then back at her as 2 and 2 come together. How do you know that Pamela is number 17? Her cheeks go pink. Oh well. Oh no. Your phone rang last night, and I looked at it. Okay. See, I cannot lie to save my life. Well, maybe if my life really depended on it I could. But the way you do it, no, I could never do that. So you looked at my app then, I say quietly. And you still agreed to give me a week to prove to you I want something more with you, and only you. That is amazing, to tell the truth. Yeah, 48 women are a major stumbling block. But then again, so is one. So why count them, is what I was thinking. And sorry about invading your privacy like that. If the shoe was on the other foot, I would have been furious at you, she concedes. I put my arm back around her and pull her in close. Come here. I am sorry I called you out like that. I did not know what to call you. I had to say something. You are not perfect either. I never said I was. She looks up at me. I am a hypocrite. I came to terms with that last night. I sat there and said things to you that also pertain to me. It seems we both have things to work out. Both of us have problems that stem from way back. Mine started with insecurities. I knew you were going to make something of yourself, and I thought you would leave me behind. I never had faith you would keep me around once you got to where you were going, I confess. And now that I am here and still want you, does that make those insecurities vanish? The truth, Jason. She drums her fingertips on my leg as she looks at me. None of my insecurities have vanished, no. But I have this new thing inside of me that really wants you in my life. So, for the first time in my life, I have something to work for. I have a reason to stop my wandering ways. I hope you do too. I take her hand in mine and raise it to my lips. I love you, Brittany. I always have and always will. I know it in my heart. She looks at me with what I think is hope. I have a feeling she is hoping I will change. Hoping I will be the man she needs me to be. Hoping we can have what we both thought in the back of our minds we always would. A life together. Donovan pulls into the busy airport, and it seems that we still are on for the trip. Our little argument seems to have passed like a storm in the night. I have a feeling there is no way we are going to get through this week without a few of those moments. It is to be expected when trying to get over a past that is so flawed and away from lives that are also terribly flawed. I am praying we can get through this tough stuff and get to the good part of life. It occurs to me, as we sit in the line of cars waiting like we do for everything in New York City, that this is not a place I want to have a family. Are you dead set on living in New York, Pudding Pop? With a shrug, she asks, not sure. Why? It is a terrible place to raise kids. I think somewhere more rural is better. Do not you? I run my fingertip along her thigh, moving the short skirt up a little. There you go again, jumping ahead. I swear, can your mind stay in any place for very long? Let us get through this week and see if there is a future for us. And here is another news flash for you, Stud Muffin. Even after this week is up, there is still going to be a period of time before I can make the type of commitment you are talking about. I keep my mouth shut. This woman is a big talker. She acts like she is so different and so in control. I have been paying attention to her actions. She is still the same girl, underneath this shield she has created to make her think she knows best about everything. So I will let her hold on to that little belief for a while longer. Brittany has always given in to my wishes, every last one of them, and she will give in to my wish to marry her at the end of this week. You can count on that.
Chapter 7. Brittany.
For the first hour of our 12-hour plane ride to Bora Bora, Jason has eaten like a starving man and force-fed me as well. Now that we both are full, a nap seems like the thing to do to pass the time. The private jet he chartered is at the top of the charts in the luxury department. The bedroom has a queen-size bed that is calling my name. I lean my head on Jason's shoulder as he leans back in the leather chair next to mine and looks out the window. What do you think about going to the bedroom? I ask him. I think that is a fantastic idea, he says, as he gets up and surprises me by picking me up and carrying me to the back of the jet. I think I am going to keep you close for the rest of our trip, my little apple tart. Laying my head on his wide chest, I sigh. You make me feel so special, Jason. Good. He opens the door and puts me down on the bed. The man has my clothes off in no time at all. I am panting a little as I move back to get underneath the blanket and watch him pull his clothes off. It is amazing how his stomach shows no signs of all the food he ate in the last hour. How does all that food not show? I pull the blanket back, exposing my little food bump in my stomach, and frown. As he climbs onto the bed, he says, "It is my tight muscles, Buttercup. And I like seeing you with some curves. You can plan on gaining at least 10 pounds this week. I am going to be feeding you like the queen you are." Jason, really? I have to shut up as he has decided no more talking, only kissing. They gave themselves to the moment, losing the night in each other's arms, their connection deeper than words could express. A tear falls from my eye and he smiles. Another falls right after that, and he kisses it away. His lips graze over my cheek to my neck. He makes little nips and gentle sucks all over one side of my neck. The softest whisper comes from him. Feel me, baby. His chest is against mine, and I can feel his heart beating. Then I notice mine changes in small increments to beat at the same speed his is. His body all over mine is all-encompassing and seems to be pulling me into him even more. Another soft breath warms my earlobe as he whispers, "Touch me, baby." My hands move over his rigid back. The muscles are tight and make small hills all over his back. I let my hands move fluidly over it, memorizing each peak and valley. Pulling my right leg up, I graze his side with my knee, run my heel over the small of my back and rest it there, then do the same with my other leg. My legs wrap tight around him as I arch up to him. Baby, you feel like home. I am your home, I say. My eyes open, as I did not know I was going to say anything at all. How the heck do these things just come slipping out of my mouth? Does my heart have more control than my brain? I know I have to keep some of my guard up with this man. I know what he is capable of. I know he can make me think he has changed when he really has not. What is wrong with me? You are mine, he tells me as his eyes hold me. Never will another man touch you. Do you understand me? I nod and try to catch my breath. I want to hear you say it. I am yours, Jason. Only yours. There goes my mouth again, talking straight from the heart. And I am only yours, Britt. Only yours forever, he says, then closes his eyes. My heart is thumping steadily, trying to tell my brain, see, I told you he loved us. My brain is numb, and kind of in shock that my heart has gained so much control. Only one thought comes from my brain, I hope you are right.
Chapter 8. Jason.
The plane ride to Bora Bora was very, very nice. I think Brittany is letting her walls come down with me. I see a shine in her eyes that was not there before. Lying on the front porch of our bungalow, looking at the moon as it reflects off the clear water, I have my arm wrapped around her and venture into a subject that might upset her a little, but I have to go there. I kiss the side of her head as she is gazing up at the night sky and say, I do not know if this is a good time to bring this up or not, but I could not help thinking about the fact that we have been intimate without protection 3 times now. Only the one time, Jason. The first time. The last 2 times I have used protection. It is an insert thing. A spermicide. She continues to look up at the sky instead of at me. Caressing her cheek, I turn her to look at me. You did not want to tell me that? I did not think it mattered. But if you want to know all things birth control-wise, I did not take that morning after pill. Thank you, I say, then kiss her lips. And just so you know, you do not need to use any more spermicides either. I am going to marry you next week. We are going to Vegas, and I am going to fly our families in for it. Then you can pick a place to go for a month-long honeymoon. She looks at me for the longest time. I can see her wheels spinning, but nothing is coming out of her mouth. Until she says, we will see. I do not know what it is with her. What do you mean by that? We are getting along better than I ever even imagined possible. We will see is not a thing to say. She cocks her head a bit, and her expression goes into her stubborn face. You have not asked me once to marry you. You have told me we are getting married, but never asked. And I see no ring. So let that go. I look up at the sky and say, I am not letting it go. As far as asking you to marry you, I see no need. At this point, you would only tell me no. And as far as a ring goes, I thought we could pick out a nice wedding set in Vegas. You are right. I would tell you no at this point. 3 days into our relationship is too soon to decide something so important. She looks up at the sky too. I catch her smiling out of the corner of my eye, and hate that she thinks she has won this little controversy. Britt, we are 3 years and 3 days into this relationship with a brief 6-year hiatus in between times. That is how I look at it. Well, you are crazy. She looks at me with a smile. I do love you though. And I do think this is amazing, what we have going on. I will admit that to you. But the marriage thing, in my mind, is permanent. I sit up, and pull her to sit up with me. The way the moonlight catches the golden strands in her dark hair is beautiful, and I hope our daughters all have her hair. I run my hand through it, and pull a chunk up to smell it. The coconut and brown sugar shampoo the bungalow came with smells amazing in her hair. When I look into her eyes, I can see the brilliant blue water reflecting in them, mixing with the green of her eyes. It is magical. Marriage is permanent in my mind too. I want that with you. I want security, permanence. I want it all, Britt. I do not want the insecurity of knowing you could decide to walk away at any moment and that I would be powerless to stop you. So you want power over me. Is that what you are saying? She bites her bottom lip when she is done talking, and I see the nervousness boiling inside her. Taking her by the shoulders, I try to ease her nerves. I do not want power over you. Maybe the way I am saying things is all wrong. Look, here's the bottom line. I want a life with you, not with anyone else. I have had plenty of other women, and none compare to you. None hold my attention the way you do. None fit me the way you do. None make me crazier and happier than you do. I want you, and I want the security of marriage to keep us in line. You know, you and I both have a lot of money now. It would be smart to draw up a prenup. If one of us was to have an affair, and there was no prenup, the other could end up with half or more of their money. She searches my eyes for what I know is fear. I laugh. I am not going to cheat, and I would do anything to protect what we have, so we are safe as far as that is concerned. She is moving around to sit in a cross-legged position, wearing only the tiny red two-piece bathing suit she put on when we first got here, and I find it hard not to center my attention on her, but I try to keep looking at her face. Along with a very fast marriage would be a baby, as soon as possible too, huh? I move my hands up her arms, loving how her skin feels so soft and cool. I want you to have my babies, Brittany. I want to see your belly all round, with my baby inside of you. I want to hold your hand when you bring him or her into this world, and I want to see your face when you lay your eyes on what our love made for the very first time. One tear rolls down her cheek. I take my thumb and wipe it away. You make it sound beautiful, Jason. It is. I kiss her cheek. It is the number one thing I see when I look at you and think of life with you. I know you will be an amazing wife and mother, and I want to get to that already. I do not want to introduce you as my girlfriend. I want everyone to know you are mine. My wife. The way she looks at me has me thinking she has this internal war going on, her heart against her brain. I know I hurt her when we were young, and I wish I could go back in time and change it all. Her lips quirk up into a half smile. That would be something, would not it? She looks up, then back at me. Maybe offering up a prayer. I will let you know, at the end of the week, what my decision is. I almost tell her no, that it is not all up to her. But something inside of me tells me to stay quiet, or I will really upset her. I cannot treat her the way I did when we were young. I kind of bossed her around a lot. I did not realize it until I really looked back at us back then. I have to allow her to be the grown woman she has become. As hard as it is, I have to let her make her own decision about her part in this. I am so used to forcing things with her. Forcing her to forgive me for my indiscretions. Forcing her to let me kiss her and make everything better between us. I cannot force her to marry me. That would be wrong on so many levels. So I sit and look back at her and nod. Okay. That is better than nothing, I suppose. And to make this a bit more official, I move around and get on both knees and take her left hand in mine. Brittany Caldwell, will you marry me? I hold up my hand. Do not answer me right now. I wink at her. Take a few days to think about it. She laughs and pushes at my shoulders. You are goofy now, Jason. She looks out over the water. Want to get in? I nod, and we get up and take the stairs into the warm water. She moves into my arms as we go into the deeper water. The underwater lights keep things lit up, and tiny fish move around looking for something to eat. How about a snorkeling trip tomorrow? I ask her. Her dark brows rise and she looks excited. I think that would be so cool. Tell me how in the world we could top this trip for a honeymoon, Jason. Good, she is thinking about that. How about something totally opposite, like somewhere snowy and secluded, like a mountain cabin in, say, Switzerland? I find her eyes lighting up. That does sound romantic. She kisses me. When did you get so romantic? The day you came back into my life. I kiss her again with a soft kiss. She wraps her body around me and holds me tight to her. I can feel her letting me in. I get a little deeper into her heart all the time. It would be nice to have the power to erase certain memories. The one where she caught me in my truck with that woman would be the first to go. As I kiss her, my mind loops around to why I have done what I have done with my life. I feel as if I have wasted a lot of years on meaningless connections, pretending what we had was real. What purpose did that even serve? When I am with Brittany, all of the feelings are real. They always have been. I was like an actor in some play with all the rest of the women, going through the motions without any real connection. And now, I wonder how the truth is going to affect them all. Will finding out I am married to someone do something awful to them? Will it break something in them like I broke something in Brittany? Britt pulls her mouth away and looks at me with concern. What is wrong? You could sense that, baby, I ask, as I had no idea I was doing a thing in the world to show my inner conflict as I kissed her. Yes. She runs her hands over my shoulders and wraps her legs around my waist as we float in the water. So tell me, what has you feeling tense? I really do not want to talk about it right now. This is not the time. I do not know why it even went through my head. I move to kiss her again. She leans back and shakes her head. No, talk to me. With a sigh, I say, I am feeling bad for how I have been living and the hurt I am about to cause a bunch of women. Her body goes tense. You can keep on living that life if you want, Jason. Only I will not be a part of that life. I am not even thinking that way. You are reading it all wrong. I am only feeling bad that I did things that are going to cause other people pain, and I hope none of it is as extensive as the pain I caused you. I pull her to me and try to kiss her again. She shakes me off again. Do they all think you love them? I told them the words. But truth be told, more than one of them has accused me of not loving them. When those kinds of things get brought up, though, I suddenly have to leave town. I look at her to see if there is any kind of compassion in her eyes, and only see anger building. You have told them all that you love them. So those words flow out of your mouth very easily then. How am I to believe you mean them with me? My mouth seems to get me into more arguments.
Chapter 9. Brittany.
The walls start coming back up fast as I look at Jason and realize he has become very adept at making women think he loves them. How many women have you told that you wanted them to have your babies, Jason? I try to get away from him, but he holds me tight. Do not, Britt. He looks at me with hurt in his eyes, but I am sure he has learned how to use that look to end many an argument. How many? I ask again as I stop squirming and look very hard into his eyes. I wish I had a lie detector for this man. None. Not anyone. Goodness, baby. I did not even want kids or to settle down until I saw your face again. That is the truth. Now, can you stop jumping to terrible conclusions? It is kind of exhausting. Exhausting. Oh, now I am really mad. Let me go. He eases his grip on me, but does not let me go until I pull my leg back like I am about to give him a knee to a very sensitive place. Then he lets me go, and I turn away from him and start making my way back to the stairs to go inside. He can sleep outside on the porch for all I care. But knowing Jason, he will find some woman on vacation here and sleep in her comfortable bed for the night. Britt, stop, he calls out to me. Really, stop. Look ahead of you. A man and woman walk out onto their deck not too far from me, and they point to a place ahead of me. The woman says in a very calm voice, "You should slowly come this way." Then I see it, a large fin in the water, and it is coming toward me. I am frozen as I watch it coming at me. Not very fast, but straight at me. Hands move over my waist and I am hoisted up and thrown over a shoulder. A broad shoulder. Jason's shoulder. My body is out of the water entirely as he moves toward the stairs to the other couple's bungalow. The fin is still coming right at us, and then I cry out as another fin pops up next to it. Hurry. There is another one. I think they are nurse sharks, the lady says. I do not care what kind they are. They have teeth. Lots of teeth, and they seem to be interested in us. Just as Jason climbs up on the first step, I see the faces of the sharks. He gets up 3 more, and I see them swim right where we just got out of the water at the bottom of the stairs. He gets to the top and puts me down and wraps his arms around my shaking body. "Are you okay, honey?" he asks me. I nod, but I am kind of not okay. I am kind of shaken up. And I am kind of really glad he is here, holding me tight, and I feel safe. The woman says, "I do not think they meant to hurt you. Just curious creatures, really." Jason laughs a little. He lets me go and turns me around so I can see the sharks from up higher and much safer distance. I watch them swimming around the lagoon, and I guess they do seem curious. "How big would you say they are?" I ask. The lady answers, "The male is about 5 feet and the female next to him is about 4 feet. Nothing huge in shark terms." "I think they look about 10 feet long," I say and wrap my arms back around Jason. "Let us go inside." We start to walk away and the woman says, "Nighttime is when they feed. It is not a good idea to be in the water after dark." Jason looks back at her. "Yes, we will not be making that mistake again. Good night." The other couple goes back inside as we walk over to our bungalow and go inside. Later, after the door closes behind us, the tension from the argument and the scare with the sharks melts away. Jason looks at me with such intensity that my breath catches. He pulls me close and we give ourselves to the moment, losing ourselves in each other until the world outside fades completely. What follows needs no words, only the quiet dark and each other. Afterward, lying tangled together, I think the sounds, smells, and emotions will reside in my brain forever. Every time with Jason is memorable. Through the 3 years we were together, we shared countless intimate moments. All have parts in my memory bank. Maybe what we have is real. Maybe I am being too hard on the guy. Maybe I need to lighten up. His arms stay around me as he whispers, "I am about to fill you with hope for our future." His words make me want to laugh, but his demeanor makes me feel so drawn to him. It seems this guy is determined to build a life with me. I am tired of resisting. "Do it. Let us have a baby." The sound he makes is one of joy mixed with deep emotion, and the next thing I know, we are both swept away in the intensity of the moment. Light seems to come from him as I look at him. My head is kind of loopy, like I am a little drunk, I assume, because I am shutting my brain down. No more thinking. It is done. I cannot take any of it back. Then it hits me. He cannot take anything he has done back either. And I find myself being a hypocrite again. I really need to stop doing things like that. Running my hands all over his cheeks, I pull him to me and pepper little kisses all over his face. "I am sorry. I am so sorry, baby. I am being unfair. A complete mess. Help me stop being this untrusting person I have become. Help me, baby." Laying his body gently on top of mine, he presses me into the soft bed. "No need to apologize, weak cakes. I understand. But the past needs to stay where it is. From here on out, we need to look forward, never back." I nod and nuzzle his neck. "I love you, Jason." "I love you," he says, then kisses the top of my head. He rolls over, keeping me in his arms and on top of him for a moment longer. I slip to one side and he sighs softly as we separate. "You cannot stay like that forever," I tease him. "Please," he says with a chuckle. His arm tightens as he hugs me. "Brittany, if we can get past this hump, we can get past anything, girl." I trace slow circles over his defined chest. "We are going to get over this. We have to. And just so you know, I have changed a lot. By that I mean that from this point forward, I am not going to be that girl who cried and ran away when things got hard. I am going to be the woman who stands strong and fights for what matters. Just so you know." He chuckles again. "Then we are on the same page. I am with you on that. I will fight the world for you, baby. I sure hope you do not make me, but I will if I have to." Is this really healthy? I ask him as I look up at him. He shrugs. "I do not know. I just know what I feel for you is fierce. It has a power of its own. It took me over completely by surprise. It runs through my veins and seems to have its own agenda. and I do not think I could stop it if I tried. Which I am not going to do. That is how I feel too. I feel like some other power has taken me over. I keep wanting to say it is you who is taking me over, but the truth is it is so much stronger than a mere person. I let out a sigh. Then we both say, it is magic. We both laugh, and then I let that final piece of doubt go. It does not matter if this does not last. I need to enjoy this, for what it is anyway. Amazing, awesome love. Pure love. What if he hurts me again? What if he is only telling me what I want to hear? What if he leaves me? What if he starts a family with me, and then walks away? What if something happens to him? I let all of those go out of my mind for good. The truth is, anything could happen. Goodness forbid, Jason was taken from me tomorrow by a freak accident. Or I was taken from him, say a shark got me. If that happened, we would know we had love in our lives and it was not a mistake. None of this is a mistake. If a baby comes out of it and nothing else, then that is great too. No more what ifs. Jason gives my shoulders a squeeze. What if your parents cannot accept me? I roll my eyes. It seems Jason has a lot of what ifs too. Goodness. They will. I kiss his chest. I will make them be nice to you. Do not even let that worry you. I do not want you to have to make them. I want to win them over on my own. Do not make them accept me. Promise me you will let me do it, he says. Fine. But do not expect them to welcome you with open arms or smiles on their faces. There will only be frowns, and my father might throw a punch at you. He is old, and you will have to let the punch connect so he will not feel worthless. Or I can just tell them I am with you, and they need to get over themselves. I pat his chest and he sighs. With a deep breath he says, okay. You let them know we are together, and there is nothing they can do to stop us, and then I will make them love me. They used to like me, I think. Did they like me, Britt? Or was that all in my mind? Are you kidding? Mom loved you. I think she took what you did harder than I did. I hid most of the trouble from them both. The last one could not be hidden though. Sorry, I say as I look up at him. And Dad liked you a lot too. You can do it. You can get back into their good graces. I have faith in you. With a smile he says, I know you do. I can see it in your eyes. I love you, and I am going to make you happier than you ever dreamed possible. With a kiss, he ends his sentence and I cross my fingers that this is all real and what he is saying will come true. Can things really go right for us?
Chapter 10. Jason.
The last day of our trip has come. Tomorrow we will be going back to the real world, and tonight I am hoping Britt tells me we can fly straight on to Vegas. We have gotten along wonderfully. If she tells me we should wait, I do not know how I will take it. So, in trying to make sure I hear a yes from her, I have had some special things flown in, and am picking them up at the front desk. A few surprises, like my grandparents' antique wedding rings that I had Mom send me. I think that will be sentimental to her, and better than something with no meaning behind it. There are also supposed to be some other things in the package too. I had Donovan get some things I have kept of hers all these years, and I hope that shows her she has always held a special place in my heart. Granted, the special things are a pair of panties, a bra, and one shoe. I lost the other one somewhere along the way, but managed to hold on to those things and a handful of love letters she wrote me back then. I kept them all in a shoebox and forgot I had them in the top of my closet at home. But with grasping at what kind of sentimental things I could use to get her to decide to let me change her name, I recalled those things. As I enter the reception area, I see a tall, thin woman behind the desk. She smiles at me. Hello. What can I help you with today? I was supposed to get a package for Jason Brennan. I hope you have it. We are leaving tomorrow, I say as I look at her hopefully. She nods, and I let out the breath I was holding. She picks it up from behind the desk and taps her long fingers on a note on top. It seems you need to make a phone call to a man named Donovan. She points to a small room off to one side. You can use the courtesy phone in there if you would like, Mr. Brennan. I take my package, and after telling her thank you, I go to make the call and have to wonder what on earth he could have that is so important. It has me feeling nervous, and I hate feeling like this. Especially when I feel so nervous already about what Brittany is going to tell me in a little while. Putting the package down, I pick up the phone and make the call. Finally, Donovan answers the phone. Nice greeting, Donovan. What is up? Are you sitting down? I sit down and say, now I am. Hurry up. You are freaking me out. Then get ready to really lose your mind. A lady showed up at your penthouse, he says. That is no big surprise, Donovan, I say as I let out my breath. Goodness. I am on pins and needles here. The surprise is what she held in her arms. It was a baby, Jason. My wheels slow to a crawl as I try to figure out what on earth that has to do with me. So she said it was yours. Her name is Beatrice. She is from... I interrupt him. She is from New Holland, Texas. I know who she is. Number 26, and that kid is not mine. I never have unprotected relations, and all of my women take oral birth control too. She is lying. She came with an order for you to appear in court in Texas on Wednesday. If you are not there, then she said the judge, who is a dear friend of her family's, will grant her child support from you. So you better make that your next stop. How can she get away with just saying the kid is mine and getting child support? I ask as I hold my head in my hands. I am not sure. I can call your lawyer and have him meet you down there in New Holland for the court date. Do that. Goodness. This messes up everything I had planned, I say with a groan. What did you have planned? He asks. Vegas. I wanted to leave here and go to Vegas and get married to Brittany. Oh man, that stinks. Well, maybe after the hearing you can do that. He sighs. If she will want to marry you after she finds this out. Thanks for the information, Donovan. I guess we will be taking a detour through Texas to straighten this mess out. I hang up and want to confront that lying woman who is trying to mess up my life at the most inopportune time possible for me. The crystal clear water and the cool salty breeze do nothing at all to calm my now extremely frazzled nerves. When I walk up to our bungalow with the package in my hand, Brittany looks up from the book she was lying on a lounge chair on the porch reading. What do you have there, honey buns? She asks me. Taking her hand, I lead her inside as I debate on asking her this right now or telling her about my problem. I settle on asking her first. I need her by my side for the other thing anyway. I hand her the box. Open it. She sits on the little sofa and pulls the brown paper off the package and smiles when she sees the old shoebox, then says, an old pair of Nikes. How thoughtful. Open the box up and hand me the little box on the very top. Then look at the rest of the things. She opens the top and hands me the little jewelry box and smiles as she does. That looks like it has a ring in it. Cannot put anything past you, can I? I chuckle. It is forced, but I fake it for her sake so this can be a great memory for her. It will always have some bad in it for me, but I cannot make that ruin it for her. She pulls out her old bra and smiles. I always wondered where this went. I guess it was left in your truck. I nod and point at the box. There is more. She pulls out the panties and wrinkles her nose. Even these? My goodness, what did I have on when I went back inside my house? She pulls out the one sandal. I left without one shoe too. Was I drunk that night? On me. I lean in and kiss her. And you left both shoes. It was me who lost one sometime or another. I have moved a few times and somehow one has disappeared. She laughs and picks up the letters. All are folded into neat little shapes. You saved all this all these years. The tears start flowing in slow trails over her pink cheeks. I never in a million years thought you would save anything of mine. I loved you. Of course, I kept everything I had to remind me of you, Sugar Britches. I tossed anything that reminded me of you. Every last thing. I moved down on one knee in front of her. That is okay. I do not blame you. I open the small box and show her what is inside. These were my grandparents. They passed away a few years ago. Mom asked me on my 30th birthday if I wanted them. I told her no at that time. I told her I was not getting married. Ever. She laughs and I love the sound. Not ever, huh? Just like me. I take her hand in mine and hold it to my heart. Brittany, I would like to use these rings in our wedding. And I would like to officially ask you to become my wife forever. Do you think that is something you would like to do in the near future? I take out my grandmother's solitaire diamond engagement ring and wait for her answer. After what seems like forever, she speaks. Jason, I would love to become your wife in the very near future. Thank goodness. I say as I breathe out. I take her hand and run the ring up her slender ring finger and find it fits perfectly. What do you know about that, pumpkin? I guess it was meant to be, huh? She asks. Do you think we can really do this, Jason? Do you think we can really be what each other needs for the rest of our lives? I do, I tell her and pull her to kiss me, sealing the deal. Nothing has ever felt more right in my life. And I feel better than I ever have, although there is the heavy burden of what I am up against now. I end the kiss and she looks at the ring and then says, So tomorrow straight to Vegas then? I bite my lip. Well, we have to make a little stop in Texas. In 3 days, I need to be somewhere. It just came up. She pulls the other 2 rings out of the box and holds out my grandfather's gold wedding band. Let us see if his fits you. I hold out my finger and she runs it on and it fits perfectly too. Wow. This really is meant to be, I say. She runs her arms around my neck. Take me to bed and show me how every night of my life will be spent as Mrs. Jason Brennan. I pick her up and carry her to the little bedroom and wonder when the right time is going to be to tell her this pretty bad news. As I am laying her back on the bed, she looks up at me. I cannot wait to tell you that you are going to be a father, Jason. I cannot wait to see the look on your handsome face when you hear those words for the very first time. Interesting, she should say that. Nope, I will not be telling her tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe not ever. Does she really have to know about this?
Game Changer Part 3. Chapter 1. Brittany.
Waking from a deep sleep on the private jet taking us to Texas has me looking into my fiancé's gorgeous blue eyes and wondering how this all happened so fast. It has been 1 week and here I am, engaged and ready to marry this man. Hey beautiful, he murmurs. Did you sleep well? His lips graze my cheek, igniting a slight burn. I guess I have a bit of whisker burn from the stubble on his face, and all the kissing we did before exhaustion overtook us and we fell asleep. I slept like the dead. I am surprised to see you awake. I take his hand and hold it against my chest near my heart. He is back in my heart. All of it. I can feel the comforting sensation of having faith and hope in this man once again. When he slipped the engagement ring on my finger, I let the doubts fly away. There is no room for doubts if this is going to work. And I want this to work more than anything I have ever wanted. I check the time. He turns away from me and gets off the bed. We will be landing in Dallas soon. I will rent a car, and we can stay in Dallas until my meeting on Wednesday. The place I need to go is about 40 minutes away from the east side. You can stay in the hotel while I have the little meeting. Then I will come get you and we can go visit our parents. I turn over on my side and prop my head up on the pillows and watch him going through his suitcase to find something to wear. What is the meeting about? He stops and makes that deer in the headlights face, and I know the meeting may not be a real meeting. His body tenses and every muscle stands out. Oh, nothing really. I am going to take a quick shower. I would ask you to join me, but you distract me and we need to hurry up. The plane should be landing in 20 minutes. I let him get in the shower. Then I get out of bed and go to the bathroom to brush my teeth and look at the tangled mess that is now my hair. You really did a number on my locks, Luscious. I saw that, he says with a chuckle. Medusa does not hold a candle to you. After I rinse out my mouth, I pull the little shower curtain back. I am getting in. Try not to get distracted. He looks me up and down and growls. Too late. With a laugh, I bump him with my hip and knock him over a little so I can get my hair wet. Well, control yourself. I am already going to look less than fantastic when we go inside the airport, and being that this is Dallas, I may run into people I know. Do you have any of your boy toys in Dallas? He asks as he rubs shampoo into his dark hair. All of my men are in New York. I hold out my hand. Would you please put some shampoo in my hand? It is behind you, and if I have to get it myself, I may cause you even more distraction. He obliges me, but has a frown on his face. Let us stop calling them your men and my women, okay? I would like to think I am your only man, and you are my only woman. Great. I like that way of thinking myself. I massage the shampoo into my hair as he rinses his out. So this meeting, what time is it? Early. You know, one of those first thing in the morning things. Maybe over breakfast, I guess. The way his eyes look everywhere but at me has my brain doing flips to get me to see he is up to something. Is it about your app? I bump him again, making him move so I can rinse out my hair. Sure, he says, as if that sounds convincing at all. My app. It is about that. And it is outside of Dallas? I ask as I hold out my hand. Some conditioner, please. He pours some into my palm. Yes. I am done in here. He kisses my nose, then gets out of the shower and away from my questions. I hurry to finish showering and hop out of the shower, wrapping a towel around me, and finding him buttoning up his shirt, already dressed. Would you grab me a bra and panty set, and a little dress, baby? He nods and grabs them out of the suitcase and lays them on the bed. I will be in the cabin. I think there is something to eat in there. I heard some noise a minute ago. You and food, Jason. You have such an appetite. I did have a few hours workout earlier, baby. Geez. And you need to eat too. I have only managed to get about 3 pounds on you, and I wanted to get 10 in this week. Trying to fatten me up so no other men will look at me, Jason? I ask as I pull my panties on. He watches me with his jaw clenched. You are making me nuts. Get dressed. Then we can talk. You are making it very hard to think about anything other than getting you back in that bed. He leaves the room, and I still do not know what he is really going to be doing on Wednesday morning. Maybe it is some kind of surprise for me. I shake that thought off. It most likely has nothing to do with me. It most likely has to do with one of those women he has on his app. And now I am kind of upset, and not in a very great mood any longer. After I dress, I go into the cabin of the jet to find Jason eating some kind of pie. What do you have there? He looks at me with a grin. Apple pie. Come sit with me and let me feed you. I sit next to him, and he places a bite in my mouth. I have decided arguing with him about eating is futile. And food has never tasted so good as when he is placing it in my mouth. Only 3 bites in, and the older woman, who is the stewardess, comes out of a little door. Sorry, I have to put that up. We will be landing in just a few minutes. Take your places and put on your seatbelts, please. Jason gets up, pulling me along behind him. Do not worry. I am getting you something to eat in the airport. You have to be starving. I am not so much hungry as I am curious about his meeting, but he seems more intent on feeding me than letting me in on the true nature of this meeting. Gently pushing me to take the seat next to the window, he leans over and latches my seatbelt. A quick kiss to the top of my head, and he sits down next to me. I realize he cannot get away from me now. So, who is this meeting with? A man, he says as he buckles his own seatbelt. You seem very sketchy about this meeting, Jason. I do not like it. He looks down for a while, then back at me. Britt, can we talk about this at the hotel? It is complicated. I want to tell you. I do. But not here. Okay, pumpkin britches. It is that serious? I ask as a knot forms in my stomach. He merely nods, then takes my hand and kisses it. I will tell you everything once we are all settled in the room. I promise. I cannot help thinking about all the possibilities. And since this thing has stopped us from heading straight out to Vegas, the way he had been planning if I accepted his proposal, I know it has to be serious. He tightens his grip on my hand and tugs it so I will look at him instead of out the window at the black night sky. It is going to be okay. No matter what, it will not affect you and me and what we have. I nod and find I cannot talk, as a lump has lodged in my throat. Deep inside of me, I knew things would not go along as smoothly as I hoped they would. Except for my work, nothing else in my life has ever gone according to plan. I have to ask one more question to try to ease my mind a little. Jason, is this legal trouble or woman trouble? He sits quietly for what I deem too long. A bit of both. I nod again. Do you have a lawyer? I do. He is going to be there. He has already called his lawyer about this. I know it is big now, and I am having a hard time not freaking out. So I look back out the window and try to breathe as I see the lights of Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. It is nearly 11 at night, and I promised my mother I would call when we arrived safely at our destination. I left out that it was going to be Dallas. She thinks I am going back to New York. I let her know I was going to Bora Bora with Jason, and she was none too pleased. I told her we were going away to see if we wanted to get back together, which made her furious. She told me, of course, he could be good for a week, away from all of his women. But I felt something very different with him during that week. I felt a change in the man I used to know. He said the same thing himself. He told me he felt a change in himself he never dreamed he would feel. I am not sure if he has become a brilliant liar or really means it. I am putting my faith in that he really means it. As I sit here and watch the lights getting closer and closer as we descend, I cannot help comparing this to where we are in our lives. On the way to a marriage and family. Just like landing this jet, it is uncertain. I have seen planes crash right as they land. We could too. Jason and I could make it right up to the altar, and everything could go wrong. I do not know how or why, but things could go wrong. I glance back at Jason. He is laying his head back on the headrest with his eyes closed. I know it is not because he is nervous about the landing. I know he is nervous about telling me what this meeting is really about. It is that bad of news that he is nervous about losing me over this. Otherwise, he would have told me about it right away. Instead, he has skirted around it, and that makes me extremely worried. I lay my head back on the headrest too and close my eyes. Seems right now a little prayer would not hurt. Please let things work out for us.
Chapter 2. Jason.
Somewhere inside me, I know Brittany will stay by my side after I tell her this news. But as I sit in this very nice hotel room and look at her as she stares at me, waiting to hear what I have to say, I am paralyzed. Fear has me in its clammy hands and refuses to let me go. Her foot tapping on the cherry wood floor makes me look at it, and she makes a huffing sound. Jason, it has been 10 minutes. You are going to have to bite the bullet and let the words out. But you might leave me, I mutter. She gets up and comes to sit right next to me. Her hand slips over mine, and she pulls it to her lips. Tell me. I will not leave you. I take a deep breath. I feel stronger with her next to me, holding my hand in hers. I have been accused of being the father of a baby. Her eyes move down, then quickly back up to mine. I can see the disappointment behind the green color of her beautiful eyes. You have said that you have always used protection, and you told me that you also made the women you have been with use other birth control too. So how could this have happened? I do not think it is true. I do not think I am the father. This woman has said I am, though. She has a judge who is a family friend and is ready to sue me for child support. I squeeze her hand. But let us just run down this road for a minute. What if I am the father? Would that break our engagement? She looks right into my eyes. No. My insides melt with her one word. No, she will not leave me if the worst happens. Thank you, Angel. You have no idea of the torture I have been putting myself through since I heard this news. I really thought this might be something you could not take. What I cannot take is dishonesty and hiding things from me. I know you were worried about how I would take it, but the fact is, I am more upset with you that you waited so long to tell me. You could have avoided all of that worry if you would have been honest with me from the very beginning. She pulls my hand to her cheek and runs my knuckles over her cheek. I love you. I know you have a past. A very daunting past. I am no fool. I know things will arise now and then that will have to be taken care of. I am not used to being forthcoming, Britt. I have held my cards close to the vest for many years now. Well, always, if I am going to be honest with myself. This new way of living is kind of hard to maintain so quickly. I am sorry. I pull her hand to my lips. She looks at me with a bit of sadness in her eyes. Okay, I forgive you. My bad boy. I do not want to make the same mistakes anymore. And now that you know what I am dealing with, I would like you to come with me to court. I wait, unsure how she will respond. This situation is messy, and I would not blame her if she wanted nothing to do with it. Are you kidding? She says, her voice rising in surprise. Of course I am going with you. If that woman thinks she can push you around, she has another thing coming. Whether that baby is yours or not, she is not going to take advantage of you. Relief washes over me. I pull her into a hug and wrap my arms around her. That is the best thing I could hear, I say. I did not know how you would react to all of this. But now I feel like I finally have someone in my corner. Her hands rest gently on my back. You do, she says softly. I am here for you. Whatever happened in the past, we will deal with it together. My heart pounds as I realize how much she has grown. The shy girl I once knew is gone. In her place stands someone strong, someone fearless. She presses a light kiss against my cheek before meeting my eyes again. We are both wrapped in the white hotel robes from the bathroom, having changed after a long day. She gently nudges me back onto the sofa and sits beside me. Still love me? I ask with a small smile. She nods without hesitation. More than ever. She traces small circles on my arm while humming quietly, and the warmth between us feels easy and natural. I laugh softly. Let me show you how much I care about you. She leans closer, smiling as I wrap my arms around her again. We share a long, quiet kiss that feels less like passion and more like reassurance. For a moment, we simply hold each other. Eventually, I stand and take her hand. Come on, I say. Let us go to the bedroom. We should get some rest. She laughs as she follows me, wrapping her arms around my shoulders as we walk. Sorry, I say when I bump lightly into the wall on the way. She giggles. Do not worry about it. When we reach the bed, we sit together, still close. She runs her fingers across my chest thoughtfully. I want you to hold me for a while, she says quietly. Leaving you the way I did before, it led us both down difficult paths. I look into her eyes. Britt, I am not blaming you for that. I made mistakes too. I know, she says, her voice soft. But I want to be honest with you. I made choices when I was younger because I was angry and hurt. I rest my forehead gently against hers. You do not have to explain everything tonight, I say. What matters is that we are here now. Her eyes fill with tears. I was foolish, she whispers. Please tell me I am not making another mistake by trusting you again. You are not, I say firmly. I love you, and I am not going to ruin this again. I kiss her gently, tasting the salt of her tears. I will spend the rest of my life making up for the ways I hurt you, I add quietly. And I will never judge you for anything that happened back then. She rests her head against my shoulder, breathing slowly as she calms. Thank you, she says. I just want to be honest with you now. I want us to start fresh. We will, I promise. You and I can build something good together. I help her lie down and sit beside her on the bed. She opens her arms and I settle next to her, holding her close. Help me feel like myself again, she says softly. I brush her hair away from her face. We will figure everything out together. I kiss her gently, and she relaxes in my arms. As we lie there, I cannot stop thinking about how much my past choices affected her. I never meant to hurt anyone, but now I see the consequences clearly. Ending things with the other women in my life will not be easy, but it is something I know I have to do. I kiss her forehead and hold her closer. Jason, she whispers, no one has ever cared about me the way you do. I look down at her. And I will keep caring for you for the rest of my life. She smiles and touches my cheek. And I will be here too. We lie there quietly, the tension that once surrounded us finally beginning to fade. If she lets me, I will cherish this woman for the rest of my days.
Chapter 3. Brittany.
The morning is foggy, as is my brain, as we walk into the courthouse in New Holland. A tall, older man is waiting just inside the double doors. Hello, Jason. Jason nods. Hi, Jackson, thank you for meeting me here. This is my fiancée, Brittany. The older man raises his silver eyebrows as he looks at me. Fiancée. Yes, sir, I say as I reach out to shake his hand. As of only a few days ago. When is the wedding? He asks. I shrug and Jason speaks up, as soon as this matter is dealt with. The attorney leads us upstairs. Beatrice Simmons is suing you for child support for her 3-month-old son, Morgan Brennan. We stop on the top step as Jason asks, how in the world was she able to give him my last name? She filled in the birth certificate with more than that. She put your name as the father too. She said you were out of the country when the baby was born, and that you gave her permission to do that, the attorney tells him. Were you aware of the pregnancy, Jason? He shakes his head. Not at all. It has been about a year since I have seen her. I have talked to her on the phone some, but I have been telling her I was in Brazil on business. The attorney runs his hand over his face, which has gone ashen. Jason, what does this woman think you do for a living? She thinks I am in the import-export business. Jason looks at me with a blank expression. Are you ready to hear me tell some difficult truths? The attorney shakes his head. No more deception, Jason. The truth comes out today. End of story. But she is not telling the truth either, Jason says as the attorney walks forward and we follow. She is not my client. You are. No more deception, Jason. He pushes a door open, and there sits an older woman judge behind a very clean desk. On the other side of the desk sits a dark-haired woman with brown eyes. She is a little chubby, and looks right at Jason as we go into the room. She stands up and walks toward him. The attorney gets between them. No physical contact is going to be allowed, Miss Simmons. She looks a little sad but nods and sits down. Hello, Jason. I am sorry about this. If you had come around, then you would have known more. Beatrice, this. Jason says, but his attorney turns back to him and raises his hand to stop him from talking. A couple of chairs are pulled up, and we sit together on one end of the desk, while the accuser sits alone on the other end of it. She looks down, and I can see where she has been biting her nails. She seems not completely unreasonable, so I do not know why she would be doing this if she did not honestly think Jason was the father of her son. The judge clears her throat and we all look at her. The nameplate on her desk says Judge Staples. Her deep black hair is dyed, as her wrinkles indicate she is probably 70 or so. Far past retirement. I am not sure why she is still allowed to be a judge. But the town is small, so maybe they let them be judges as long as their minds hold up. I hope this woman has a mind that still works. Hello. I am Judge Staples, and we are here today in the matter of child support for Morgan Brennan, the son of Beatrice Simmons and Jason Brennan. The lawyer interjects, my client has viable concerns he is not the father of this child. Furthermore, he was never told of a pregnancy, and never approved of his name being used on the birth certificate or the child carrying his surname. These are things we will attend to today, Your Honor. The judge looks at Beatrice, who looks a little pale. You assured me this man was aware of a pregnancy, Miss Simmons. He was, Judge. I swear it, she says, but she will not look at Jason, so I have my doubts. Look, Judge, Jason says as he leans forward, taking the woman's attention. Here is the deal. I always use protection, and Miss Simmons assured me she was on oral birth control. I cannot be the father. The judge gives him a smile. Stranger things have happened, Mr. Brennan. Do you admit to having been intimate with Miss Simmons during the time she became pregnant? Jason gets out his phone and taps it a few times, then turns it around to show the judge. That date right there is the last time she and I were intimate. He looks around his lawyer at Beatrice. That date is a good month before you were pregnant, if that baby is 3 months old. Beatrice nods. This is true. But it was not through regular intimacy that I got pregnant. It was through in vitro fertilization. Jason's eyebrows go so far up they get lost in his dark hairline. He looks at the judge and asks, is that legal? I did not know about that. Nor would I have ever approved of it. The judge takes a deep breath and looks at Beatrice. Did you do that behind Mr. Brennan's back? Beatrice nods. But we were in a monogamous relationship. He was out of the country so much with his job that we did not get to really discuss things. I am 34, and I found myself worrying about never having a child. So I did something some people might find dishonest. I am a nurse, you see. I know how to keep certain biological material, and I kept 3 samples from our time together. I took it to the clinic and had it stored. Jason makes a low sound of frustration. How could you do that? Beatrice looks upset, and who could blame her? But also, who could blame Jason? And now I think there is about a 100% chance this baby is his. Now I find myself breaking out into a sweat. This woman may be a part of my life if I do marry Jason. I may help in raising their son. I do not know how I feel about all of that. It was me who was going to give him his children. It was me who would be co-parenting with him. Now this woman is going to be a part of that, and it makes me uneasy. Beatrice looks up and has tears rolling down her cheeks as she looks at Jason. I am sorry, honey. I just wanted a baby so badly. You were never at home. We could never talk about it. All the hairs on my body stand on end. I grip Jason's hand and whisper, home? You two had a home together? Beatrice looks at me. Who are you? I hold up my left hand and wiggle my ring finger. I am his fiancé. Her mouth hangs open as she looks at Jason. How could you do this to me? He shakes his head and looks at me. I will explain things to you later. Beatrice shakes her head. How about I do the explaining so the judge and your new woman can clearly understand what you and I have? You see, Jason and I met at a nightclub in Dallas. I had an immediate attraction to him, and we hit it off right away. I lived in a tiny apartment, and after 3 nights together, he bought us a home. A very nice 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom home in a very nice subdivision. He bought me a Mercedes, which sits in our 4-car garage right next to his tall black pickup truck. My heart stops beating. I look at Jason, who just keeps running his hand over his face. Maybe it is time to tell her the truth, Jason, I whisper. His attorney nods. Time to come clean, Jason. Beatrice looks shocked. The truth? But I do not understand any of this, Jason. You and I were going to get married one day. You told me that. He nods and looks at her. Look, I am sorry about all of this. I never meant to hurt anyone. I swear that. You see, I was not honest with you, B. I never went out of the country to work. I went to see other women. I have 47 other women who think I am in monogamous relationships with them. I watch the poor woman crumple into a heap as she lays her head on the desk in front of her. That many? How? His lips quirk up into a half smile. With the help of this little app I invented. The polyamory handler. It is for people who like to have relationships. Only they want to have them with a lot of different people. He acts as if that should explain away everything. As in that life we had, B. Yes, that was all a misunderstanding. I feel very sick. My stomach is churning, and I am pretty sure I am about to be ill. I get up and Jason holds my hand tight. I jerk it free. I have to go to the bathroom. He lets my hand go. Okay. I run out of the room and down the hallway until I see the restroom and dart into it. Breathing hard, I look into the mirror as I run the water. Trying hard not to be ill, I keep thinking to myself that I am here to help the man I love. But my goodness, this man has gotten himself into a tremendous mess. The door opens and in comes Beatrice. She goes straight into the first bathroom stall and I hear her becoming ill. I cannot blame her one bit. I decide I had better leave before she tries to talk to me. I find Jason standing in the hallway. I fight the urge to run past him and leave him alone to deal with what he has brought upon himself. But as I look at his fallen face, I feel only sorrow for him. I do not understand how I feel that way for someone who has done such things, but I do feel it. I turn back as I hear the bathroom door open and see Beatrice stagger out. Taking Jason's hand, I say, "Should you not talk to her a little?" He shakes his head as Beatrice comes up to us. I cannot believe you are going to put me through further embarrassment by making me get a DNA test, Jason. Have you not humiliated me enough? It is nothing personal. I just need to be sure, he says as he grips my hand tight in his. What am I supposed to do with the house and the car? She shakes her head and looks like complete misery. My heart goes out to her. Do I need to find another place for me and our son to live? I look at Jason. Give her the house and the cars. Give her all the things she has made a life with. You owe her that much at the very least, Jason. How in the world are you still with him after what you just heard, lady? She asks me in astonishment. He and I have a very different relationship. It goes back to the very beginning. I do not expect anyone to understand. And if this baby is his, I want you to know we will treat him the same way we are going to treat our own children, even though I do not condone what you did. That was not a thing anyone should do without the other party's knowledge and agreement. A short laugh comes out of her. Ha! You will not be seeing my son. Not ever. All I want from him is money. He needs to stay far away from me and my son now that I know the truth. Jason nods and I shake my head. No, ma'am. That is not how things will go at all. You made a mistake by doing what you did. Jason did too, but that child will not pay for any mistakes the two of you made. Jason will see the boy, and he will be a parent to him. Like it or not, that is the way it is going to be. The woman looks me up and down.
You are an idiot.
She storms off, and I am left standing here holding Jason's hand as he looks at the floor. What kind of mess have I gotten myself into?
Chapter 4. Jason.
Walking out of the clinic where I had them draw my blood, to get the most accurate DNA test possible, I hold tight to Brittany's hand. You are amazing, you know. She looks at me underneath a mop of hair that has fallen over her face. I think she is wearing it down and loose to hide her expressions from me. I can tell so many things are going through her head with all she has found out. I am not. I am committed to you now. When I commit, I do it all the way. I open the door of the rental car and let her get inside. Then I make my way around to slide in behind the driver's seat. Taking her hand again, as soon as I start the car, I ask, "Hungry?" She shakes her head. The girl is never hungry, so I head toward a place to eat anyway. I am sure all the revelations today did not help her poor appetite. She turns to look at me. "How many of those women did you buy homes and cars for?" I hand her my phone. "Look through the app. It will tell you everything. It keeps track of that stuff. I would surely be leaving out something if I told you." She takes the phone and starts looking at my life in that little app. It is the way I have made my fortune, and the way I have kept track of my relationships. As she looks all through it, she makes various faces and does not once look at me. I think she is pretty disgusted with me, and I hope she can get over that. If not, then I will have lost her too. After a good while of her searching through what has been a huge secret, she finally looks at me. "You should sell this app to the FBI or the CIA. They could use it for good, instead of the way you have designed it." Evil. That is kind of harsh, Britt. Let me tell you what harsh is, Jason. Harsh is allowing people to think something when it is not even close to being true. You have done a few smart things that should help you from getting sued. You made sure the things you bought were put in only the women's names, so they will be able to keep those things. "I do have some personal things at each place," I say as I pull into a little cafe. "Forget about them. Once you tell them all the truth, those things will be history, believe me." I park the car and get out. She is out before I can open her door, and I am not real happy about that. She usually lets me get the door for her. As we get to the door of the cafe, she reaches out to open it. "I got it, pumpkin." She waits and lets me open it, but does not look at me. I know she is reeling from everything. I do not know what I expected her to feel like when she found out the murky depths of things. We sit down in a booth, and I slide in next to her, keeping our legs touching. I feel like I need to maintain physical contact with her, or she will forget how much I love her, and want this complicated life with all the others to end. The waitress brings us a couple of glasses of water and the menus. "Hey Shugs. What can I get you two to drink?" Before I can say a word, Britt answers, "I need a scotch on the rocks." "Bring 2 of those for me, please." The waitress laughs. "Sure thing, sweetie. And for you, sir?" "I will have a sweet iced tea. And can you bring us an appetizer, a combination of the best ones, please?" She nods and leaves us alone in the little cafe, which only has 3 other people in it. Taking Britt's hand, I pull it up and kiss it. She looks at me with no smile on her beautiful face. "I am really sorry for acting this way. I am trying my best to be here for you. You have just been into some things I feel are really mean and selfish. I know it looks that way. I do. But you have no idea how hard most of those women came on to me. It is kind of like they were not taking no for an answer, and instead of breaking their hearts, I gave them a little of what they wanted. But I know it was wrong, and I know I did it to avoid confrontation." "And you know you need therapy, right?" she asks. Her words kind of stun me, even though they should not. "I suppose I do. And I have a little more to tell you about things. Jackson, my attorney, told me that we should not get married until we have this child support thing settled. Otherwise, they will use your money too in order to decide what I need to pay. We do not want that to happen. It is for the best anyway," she says. I freeze, then run my arm around her. "For the best." The drinks come, along with a plate of a bunch of fried items and a bowl of ranch dressing. The waitress places the things on the table. "So, what can I get you two to eat?" "I am not hungry," Brittany says. "Bring us a couple of chicken fried steaks with mashed potatoes and gravy, please." I look at Britt. You are eating. The waitress nods and walks away. Brittany takes a long drink of the scotch and sighs. Life is weird, huh? I guess so, I say as I pick up a chunk of fried something and dip it, then pop it into my mouth. It is chicken, so I pick up another and dip it, then hold it to her lips. I am not, she says, but I pop it in anyway. She chews and glares at me, then takes another drink. I am not about to let her mood affect her eating. With a smile, I say, "You are going to eat, Skinny Minnie." With no hesitation, I pop another piece of chicken into her mouth as soon as she swallows the alcohol, which I would rather her not have any of at all. The way she is acting has me worried. Jason, I can eat on my own. I am just not hungry, and this is sitting on my stomach all wrong, she says as she goes to grab her nearly empty glass of scotch. I intercept her, taking the alcohol away and moving the other glass of it as well. Here, have some of my tea. I am sure it is the scotch affecting your stomach, not the food. You should not be drinking anyway. We did not drink at all since we made the decision to try to have a baby. You know that? Yeah, about that. I do not think that is a good idea anymore. With this hanging over your head. She sips my tea and looks past me, out the large window behind me. Oh no. She is coming in here, and she has the baby. I turn to see who she is talking about, and cross my fingers it is not Beatrice. But my fears are confirmed, as I see it is her. I doubt she realizes we are in here. Brittany looks sick. Darn it. I have to go to the bathroom. She gets up and hurries to the bathroom. Beatrice does not see me, or seem to notice the quickly moving Brittany as she makes her way to the restroom. Instead, B goes to the counter. I ordered a to-go plate, she tells our waitress, who went to the cashier station. Yeah, we have it in the back, B. I will tell Johnny you are here. The waitress leaves the counter and walks back to the kitchen. I can barely hear Beatrice as she says what sounds like, "You want to see Daddy?" She pulls the little blanket back off the baby who is lying in a car seat. She is so focused on the baby, she has not even looked around the little cafe once. A man comes out of the kitchen, wiping his hands on a white towel hung over an apron around his waist. His dark hair is covered with a hairnet, and his white t-shirt has grease stains all over it. "Hey baby," he says as he goes toward B and the baby. She pulls the tiny baby out of the car seat. The guy kisses her cheek, then takes the baby. "How is Daddy's little soldier?" He kisses the baby on the forehead, then cuddles him. "How was court?" She looks kind of grim. "He is making me do a DNA test. This might not work the way we wanted it to." The sound of the bathroom door opening has me turning back to find Brittany coming out of it, and I pray B will not look that way and see her. I move to the other side of the booth, so my back is to B, and we will be less likely to be seen. With a wave to Brit, she follows my lead and sits on the side I have moved to. She whispers, "What is up with that man holding the baby?" "Listen," I whisper back. "Seems he is the daddy." Her eyes go wide, as we put our heads together and try to hear them talking. Our waitress comes out of the kitchen, carrying our plates. She brings them over and says, "Here you two go." "Anything else?" I shake my head, and she places the plates in front of us, then leaves. Looking over my shoulder, I see her going straight up to B and the man who she obviously is having some kind of relationship with. "Okay, so tell me how it went today. Did you manage to get anything out of Moneybags?" the waitress asks. "No, Donna," B answers. "He is making me get a DNA test. And like I told Johnny, it is a rare chance the in vitro fertilization is what made me pregnant since he and I were having relations at that time. I suppose there is a 50-50 chance Moneybags is the father. No matter what, I get to keep the house and the cars." Johnny makes a little hissing sound as he says, "Yes. I get to keep the truck." "You do, baby." His very bossy girlfriend, fiancé, made him give me those things. I could see she was kind of sick about what he has been doing. "I am just glad you came along, Johnny, and showed me what the jerk was really doing. I guess you finding that app was a godsend." You know, he told me he has 40-something other women he is doing the same thing to? My goodness, the waitress says. How in the world? I do not know or care. I just want restitution for the time I put into his lying, cheating ways, B says. Johnny clears his throat. B, you were not exactly a saint. Well, he does not know that, she says with a laugh. I am seeing red, and not because of any jealousy either. This woman merely wants money, and now I will be darned if she gets any. Britt's hand moves over my leg as she mouths, I am so sorry, baby. I rest my forehead against hers. Thank you. You do not know what it means to me to have you in my corner, Britt. When can I come back home, B? The man asks her. Today. I do not see how he can say a thing about that. He is marrying someone else anyway, she says. Looking into Brittany's eyes, I whisper, I am marrying you, and I really give less than 2 hoots about that man and B. A smile moves over Britt's beautiful face. I think we should make ourselves known, but not say a word about hearing anything. What do you say? She looks at the food on the plates and points at the gelatinous gravy. That stuff is not going into my mouth, anyway. I nod, and we get up and head toward the counter to pay the bill. Beatrice looks at me as we walk up, and she goes pale as a ghost. Jason.
Chapter 5. Brittany.
The look on Beatrice's face is priceless as her mouth hangs open. The man holding the baby nearly falls down. This is him? He asks. Jason nods. I am him. Is that the baby? Mind if I hold him? I look at Jason, not sure about what he is doing, but go along with him. The guy looks at Beatrice. Do I let him? She looks shell-shocked, so I answer, she told him he was the father, so I think you should. My bossy tone has him handing the baby to Jason, who takes the tiny thing and looks at him. The baby has dark hair, but so do both men who could be the father of this poor kid. But as the baby moves around a little, waking up, he opens his eyes and I see they are brown too. Both Beatrice and the other guy have brown eyes, so that gives me a little hope this child is not Jason's. Jason notices the eyes too. Ah, he did not get my blue eyes. That is a real shame. He got my eyes, Jason, Beatrice says. He looks like me. Jason shocks me as he nudges me with his shoulder. Want to hold him, baby? You might be a second mother to him, after all. My stomach flip-flops as it is not in me to threaten anyone, especially with their child. No. Once we find out for sure if he is yours, then I will get to know him. Beatrice lets out a sigh of relief, then holds out her arms. It is time for him to eat. Let me have him. Jason hands the baby to her. I guess I will see you back in the judge's chambers when the test comes back. She nods. You will get a call, I guess. I left instructions at the lab to notify me once the results are available. They told me it is typically 2 days. You need to go have his blood drawn too. Then a couple of days after that, we will have the results, he says as he lays a $100 bill on the counter. That should cover our check. He takes my hand and leads me out the door. I lean in and whisper, you handled that very well. As we get outside, he turns to me and kisses my cheek. I did I not? Then a voice calls out behind us, we should talk, Bobby. Jason stops and looks at me. Darn it. I shake my head. Not another one. He nods, and we turn back to see a short woman with a blonde bob smoking a cigarette and walking toward us. I saw you leaving the courthouse earlier and followed you here. I waited just inside the cafe, in the little game room to the side entrance. I heard it all. So is your name Jason or Bobby? Jason, he says with a sigh. I was going to send out messages to everyone later this evening. I have been lying to all of you. All of us? The woman asks as she drops the cigarette and smashes it with her boot. Jason looks at me. Brittany, this is Allison. I nod at the woman, who nods back. Nice to meet you, Allison. I cannot say the same, she says. You see, I just saw this man 3 weeks ago, and it was my understanding that we were a couple. A couple who did not see other people. So when I made a little visit to my hometown and saw him walking with you and holding your hand, well, naturally I was confused. Then I saw this little scene with another woman and a baby. By the way, did you by chance overhear her talking to that other man? He may be the father of that baby too. We did overhear them talking, Jason says. Look, Allison, I am sorry about all of this. I have been living a lie, and I am stopping that. I stopped a week ago when I ran into my first love. My only love, really. I did not mean to hurt any of you. The woman laughs, kind of manically. Hurt me? Do not worry about it. She pulls out her phone and presses a couple of buttons, then hands it to him. She has his app. And there on the screen is a blinking green light. He laughs. So you are a player too, Allison? With a nod, she says, why else would I allow my man to spend a day or two out of the month with me? Of course, I have more men on the side. So no hard feelings then? He asks as he hands her phone back to her. She shakes her head. Nah. It was me who pressed the issue. Jason nods. You were on the aggressive side. So what is up with that woman? She asks. Because I have seen her around. She is about 4 years older than me, but I know her by reputation. A real flirt that one is. Oh yeah, he asks. So is there a chance there is more than me and that man, who could be that baby's father? She nods. I also noticed that she and he drive some very nice cars for a nurse and a fry cook. Are you footing that bill? He nods. The truck is in my name, but the house and the car she drives are in her name. Well, now I am a little upset. You did not buy me a single thing. I look at Jason, who seems kind of uneasy. Well, you did not ask for anything. She asked for those things, she asks him as her hands go to her hips. She did. He looks a little sheepish, and I see the wheels turning in the woman's head. The door opens and out comes Beatrice, without the baby. She shouts, what are you telling him, Allison Gates? Allison spins around. What a flirt you are, Beatrice. You stay out of my business, Beatrice shouts as she comes at Allison with her fists raised, ready to fight. You need to stop this, Jason, I whisper. He nods and moves his body between the two of them. Stop it. There is no reason to fight. It seems we have all been lying. It ends here and now. No one is the victim here. Beatrice's eyes are narrowed at the younger woman. You have been with him too, Allison? Allison laughs and nods. But it seems you have been with him in a few ways. You need to get out of that house he bought and give him back his cars, you money-grubbing woman. Jason seems so out of control of the situation. I feel it necessary to step in. Okay, let us just calm way down. I step up to stand beside Jason. There is a lot to think about. I am sure that each situation can be dealt with as an individual case. And Jason's lawyer will be the one handling that business. The short blonde seems to be much like a banty rooster as she turns to me. And why do you think you get to say anything? I look down at the barely 5-foot young woman and stifle a laugh. Because I seem to be the only one here who actually loves and cares about this man. You two seem to only want things from him. You both are about as aggressive as I have ever seen. Suddenly, I find the women standing next to one another as they look me up and down. Beatrice says, this one here is pretty bossy. I think she needs to wake up about this man. Maybe you and I should let her know what kind of man he is. Jason holds up his hands in surrender. Hey now, let us stop this. We are leaving. Come on, baby. He grabs my hand and we go toward the rental car. Behind us, I can hear both women shouting about how they have been with the man by my side and how he has been with them, and my ears are on fire as he puts me in the car. I know Jason is no innocent in this, but those women are awful. As he gets into the car, I find myself asking, how in the world did you find either of them attractive, Jason? They are such difficult people. He pulls out of the parking lot. I honestly do not know, Brittany. What I have been doing up until I found you again is a real mess in my head. I guess I do need to see a therapist, because I do not know why I have done any of the things I have done. Leaning back and resting my aching head against the headrest, I close my eyes. This is all too much to deal with. These women may all be kind of loose cannons. Is that what I want to deal with for the next couple of years until they move on? He hands me his cell phone. Can you send out a group message to all the women on my app telling them I am sorry? I am a liar and a cheat, and am getting out of their lives for their own good. Then I am getting rid of that phone, which is apparently bugged by at least that one nut job. Taking his phone, I look at it and think about what he has asked of me. Then I look back at him. Do you not think you should write the message, Jason? He shakes his head. Baby, my mind is soup right now. I have finally found exactly what I want, and it is not coming to me as easy as everything else has in my life. It is infuriating, and I do not know how to handle it. I want to take you, marry you, and go back to Bora Bora, where no one knows us. That is kind of running away from your problems. You know that, right? He looks straight ahead. That is my way after all, Britt. Things get tough, I move on. That has always been your problem, Jason. You have to stand up and face things. We could go with what you want, but then you will not learn a thing. You need to face the consequences of your actions. When you get involved with aggressive people, bad things happen. He looks at me with a chuckle. Britt, do you think I have not learned that? I have. I have completely learned my lesson. If something happened to me, let us say I died. Would you be able to keep yourself out of those situations on your own? I ask as I watch his face go tense. First, never talk about you dying. He looks at me as he stops at a stoplight. And yes, I think I could keep myself out of these situations. I never had the want to before you. But even if I lost you, I do not want this kind of life anymore. His hand moves over the top of my leg as his eyes hold mine. I want to believe him so badly. And that alone has me wondering if I am being gullible. I have not been naive and gullible over anyone else since him. I have built up the walls to stop that from happening, but here I am again, just like that 19-year-old girl who placed her hope in this man. He has spun the biggest web of lies I have ever seen. His handsome face seems to be begging me to understand him. Is that all he really has ever needed? Someone who can understand him? Can I understand him? Can anyone understand why he has chosen to make these fake relationships with not one but many women? Jason, if I asked you to take a lie detector test, would you? He glances at me as he pushes on the accelerator, as the light has changed to green. Why would you need me to do that? I have been upfront with you this whole time. I have told you everything. You are the one person I have done that with. How do I know that for sure? And how do I know you are being completely upfront with me now? The hurt in his eyes has my heart pounding. I cannot stand to hurt this man. Being hard and honest with men has never been a problem with me, but with Jason it seems to be so hard it actually hurts me too.
Chapter 6. Jason.
Brittany having doubts in me not only hurts, it upsets me. I cannot understand how you do not see how different I am with you, baby. I see that. She looks out the window and sighs. I am kind of torn about what to believe. You know what? I ask as I find myself speeding down the highway toward our hometown. I will take a lie detector test if that is what you want. I do want you to know I am mad as heck that you do not have any faith in me. But I will do it if it will ease your mind. She looks at me for a while. I cannot make you do that. I do not want to bring distrust into this. You are right. You have been honest with me. I could tell each time you told me things you would have skirted around before that it was hard for you to make yourself do that. Taking her hand, I kiss the top. I love you so much. I doubt you even have a clue to how deep my love is for you. Her lips curve into a smile. I have some idea. Because I love you that much too. With a 2-hour drive ahead of us, the last thing I want is tension hanging in the air. Good. Let us put this to bed for now. For the next couple of days, I do not want to think about any of it. I only want to think about you and me and our future together. So where do you want to live? The frown on her beautiful face has me frowning too. She looks at me with a furrowed brow. Jason, I do not think we should be getting into that just yet. And why not? I ask as my insides heat up with nerves. Because I think we should not get married as fast as we were thinking. She looks at me as she pulls her hand up to bite one of her nails. Stop biting your nails, Britt, I say, as I let go of the one hand I have to take the other away from her mouth. And why should we put our plans on any type of hold, other than waiting for the test results, that is? Because this is not ordinary. She looks away and makes a groan. This is so far from an ordinary situation. And in all honesty, I do not want to see my parents right now. I do not feel up to it. I am going to have to defend you to them, as it is. Goodness forbid that baby is yours, and I have to add that to the pot that is you. Fire rushes through me. Embarrassed of me, Princess Perfect? She shakes her head. No. That is not it at all, Jason. Goodness. You know what? I am sorry I did all I have done. I will deal with my consequences. If you do not want to help me raise that kid if he is mine, then you do not have to. I slam my hand against the steering wheel and notice her cringing. My temper has done it again. I am too mad to even apologize, though. She goes quiet and looks out the window. The tall pine trees zip by in green blurs as I speed down the highway. My pulse is racing and my head is pounding. She does not even want to go to see her family. So now I am wondering why I am rushing to a place it seems neither of us really wants to go. I am taking you to the airport and putting you on a jet back to New York. It seems you would rather be back there than here with me, waiting to find out if I have a burden or not. Do not, Jason. Do not you do that to me. I have a right to be worried about moving too fast into something I have always thought of as permanent. She glares at me, and I think that has been about 3 times today that she has done that to me. I have never even thought of getting married before, at all, Britt. And with you, that is all I can think about. All the time. I want you, like I have never wanted any other person. I have come out of the man I was, and I did that for you. So please, tell me now if you are going to flake on me. I sit and wait to hear her. I trust this woman to be honest with me. She seems to have no problem letting men know her true intentions, after all. Flaking? No, I am not going to be flaking. I am just saying, a lot of things are coming at me very fast. Me too, baby. I know that. I also know that you are very good at making quick decisions that end up being bad ones. She reaches out and takes my right hand off the steering wheel. Holding it to her heart, she says, Jason, I just want to be sure you really can be faithful. Marry me, and give me a reason to be, I say as I look at her. Her eyes go wide as she points. Jason, watch the road. The tail lights of the truck in front of me are red as it comes to a complete stop in front of me. Slamming on the brakes, I manage to come to a stop, millimeters away from the huge bumper that would have surely turned this little car into rubble. What in the world? I shout. Jason, there is a wreck, she says as she opens the car door and jumps out, running at full speed. I put the car in park and find my entire body shaking as I run after her. What are you doing? We have to help, she calls out over her shoulder. My eyes catch a pool of red, coming from a mangled mess of what used to be a car door. A few others are getting out of their cars, to rush to where it seems 2 cars have plowed into each other. The sound of children screaming and crying suddenly make me feel as if I am drowning. I cannot breathe. Then I see one red-faced little girl pounding on the unbroken window of the little blue car she and what seems to be her family are in. The doors are crushed, and everyone else in that vehicle seems to be knocked out as they hang limply in their seatbelts. Britt stops at the window, holding her hand to the glass. "You are going to be okay," she tells the poor kid, who looks about 3. Britt turns back to me. "In my purse is a small tool. It is black and it can break the glass. Will you get it?" I turn around and hurry to get the thing, rushing past people who are heading this way. Once I get to the car, I find the tool she was talking about and grab the little blanket she threw out of the back seat. Making my way back, I can hear the sirens letting me know help is coming, and I have never felt more relieved to hear that sound in my life. More people have gathered around the window where Brittany waits for me. "This is it, right?" I ask as I show it to her. She nods at me, then looks back at the girl. "Move back, sweetie. He is going to break the window, and we will get you out." The kid moves back just as I hear a man say, "That smells like gas." Breaking the glass, I can hear an odd sound inside the car. It is the sound of only a child crying and screaming and nothing else, even though the car has 4 other people in it. A chill runs through me as Britt touches my arm. "Pull off your jacket, baby. Lay it over the window so I can pull her through it without her getting cut." I jerk off my jacket and lay it over the broken glass. Then the little girl moves like lightning into Brittany's arms. I cannot stop looking at the other people in the car. There is a little boy, about 5. He is hanging at an odd angle in his seatbelt. He was too small to be in that, and that alone. As was this little girl, who also was not in a car seat. Her seatbelt is still intact. She must have slipped right out of it. It is a miracle she is alive. As I look at the woman who was driving, and another woman on the passenger side, I have to pray they are still alive. It does not seem they are to me. We step back as paramedics pull up. The crying girl is clinging to Brittany. After putting the blanket over the child, I put my arm around Britt and find her steady as a rock, not shaking in the least bit. "Are you okay, baby?" She nods. "This is not about me." The woman is the most selfless person I think I have ever known. Looking at her, as she holds the hysterical child and soothes the poor girl, fills me with respect for her. A police officer comes up to us. "Is this child part of the people in this car?" I nod. "Yes, she is." He holds out his hands. "I will take her." Brittany shakes her head. "She is very upset, sir. Please let me calm her down." He looks at me. "Do not leave the scene with this child." I nod in agreement, and he walks away to tend to other matters. The girl starts to ease her cries as she realizes she is in safe arms. Brittany hums to her, and I watch the child going limp in her arms. The little girl murmurs, "I want my daddy." "Is that your mama who is driving?" Brittany asks her. "Aha. Ask the officer if he can try to call the father, Jason." I try to get to the officer who came up to us, and finally manage to get to him just as they pull the driver out. I see a horrible gash on her head. Then my eyes move to the injury in her stomach. Fighting my gag reflex, I touch the officer on his shoulder. He looks back at me. "Sir, you really should not see this." "Tell me about it." The kid said, "This is her mother. Do you think you could see if her cell phone is in there and call the kid's father?" "Sure." He reaches over the pool of red on what is left of the seat and pulls out a phone with red all over it. "Poor man." I nod and find a lump in my throat. "We will stay around until he gets here for his daughter. If he can come. We want to take care of her until some family comes for her." He gives me a thumbs up, and I walk away from the scene, which is making me lightheaded. Tears fill my eyes as paramedics remove the little boy from the car, and I see red coming from the side of his head as they move him onto a stretcher. From the other car, a paramedic looks up. "I need Hello Flight ASAP." "On it," another man shouts. People around me seem to be moving in slow motion. The sounds seem to be fading, and I feel like I am walking on air. "Jason." I hear Brittany's voice, but cannot see her as darkness moves in from the sides. Catch him. Several arms hold me. Then I am lying on the pavement, looking up at the blue sky with 3 little wispy clouds floating through it like everything is okay. It is a beautiful day. Some strange faces look down at me. Then there's Brit's. Baby, are you okay? I cannot seem to answer her. I am not okay. I am not hurt or anything. I suppose I am in shock. She never lets go of the little girl as she kneels beside me. It is okay, Jason. But I know it is not okay. I know there's a man who is about to get a phone call that will fracture his world. He may have been having an awesome day. He may have been having the worst day ever. All that does not matter, as he is about to find his world is completely different. In a matter of minutes, there are going to be people whose lives have been changed today. And this could happen to me if I allow it to. If I allow myself to love what is about to happen to that man, this little girl's father could happen to me. I do not know if I can take that.
Chapter 7. Brittany.
Holding the little girl in one arm as she lays her head on my shoulder, I take Jason's hand.
Baby, it is going to be okay.
He does not nod or speak. He just looks into my eyes, then past me, up into the sky. I feel this odd sensation of him slipping away from me. Slipping into another world. And then I realize he is shutting himself down. Closing himself off. Jason. Baby, I love you, I say softly as he continues to look up. Running my hand over his cheek has him looking back at me. His eyes look a bit cloudy as he simply stares at me. Then, like some kind of robot, he sits up. I will be fine. I get up as he does, and find his body language very cold all of a sudden. Stay over here, away from all of that over there, baby. I pull on his arm to get him to follow me away from all the turmoil. Leaning against one of the policeman's cruisers, I rock the little girl in my arms as Jason leans on it next to me. His arms are crossed as if he is closing himself off. A truck honking as it drives up the access road draws everyone's attention as it screeches to a stop. A man comes out of the passenger side calling out loudly, "My wife! My kids!" The little girl raises her head off my shoulder and shouts, "Daddy?" The man makes a beeline toward me. "Abby." She is wiggling, so I put her down and she runs to her father. I reach over to take Jason's hand, but his arms are still crossed. "Poor guy," he mumbles. A few officers go to the man. I overhear one of them say, "Sir, are you the husband of Rose?" The man nods as tears fall over his red face. Another officer takes his attention as he says, "You should come sit in my car. It is cool in there, and away from everyone. I want to see my wife." "And where is our son?" the man asks as he follows the officers to the car. "They are gone," Jason mutters under his breath. "They are all gone, dude." Taking Jason by the arm, I pull him along with me. "We can leave now. This is messing your head up too much." He comes with me but seems so distant. We pass the car they took the man and little girl to, and the wailing coming from the back seat makes me stop and look over at the poor guy. The word "no" keeps coming out of his mouth as his daughter holds him and cries. It is a horrible scene that should never occur. Unfortunately, it does, more than once a day even, and all over the planet. His life will never be the same. All because he fell in love, Jason mumbles. I start moving again, pulling him along with me. Death happens, Jason. Living a life with no love does not stop that. It stops you from being devastated. We get to the car, and I take him around to the passenger side. I am driving. He gets in with no argument whatsoever. I find that odd, and the thing he just said is seeping into my brain, and I am not liking the words nor his actions at all. Starting the car, I pull away and follow the other traffic that has been diverted from the highway. Through the little median I go, and end up on the access road. As I pass the truck the man came up in, I see Jason looking at it. I wonder what kind of day he was having up until that moment. Terrible things happen all the time. It is not for us to question, I say as I drive away from the tragic scene. I am not questioning it. I am just becoming very aware of the reality of life. He stares out the window, and I notice how he keeps looking up at the sky. You would think the sky would not look so peaceful. You would think the day would not be so beautiful. You would think the powers that be might see fit to send a little rain down, to show the sorrow for the loss of lives. That is not how things work, baby. Pulling back onto the highway, I head toward our hometown. I think we should go visit some of the people who helped make us who we are. A couple of broken people in need of some real help. He glances at me. Still going home? I nod. I think I would like to give Mom and Dad a hug. Maybe see if my sister wants to bring her kids over and visit with them some. He looks back out the window. I would like to go somewhere else. Just have quiet time in a hotel room. Maybe buy a fifth of whiskey, and try to forget I ever saw that back there. Well, we are not going to hide from the pain, baby. You think you feel bad, imagine how the people who know them are feeling. I am. That is really all I can think about. When you love someone, it makes you a target for pain and anguish. He clasps his hands together in his lap. You are shutting yourself off. I recognize that look. I had it once. It is not the way to let this affect you. You should be thinking about how little time there is and how you should enjoy it the best you can, and try to touch as many lives as you can in great ways. I reach out for him, but he pulls his hands even further out of my reach. I would rather not be touched right now. I can see that. And tell me if you think that is healthy, Jason. I do not care. I watch him out of the corner of my eye. His face is void of expression. His mouth is held tight, and his body is rigid. The thought sneaks through my mind that I am losing him. I have no idea of what to do. Should I take him to a hotel like he said he wants? Or home to see his family like he should want? I have no idea what the right thing to do is. I have never seen anyone this bad off. Not even I was this messed up when I caught him with his pants down 6 years ago. I hope that baby is not mine. I do not want one anymore, he says. I nearly pull the car over. I want to knock some sense into him so badly. You know what? That is the most selfish thing I have ever heard. And what if I am pregnant? I ask loudly. My loud words have not fazed him. He sits silently for a while, then says, You thought I would cheat on you anyway. What do you care? I take the next exit and pull into the first parking lot I can find. A Home Depot parking lot seems to be where we are about to hash this out or go our separate ways. I park, then turn to him. You need to snap out of it. I know that scene was bad, but you are taking it too personally. I love you, and now I am afraid of what that can do to me. He looks out the window. I do not like the weight of that. So, shutting yourself off and maybe losing me is a thing you find yourself thinking about doing? You are going to let 30 minutes of awful take away a whole future of love, companionship, and your own family? He shrugs. I do not know. Take me to a liquor store and a hotel to let me drink this off my mind. With no idea of how to handle this, I put my seatbelt back on and find the nearest liquor store. Driving up at the drive-through window, I get him a fifth of Jack Daniels and head over to the nicest hotel I can find in the little town we pulled off the highway into. With no hotels in the town, I find the nicest motel and go inside to get us a room. I feel as if Jason has turned into a zombie. Maybe this is how zombies are really created. With the little keycard in hand, I go back to find Jason sipping from the whiskey bottle, and he seems to be a little more relaxed, which I will take as a good sign. I got us a king bed, and she said there is a jet tub in the room. Maybe a nice hot bath in a bubbling tub will help you. Parking in front of the room, I turn the car off and pop the trunk. Jason walks toward the door and waits while I grab both of our suitcases. This is so unlike him. I take our things and open the door. He walks inside and falls onto the bed with a loud huff. After making sure I locked the car, I sit on the chair next to a tiny table and look around the room. It is okay, but not near what we're used to. Jason's eyes are closed as he is laid out crossways on the orange bedspread. It is crazy how these motels use the ugliest colors and fabrics to decorate, I say. They do not want you to steal it. They use this ugly stuff on purpose, he slurs. Great. He has had quite a bit already. I guess I should be thankful. Maybe he will go to sleep and wake up the real Jason again. This man is not him at all. It occurs to me that I have never been through one tragedy with him. He may react like this to bad things anytime they happen. Once I hear him making little snores, I get his phone and find his mother's phone number. Maybe she will have some idea for me. I feel a little odd about calling her and talking about him behind his back, but I have never seen him like this and frankly, it is freaking me out. Hey Jason, his mother says as she answers the phone.
No, Mrs. Brennan.
It is me, Brittany. Oh, hi dear. Are you guys on your way? There was an accident. We were not in it, but we stopped as it happened right in front of us. People were killed and Jason saw too much, I think. He is not taking it well at all. He had me bring him to a motel room, and after downing some liquor quickly, he is asleep on the bed. Oh my, she says. He is so soft-hearted. That is what I wanted to know. I have never seen him like this. He is shutting down. Saying he does not want to love anyone, and things like that. This reminds me of when he was young, and his grandpa died. He and my dad were very close. Too close, I think, as I saw a change happen in him when my daddy died. Jason turned into a different kid after that. He was 15 then. I sit back and think about what Jason had told me about getting into girls when he was 15, and never finding any who caught his attention enough to make them his girlfriend. He was 21 when he set his sights on me. I was his first real girlfriend, although he never could remain faithful. Do you think something as tragic as seeing what happened could change him again? I ask as my stomach tightens. Gosh, please do not let that happen. He has been so happy since he found you again, Brittany. He has never sounded better in his life. He has told me about his plans for your future. If this has derailed him, that would be awful. My heart sinks. Do you have any ideas of what I should do to help him not fall into some kind of depression? He may make it hard, but you should try very hard not to leave him alone. I am sure that is what he is asking you to do, is not it? She asks. It is. I look at him as he is sleeping at 4 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon. I will do what I can. I will make sure he or I call you tomorrow to let you know if we are coming or not. Okay, darling. Bye now. I end the call and bite my lip as I strip away my clothes and go to Jason and start pulling his shoes off. Maybe lying close with him, skin to skin, will help him to see that feeling things like love are not bad things. I hope so, anyway.
Chapter 8. Jason.
It has been a long time since the darkness took me over. I guess it was only a matter of time before it came for me again. Once, when I was a young teen, it took me away for about half that year. That first time, it was my papa's death that started it. I went black for an entire year when I hurt Brittany so badly she went away and never talked to me again. I wonder how she will take this. No one knew about the darkness taking me over when Britt left. I left too, and did not come back home until it had passed. It always passes. Maybe it will not last that long this time. If it does, I wonder how long it will take Britt to be done with me. I know it would be for good this time. I know she would never forgive me another chance if I messed this one up. I lie here and feel her skin touching mine. She undressed me and pulled me around until we were together under the ugly orange blanket on the king-size bed. She is wrapped around me, and usually that would have me feeling excited and drawn to her. My body is as numb as my brain right now. Only little thoughts creep in now and then. Then those thoughts are quickly squished. I do not want to think or feel anything. Life is too hard, too grim, too painful. Her hand moves over my arm, caressing and stroking as she murmurs, "I love you, Jason. Everything is going to be all right, baby." I wish I could just stop this. I wish I could flip the switch that has been flipped inside of my head. If I knew how, then I would do it in an instant. I do not want to lose myself again. I remember hardly anything from that year after Britt left me. I stayed drunk or used substances, and even when I was sober, I was not in my right mind. The darkness always loomed over me, covering me like a dark and heavy blanket. "Just sleep. It will all be better when you wake up," she whispers to me. I know it will not. I know this does not just go away. It lingers, ebbing and flowing, but never leaving me entirely. Not until it takes me to the brink. Then it goes away. It has in the past, anyway. Her lips touch my cheek as her hands flow over my back in gentle waves. This should bring me comfort, but it brings me nothing. I feel nothing. I cannot imagine Brittany putting up with this for long. I know I am going to lose her now that she knows I can sink so deep so quickly. Her touch is a thing I should be holding on to. I should be making a place in my memory for those times when I miss her. A humming sound comes from her, and I find myself sinking into sleep. I wonder if she will be here when I wake up. Brittany. Morning light drifts through the orange curtains of the motel room. Jason slept the entire night without moving a muscle. It is almost as if he is paralyzed. I have no idea how seeing what we both saw affected him so differently than it did me. I held him all night, and still am holding him as he makes little snoring noises. Maybe he will wake up and be fine this morning. He has to be fine. He is a very strong man. This makes no sense to me. "Let me go," he growls at me as his body tenses and he wakes up very quickly. "Okay," I say as I let him go. "How did you sleep, Pumpkin?" He rolls away from me and off the bed without answering me. Pulling the blanket over my head, I fight not to cry. I have no idea how to handle this. The water in the bathroom starts up, and I think he might be taking a bath. Maybe that will help clear his head. The whiskey bottle is on the floor, so I get up to see how much of it he drank. It is half empty, and I take it and put it behind the television out of sight. The sound of the water running has me needing to use the restroom really badly, so I go into the bathroom and find the shower curtain pulled shut. "Are you okay, baby?" He grunts, so I know he is alive anyway. After I use the restroom, I go to my bag and get the toothpaste and toothbrushes. Going back inside, I say, "I am putting your toothbrush on the sink. What would you like to go get for breakfast?" "I am not hungry," he says with a gruff tone I have never heard before. "Well, you have to eat. Is not that what you always tell me, baby?" I ease the curtain back a hair and find him lying in the clear water. "That is a jet tub. Do you want me to turn on the jets for you?" "No. Leave me alone. Bring me the bottle." He does not bother to look at me. "Oh, you drank quite a bit yesterday. It will be noon before the liquor stores open," I tell him, and watch his eyes cut to me. They go very narrow as he hisses, "Then get me some beer then." "Are you completely useless?" My body tenses up. "Jason, you cannot talk to me like that." His lips form a tight line. "You have no idea what is going on inside of me right now. I cannot explain it. I just need something to quiet it, or I am going to run." "To where?" I ask as my heart pounds in my chest. "Anywhere, as long as it is away from you." He closes his eyes, and I pull the shower curtain back into place and leave the bathroom as tears fill my eyes. I did not do a thing wrong. How come he wants away from me? Sitting on the edge of the bed, I cry but do it very quietly. I cannot let him see me being weak. Whatever this is, he really needs me to be strong or I will lose him. Putting on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, I put a pair of sandals on and grab my purse and the keys and leave the motel room to get him some beer. I do not think it is the right thing to do at all, but I have no idea what I should do for him. Getting into the car, I get a terrible feeling about leaving him alone in the bathtub. I get right back out and go back into the motel room. Back into the bathroom I go and say, "If you want beer, you have to come with me. I am not leaving you here alone, Jason. Just go. I do not want to go anywhere. Who knows what might happen out there? I cannot take anything right now. Just go." I pull the curtain back and see his eyes are red. "Have you been crying?" "Do not, Brittany." He closes his eyes. "Just go." I have no idea if this is the right way to handle things or not, but I just go with my gut. Get out of the tub and get dressed. I am not leaving you here. Hurry up. I am hungry. Jason. I slam out of the bathroom and pull something for him to wear out of the suitcase. Remarkably, I hear the water draining from the bathtub. At least he is getting out of the tub. Coming out with a towel wrapped around his waist, he is wearing a frown and muttering to himself, "Why cannot she just leave me alone?" Pointing to the bed, I say, "Put those on. And I am not leaving you alone because I love you so much." He huffs and puts on his clothes, never giving me a second look. I wait patiently by the door until he is done. Then he moves toward the door. "I am driving," he says as he holds his hand out for the keys. "No way." I let him know, and go out the door in front of him and straight to the driver's side. He looks as if he might try to rush me for the keys, but he changes his mind and gets in on the passenger side. "Look, you need to leave me alone for a while, a week or so." With a laugh, I say, "I am not doing that. As a matter of fact, I am not taking you to get any beer or anything like that either." I pull out of the parking lot as he looks at me with a glare. I have seldom seen him look at me that way, and it is more than a bit unnerving. "You had better," he growls at me. "You had better calm down," I say, as I head toward the other side of the small town. I looked online and found the nearest hospital. "Jason, you may have a slight imbalance in your system. Your mother told me about you changing when your grandfather died." He slams his fist on the dashboard. "You called my mother? Why would you do that?" "Only because I love you and I want to help you. Has there been anything else that made you so depressed and despondent?" He sits still for a while, looking out the window. The morning is gorgeous. The sunshine is sparkling off the dewy grass and trees. It is like the air is glistening and the smell is fresh. I cannot really see how anyone could be grouchy, angry, or depressed in these kinds of surroundings. "When you left, when I hurt you, I went dark then too. How come your mother did not tell me about that time?" I ask, as I pull onto the street that is supposed to lead me to the hospital. "She did not know. I left town. I left town for a year." His finger taps his leg and he looks at me. "I just need alcohol and time. Some substances would not hurt either." "Well, I am not letting you self-medicate, sweetheart." His eyes narrow at me. "I do not need you to let me do anything. I do not need you at all." The urge to pull over and make him get out is hard to overcome, but I manage. There is something a little wrong with him, and he needs help. I think about how an animal is hurt and fights you like crazy when you try to help it. It has no idea what you are doing. No idea. You only mean to help it. Jason has no idea. I only mean to help him a much better way than drinking and using substances will. That way is the wrong way, in my opinion. Since I am the only one in this man's corner right now, it will be my way. He looks like he might try to bolt, as I turn into the hospital and drive up to the emergency department. "No, Brittany. I am not going in there." "Yes, you are. If they do not think they can help you, then we will go your route. But you are going to give medical professionals a chance to see if they can help you." I stop the car and reach for his hand. I am not taking no for an answer. "What if they put me in a psychiatric unit?" he asks with a little fear in his expression. I am actually glad to see an emotion on his face. It has been void of any, unless it has been anger. Maybe the darkness, as he is calling it, is beginning to see that I am stronger than it will ever be. I am not about to lose this man to anything, another woman or some mental problems. Come on, baby. This will not hurt a bit. I will be right by your side the entire time. I am not going to let anything hurt you. He nods, and we get out of the car. I notice him look toward an open field on the far side of the small hospital. He is most likely contemplating running. He looks back at me as I take his hand and lead him through the emergency room doors that slide open for us. My fingers are crossed and my hopes are high.
Chapter 9. Jason.
I feel like the weakest man on earth. Brittany was a witness to the same things I was, and she did not fall apart in the least. She was strong for that little girl, and now here she is being strong for me. I am a failure, and she will see that in me now and forever. How can she count on a man who falls so deep into a black hole, and so quickly? After filling out all the papers, she hands the clipboard to the receptionist and looks back at me. With a pat on my leg, she says, "Everything will be fine, baby." The urge to tell her to stop calling me baby rises up inside of me, but I hold my tongue and my volatile temper. I am furious at her for bringing me here. I cannot believe she would do this to me. You two go through those doors on the left there, and a nurse will be waiting right there for you, the older woman says. She looks at me with a little smile. Seeing horrible things affect us in many ways, Mr. Brennan. Getting help to cope is a smart thing to do. I make a huffing sound and get up to follow Britt to the doors that are going to trap me behind them for however long these doctors think I will need to be trapped here. It occurs to me that Brittany has no idea of how my mind works when I get like this. She has no idea of how much time it takes for me to get past things. I have no idea if she will feel I am worth waiting for. A young nurse meets us just as we walk through the doors, and she smiles at me. "Mr. Brennan, follow me, please." She walks to a small room and turns to me as she gestures to a chair. "Please take this seat and let me get your vitals." Brittany stands next to me, her hand on my shoulder in an effort to help me accept the fact I am here and not under my own control any longer. It is not working at all. I do not think I should be here. The nurse smiles as she pushes my t-shirt sleeve up and puts a blood pressure cuff on my bicep. Oh? And why is that? It is my head that is messed up. There is nothing physically wrong with me. I watch her pump up the cuff and let the air out slowly while she holds a stethoscope to the crook of my arm. She makes a little frown and walks away to get the automatic cuff. "Seems to me your blood pressure is a bit on the low side. Let us just get an accurate reading here, Mr. Brennan." The sterile-smelling nurse hooks me all up and hits a button, and the new cuff inflates as numbers start blinking on the screen. It makes a buzzing sound, and she looks back at me. "Still think there is nothing physically wrong, Mr. Brennan?" "So it is a little low," I say as she takes the cuff off, then places a thermometer in my mouth. It makes a beeping sound, and she frowns again. She takes it out and looks at it. 100.1. Seems you have a bit of a fever, too. A hospital wristband is put on my right wrist. Let us get you back to the examining room, and I will get the physician to come talk to you about things. It says on your paperwork that you witnessed a trauma yesterday. Was it that terrible wreck that happened just a little ways up the highway? I nod and feel my jaw tighten as I recall the way the little boy was hanging lifeless in the seatbelt. I do not want to talk about it. She nods, and I see her look at Brittany. That is normal in post-traumatic stress disorder. Not only people in the military get it. Do not worry, we know how to help. You do? I ask, as I really thought they would have no way to help me. She nods and gestures for us to follow her as she walks out of the room, carrying the little clipboard with my history on it. Oh yes. She pulls back a green curtain in a room of 3 green curtains and says, "We have made some great advances in medicine to help people with such things. You should be glad you came here today. You are going to be feeling much better much faster than you would have had you tried to get over this with time and alcohol or illicit substances." I look at Brittany and wait for an "I told you so." But nothing comes from her but a sweet smile and a reassuring nod. My heart is a little flip as I look at her. If the shoe was on the other foot, I do not know how patient I would be. The nurse lays a gown on the bed, the same color as the curtains, and nods at Brittany. "Help him get this on. It needs to open in the front so we can get some monitors on his chest. He can leave on his underwear." I smile, as Brittany made sure to lay out a pair of underwear for me. I rarely wear them. Funny how I did not even argue with her about wearing them. I just put them on, without a word. She smiles at me again with a knowing look, and my heart speeds up a little as I look at her sweet face. Maybe this girl is onto something. The nurse leaves and Brittany pulls my shirt off. "Everything is going to be okay, baby." She kisses my cheek and takes the button of my shorts between her fingers and undoes it. She lets them fall down and I step out of them. I could do this myself. I know. I want you to know you have a woman who is ready and willing to help you, that is all. You are more than capable of dressing and undressing, but let me help you. She puts the gown on me and ties up the myriad of strings that holds the thing somewhat closed. "This gown is really not necessary," I say as I sit on the edge of the bed. "Just lie back here," she says as she fluffs up the little pillow as much as possible. "Relax and just let them take care of you." "You sure are talking a lot nicer to me than you were," I say as she runs her fingers over my collarbone. "Well, I had to get through to you. I am sorry I said mean things." She looks at me with a slight glisten in her eyes. "Me too," I say, then look away. "If I could stop this, I would." "I know that. I am not mad at you in the least, and I do not want you to apologize to me about any of it. It is out of your control. So lie back, relax, and let us get you better, sweetie." The curtain slides back as a tall man with graying temples comes inside, looking at my chart. "Mr. Brennan, I see here you have witnessed a tragedy and are exhibiting signs of post-traumatic stress disorder." He looks at me, and I nod my answer. Brittany stands to one side. He looks at her, then her engagement ring. "You are his fiancée." He is very observant, I have to give him that. "I am," Brittany says with a smile and a flash of her ring. "It was his grandmother's. We are supposed to get married sometime soon." "No date has been set?" he asks, then looks at me. "No. We are planning to go to Vegas after some of my personal business is dealt with." "What kind of personal business?" he asks. I feel he is invading my privacy, and let him know that. "Personal." He laughs and sits on the bed next to me. "Okay, first things first. I am not asking you this to get all up in your business, Mr. Brennan. I am asking you because if this business is stressful, then it could have been the predecessor to the onset of the post-traumatic stress disorder witnessing the accident caused. Talking about things is a great way to deal with them." I roll my eyes and Brittany laughs. "He is usually pretty good at talking about things, doctor." "I am sure he is." He pats my shoulder. "Jason. Can I call you that?" "You can. I would prefer it." "Jason, let me put your mind at ease. All of us deal with bad things in our own way. When too much is put on one's shoulders, it can trigger a defense mechanism in the brain to shut off for a while. That is exactly what I feel like a switch turned off inside my head. I cannot believe you know that." "I know this because you are not the first person this has happened to. So what kind of business has you holding off on marrying this gorgeous woman over here?" he asks with a smile, revealing perfect white teeth. "Someone I have had somewhat of a relationship with says I am the father of her baby. She says she took my sample from several items and had in vitro fertilization to get pregnant." "What a piece of work she is," the doctor says. "Well, that is troubling, is it not?" I suppose you have started the DNA testing process. I have. Now, it is a sit and wait thing. My lawyer said it is best to wait to get married. If the child is mine, then they could use my wife's money plus mine to decide the amount I will have to pay. And she is just about as loaded as I am. So that, and a few other things have been weighing heavy on me. All of a sudden, I realize I am talking way too much, so I shut up. So it is safe to say you have been feeling a bit overwhelmed, even before witnessing the accident, he says as he writes this all down. I do not think we are dealing with classic depression. I think this is textbook post-traumatic stress disorder. So, I am going to give you a month's supply of an antidepressant. And I am going to ask you to see your own doctor when you get back to New York. Why do I have a fever and low blood pressure, doctor? The human body is complex. With depression, anxiety, stress, any of those things, our immune systems become weaker. Your fever is caused by the chemicals your body has been releasing a lot of, to help you cope with all that is on your plate right now. Once we get those chemicals in balance, which will take a few days, then you will begin to feel better. So this is not an instant fix? I ask, as I look over at Brittany. The doctor shakes his head. I wish there was something to immediately take this all away. Much like this did not happen all at once, it will not be taken away all at once. But each day you will feel better. And if you do not, then let your physician know so they can change the prescription until they find what will work for you. Something is better than nothing, I say, and find myself meaning it. Now, we are going to hook you up to some monitors for a little while so we can track your blood pressure and your heart rate, breathing, those kinds of things. And I can send in a priest, preacher, or a certified psychiatrist to talk to you about things. And you can see any variation of them if you want, he tells me, then gets off the bed. I think a professional, and maybe a preacher, I say, as I think about who might be able to help me the most. I will get them coming to see you, and my nurse will get you going on the antidepressant and hook you all up. I will be back in a few hours to see if you feel like staying the night with us or leaving. It is up to me, I ask in surprise. It is all up to you, Jason. Nothing is out of your control. Remember that, he says as he pulls the curtain back and gives us a wave, then leaves. Pulling in a deep breath, I already feel somewhat better. Then Brittany moves to my side and puts her hand on my shoulder. Better than drinking and using substances? I nod. Yes. You were right. She sits down and runs her hands through my hair. I love you, Jason. I will always do what is best for you. And just like that, I know she is my rock and always will be. I do not know how I got so lucky, but I am going to hold on to you for all I am worth. I take her hand and kiss it as I look into her eyes. I do not know how she puts up with me and all my drama, but I am glad she does.
Chapter 10. Brittany.
On his own, Jason decides to stay the night in the hospital. So here I am, cuddled up next to him on his hospital bed, in the largest private room they have here in the little place. He is sleeping with his arm around me, and seems to be getting better. After a couple of private conversations with people who completely understood him, and knew the right things to say to him, he seemed better. Not 100% better, but better. I called his mother while he was in one of those private sessions, and told her about everything. She was kind of mad at herself for not thinking about getting him help after his grandfather died. The preacher came to talk to me after he left Jason's hospital room. He and I talked a lot about how Jason has been living. Jason came clean with the sweet older man who never judged him a bit about all the lying, cheating, and hurting he had done to women. I was a bit surprised myself, the man was so easy to talk to. I ended up telling him a few things about my life too. Things I have never told anyone before, because I was so ashamed of doing them. He made me feel better too. It seems most people do some things most other people deem as bad. The preacher put it to me this way. He said, no one is all good or all bad. There is good and bad in us all. At times, situations occur that make us pick one path or another. There is no reason to beat yourself up because you picked the negative path. You would not beat yourself up for picking a bad melon, so do not beat yourself up about picking a bad way to deal with something. By bringing Jason here to this hospital instead of enabling him by taking him to get alcohol, I helped us both, even though I did not think I needed any help. His arm tightens around me and his lips press against my neck as he whispers in his sleep, "Do not let them take her from me." With no idea what he is dreaming, I kiss his cheek to wake him. There is no reason to let him have a bad dream. Not with all the other troubles on the poor guy's mind. His eyelashes flutter as he opens his eyes. "You are still here." "I am. I am not going anywhere, sweet pea." I kiss his cheek again. It is rough from not shaving, yet he still looks as handsome as ever. "Thank you, Britt. I really mean that. I cannot thank you enough. No one has ever cared enough to fight me to make me do this," he says as he blinks back a few tears. "Get ready for a lifetime of this kind of stuff. I am in it for the long haul. Thick and thin and all that jazz," I say as I run my hand over his tight abs. "I have never had anyone do the things you do for me. Marrying you is going to be the easiest thing I have ever done. There will be no worries about you at all. You have proven yourself a great deal more than I have proven myself to you. I do not feel worthy of you. Not in the least. It scares me some that one day you will figure that out. But until that day comes, which I pray never happens, I will hold on to you for dear life." With no idea what I should say to that, I just smile and move my hand up to run it through his dark hair. Leaning my head on his chest, I listen to his heart beating. I want to hear it every night before I go to sleep. I want to hear it first thing when I wake up every morning. His strong hand moves over my head. "I will make you proud of me, pumpkin." "I already am, Jason. You do not have to prove yourself to me. I know the man you are deep down inside. If you think I expect you to never have any troubles, you are wrong. I know life is full of problems. My life has more than most," he says, then kisses the side of my head. I hold my tongue, so I do not say what went through my mind. How there are more troubles because he created them. There is no reason to add to the pressure he is feeling. I can handle them, Jason. You can count on me. I will always be in your corner. Do you think we can still be happy if that baby is mine, Britt? Because I think it would cause all kinds of trouble. We will not let it cause any trouble. I do not want you to worry about it anymore. There is nothing worrying can do anyway. And I am with you on any decision you would make. Would it be terrible of me to want nothing to do with the kid if it is mine? He asks, and I get a little tense. The doctor told me not to talk about anything serious with him for at least a few days. This is serious, and I am certainly not about to tell him it is okay to forget about a person his body created. With his knowledge or not. Well, that is one of those topics the doctor told you not to think about for a while, Jason. His hand moves over my side, stroking it. Yeah, I know, but it has been running through my mind a lot. I need to know how you would feel if I signed away my rights. I will back you no matter what you do, I say. But I feel kind of bad, because once he is all better, I will tell him how I really feel about it. But you know, you cannot make that kind of decision while on the antidepressant. That will have to be thought about a bit later on. No, I had not realized that. The results will be in well before I am done with the treatment. I thought I would give him up right away. My heart is aching as this is such a huge decision to make, and he is obviously in need of more therapy. Doing something quickly is never a good idea. Giving a human away is definitely not a thing one should do quickly. Take your time and think about things. It does not matter when you would do a thing like that. It does not have to be done right away. Giving him up will not change the fact you have to financially care for him anyway. It is not the money. I would give any kid of mine all they would ever need. It is dealing with that woman for the rest of my life, he tells me, and now I understand a lot better. Things can be done, so you do not have to handle things with her on your own. Advocates can bring the child to you. That would leave her out of it. I know there would still be times I would have to deal with her. You see what she is capable of. I do not trust her at all, he says. Nor should you. Nor should you be thinking about this right now. Let me see if I can help you take your mind off of things, so you can get some sleep. Now that sounds like the kind of therapy I need, baby, he says with a low murmur. I lock the door to give us some privacy. Slipping off my shorts and top, I move close to him in the dim light of the room. We share a quiet, tender moment, losing ourselves in each other's comfort and closeness until the worries fade away for a while. He is almost back to being Jason again. And even though it was a very short time of having to deal with him in the other mode, I missed the real Jason far more than I realized, as tears begin to flow. I run my arms around him and hold him close so I can feel him and make sure he is real. And just like that, it becomes apparent that I cannot live without this man. And I do not know if that is bad or good.
The Finish Line. Chapter 1. Jason.
What do you mean? She still has not taken the baby to get the mouth swab done. I shout at my attorney over the phone. It has been 3 weeks. This is insanity. She was ordered to do that. Jackson, I do not pay you like I do to stand around and let things go. I need you to make her get that swab test done. I want to get married as soon as possible. Do you understand me? I understand you, Jason. But Beatrice is saying the baby is sick. What do you want me to do? Order a mother to take her sick baby to a lab for a swab. How difficult could that be? I find myself still shouting. We have been stuck here in Dallas for nearly an entire month. Britt has to be back in New York in 3 days for a meeting about some book cover with some author. I want to accompany her. But I cannot if I do not have those results. Go with her. I will take care of this from here on out. No one told you that you had to wait around, Jason. He sighs, and I can tell I am grating on his nerves. What is the real problem here? You and I have been working together for a few years now, and I have never seen you this tense. You are usually the opposite of tense, as a matter of fact. I should point out that since you and this new girl have gotten together, you are kind of an irrational puddle of emotions, Jason. Maybe she is not good for you. Jackson is an older man who I have looked up to and needed as an advisor since the very beginning of my career. His help in making sure I kept all the rights to my application was invaluable to me. If he is saying I am not the man I was then, I need to listen to him. I look over my shoulder and see Brittany is still outside on the balcony talking to her agent. Jackson, I know I am changing. I am well aware of that fact. I am on an antidepressant now. Why? He asks in what sounds like disbelief. Jason, you have always been the most laid-back man I have ever met. Why in the world would you need antidepressants? I have dark times when bad things happen. It has been years since my last episode. But with this paternity suit hanging over my head and an accident I witnessed a few weeks ago, it sent me into that darkness I had avoided. So now I am on medication to fix that. It is working. I am much better. Not entirely, but much better than when it first set in. I run my hand through my hair and sigh. The fact is, I have gotten better. Only, it seems to be taking longer than I expected for me to come back around. I keep blaming the lack of results from the paternity test, but something else is there too. I want to be married to Britt already. What is the big deal if the kid is yours? He asks me with an exasperated tone. You have plenty of money to pay, whatever the court orders. See the kid, do not see the kid, whatever. I cannot understand why the fuss, Jason. Honestly. The fuss is that Britt wanted only us to have kids. I would be letting her down if the baby is mine. Did she tell you that? I look back out the glass door and see her still on the phone, waving her hand in the air and talking what looks like excitedly. No, she has never said that. It is me who thinks that. I know it would bother her. I have done wrong by her, and all I wanted to do was make it all up to her. Then one of my many women had to go and ruin my plans. You can marry Brittany after the results are in. If you are the father, then marry her after the child support is set. Not a big deal. So stop freaking out. Start making your plans. Why not set the wedding date for a year from now? Let her make wedding plans. Women love that sort of thing, he says with a deep chuckle. How can I explain to anyone the rush I feel about getting Brittany permanently attached to me? It makes no sense to anyone but me, I think. I do not want to wait a year. I do not even want to wait a day. You do not understand. I feel like there is this tiny thing holding us together right now. It is like any minute she could find out something about me that is a deal breaker for her, and it will all be over. What makes you think a piece of paper like a marriage license will stop that? He asks. And what kind of things are you hiding, Jason? Just a past riddled with deceit and other terrible things like that. The balcony door opens, and I see Britt come through it with a frown on her pretty face. She gives me a glance, then walks to the bedroom. Do what I have told you to, Jason, Jackson tells me. Go on about your business. I can sign any papers that will need to be signed. Go back to New York, or wherever you want. I will deal with this. It is just a legal problem when you really think about it. The bedroom door closes, and I find myself worried for some reason. The antidepressants do not stop the worry. Okay, Jackson, I will leave this up to you. Do not let me down. I will talk to you soon. Great. Bye, he says and ends the call. Placing the phone on the table by the sofa, I go to the bedroom to find Brittany packing her things. What are you doing? I have to head back to New York this evening. Could you do me a favor and call that private jet charter company? She walks toward the bathroom. I will come with you, I say as I follow along behind her. She stops and spins around. No. I freeze, then thaw very quickly as distrust flows through me. Why not? You need to stay here in case Beatrice gets the swab test done and the results come back. If the baby is yours, then you need to fight for joint custody. Can you not remember what we have discussed so many times, Jason? I cross my arms in front of me. You sure it is not because you plan on seeing one of your old friends while you are there? Lose the closed-off posture, Jason, she says as she uncrosses my arms. It has nothing to do with that. It is all to do with the fact that if the baby is yours, we want to have joint custody. I can go back with you. It is just as easy for me to jet back over here for the results if luck goes against me and the kid is mine, I say, then wrap my arms around her and pull her close to me. Her frown has not gone away. The crease between her dark, perfectly arched brows deepens as she says, Do not say that. Do not think of him as bad luck. What if he is the only child you ever have? And there it is, her doubt about getting pregnant. I lean my forehead to hers. Baby, it is not out of the question that you and I will have kids. So what if the pregnancy tests have all come back negative? It has been less than 2 months since we started trying. I know that. I have this feeling it is not going to happen for us, that is all. We both managed to get rich. We managed to find each other again. We even managed to get my parents to get over what happened between us in the past. That was a miracle in itself. I just do not think we get to have everything. You know, like a family of our own. This baby may be all the family you ever get. Rocking with her, I whisper, Baby, if all I ever have in this world is you, then I will count myself one of the luckiest men alive. Kids or no kids, I want you. I want you to be in my life forever. The touch of her hand as she runs it across my back sends chills through me. Jason, do not act like that was not one of the first things you said to me. You wanted to have a baby with me. It was foremost on your mind. I know you. Probably better than you know yourself. If I cannot give you what you desperately want, then you will find someone who can. The only thing I desperately want is you, my pumpkin. I kiss her sweet red lips for a moment. Everything else is gravy. The way her blue eyes soften, and her bottom lip pouts a bit, has me knowing the tears are near the surface. Her voice is shaky as she says quietly, "I wish I could believe you." "You can," I say, but the fact is her words sting. How can she not see how devoted I am to her? How can she not understand what she means to me? What more can I do to show her? From the living room, I hear my cell phone ringing. Not really wanting to let her go, in her present emotional state, I hold tight to her. "Go answer your phone, Jason. It might be the call we are waiting for." Taking her hand, I pull her along behind me to see who is on the phone. The number that is showing on the screen is not one I recognize. Who could this be? I swipe the screen. "Jason Brennan here." "Jason, hi," a man's voice says. "I have a secret that you need to know. Brittany Caldwell is not right there around you, is she?" "She is," I say, then turn the phone on speaker so she can hear it too. "But she is not right here in the room." "Who is this?" "This is her husband," he says. I look at Britt, and she returns my confused expression. "Husband?" She shakes her head and mouths, "I do not recognize this voice." "Yes. She and I were married in Vegas 4 months ago. She was in Los Angeles for a party the publishing house I work for had. We got a little intoxicated. Well, a lot, actually. Anyway, we headed to Vegas and got married. The only reason I know this is because I received our marriage license in the mail yesterday. The hotel staff found it in the drawer of the room we were in. Seems housekeeping just found it." "And your name is?" I ask, as I look at the woman I want to be married to more than life itself, and now it seems another complication has been thrown in my way. "Elmer Fartenberry," he says, and I nearly laugh out loud as Britt makes a hilarious face. "So my Brittany is not mine after all. She is yours, Mr. Fartenberry. Well, this is awkward, is it not? Tell me how you found out she was with me." "You are on social media, dude. Do you not know that?" he asks. "There is this man who is looking for you too. Seems you helped his daughter out at some crash where his wife and son were lost. He has been looking for you too, to give you a reward for your help. There is some footage from the scene of the accident. Someone took some video of you two with the little girl. I recognized my wife right away. Him calling her his wife hits me like a punch in the stomach. Still does not answer how you found my number or my name for that matter. Oh, sorry. I forgot to tell you. I am Julie Parker's younger brother. She recognized you and gave me your phone number. She said to tell you that you two are through. She was under the impression that you two were exclusive." He laughs. "She saw that engagement ring on Brittany's finger and about lost it." "How is your last name different?" "I am her half-brother. She and I share a little apartment in Los Angeles. But it will not be like that for much longer. You see, I found out that I can get spousal support from Brittany now. So I will be moving out as soon as that starts coming in. Man, it is great not to be broke anymore. Marrying her was the smartest thing I have ever done. I guess when I am drunk, I make better decisions than I do when I am sober. Tell you what, buddy. I am going to send your phone number on to an attorney, and he will be the one you will be dealing with from here on out. You will not be taking a thing from my fiancé. Got me?" I ask. "Oh, you are funny, dude. Tell my wife I need to talk to her as soon as possible. We have a little matter to discuss. It is private in nature, or I would tell you about it." I watch Britt's face go red and she starts shaking as she mouths, "Hang up." I will let her know. Bye, Mr. Fartenberry. I end the call before he can say anything else. Her eyes are huge as she speaks so quietly I can barely hear her. There is a video, Jason.
Chapter 2. Brittany.
The memories flood my mind as Jason looks at me like he is going to be sick. What kind of video, Brit? Do not make me say it. I swallow hard. Elmer Fartenberry was a drunken mistake. I did not realize he was such a huge mistake until just now, but he was definitely a mistake of enormous proportions. His phone makes a little ding sound, and he looks at it. He has sent me a text. I look at the phone with him as he opens the text, and I see there is a video attached. Above the file are a few words from Elmer. Just a little sample of what I have. Do not open that, I beg. With one swift motion, he has already opened the file, and the noises coming from his phone are making me sick. Huffing and puffing and the sound of leather smacking flesh fills my ears and the nausea comes right back. Running to the bathroom, I find myself feeling a little faint. As I lose what is in my stomach, I feel Jason pulling my hair back. It is all going to be okay, Brit. I will make this little creep go away for you. Do not worry. I hear another ding and grab a towel off the rack to wipe my mouth and the sweat off my face that seems to have appeared all over my body. The way Jason is looking at his phone has me even more worried. Oh no, he mutters. He puts the phone down and pulls me to him. Do not worry, sweet potato. That video is horrible. That man is vile. I am so in trouble. I start crying and find myself wanting to disappear. I want to move to another planet, Jason. He holds me tight and pats my back. Brit, you are not running for president, and neither am I. This video does not matter in the least. Who cares if he puts it out there? My goodness. I pull back and look at him in shock. I care. Yeah, I can see that. He pulls me close again. What was the other message? I ask in a muffled voice as he has me so close to him, my face is smashed against his wide chest. Oh, nothing. He rubs my back. I can deal with that. Do not you worry about a thing, sugar. I have to worry. If you see the whole thing, oh no. I cannot let that happen. You will leave me for sure. Oh goodness. I fall apart. The tears cannot stop. The sobs are nearly choking me, and the man just holds me tighter, shushing me as he rocks with me. Come on, baby, he says with a low tone that is supposed to comfort me, I think. You cannot shock me. Not me. Oh, but I bet I can. When I woke up that next morning, I recalled most things. Not a wedding, though. Somewhere in the middle of all the things that happened, things went hazy. There was a lot of drinking and poor choices after all. You will never look at me the same way again, if you see it all. I shudder as a tremor runs through me. There is no way you would. You would never want me to be the mother of your children, much less your wife. Oh goodness. I cry like a child who just saw her puppy get lost. Picking me up in his strong arms, he carries me to the bed and sits down, leaving me on his lap as he strokes my hair. I will give the guy any amount of money he wants. I will use that, plus a bit of firm persuasion, to keep him from putting that video online like he is threatening to do. Is that what the other text was about? I ask as I try to hold back the tears and stop crying. Do not worry about it. I have this, Brit. You can count on me. You need to get ready and go to New York and take care of that business, and I will fly out to Los Angeles and take care of the business out there. Do not worry. You know, you have told me not to worry about 1,000,000 times now, and it has not done a thing to help me. So lose that expression, please. I am in deep trouble, Jason. You have no idea. I think what happened could even lead to serious consequences. He laughs softly and runs his fingers along my jaw. Princess, come on. You are making too much out of this. It is just a regrettable night. Yeah, but some things are complicated. I sniffle and wipe my eyes with the palm of my hand. My stomach aches and my head hurts. The humiliation feels like something I cannot overcome. I guess it is a great thing I am not pregnant. Goodness knows what happens next, I suppose. Come on, pumpkin. I will get you a jet to New York, and line me up one to go to Los Angeles. I will have this taken care of in no time. I can be very persuasive. You will see, he says as he stands up and takes me with him. Placing me on my feet, he lifts my chin to look at him and kisses my cheeks. I look at him and know that he will go to that awful little guy, Elmer. He is going to see what a mistake I made, and he will be done with me. Pulling my dress up slightly as I prepare to change, I sniffle again as I say, "Hold me close, Jason. One more time. I need to feel you love me one more time." He laughs and pulls my dress back down gently. "You are being ridiculous, baby. You and I are going to share countless more moments like this in our future. I cannot believe you think I would judge you so harshly." With a gentle pat on my back, he turns away from me. "You will," I say. "No, I will not," he says as he chuckles and walks away from me. Finish packing. In shock, I stand perfectly still as I watch him get his bag out of the closet. "Make sure you get everything, Jason. We will not be coming back here." "Yeah, I know. There is no reason to, anyway. I am going to let my lawyer handle Beatrice from here on out. After I have my talk with Mr. Fartenberry, my lawyer will be taking care of him as well. I feel the need to inform him of certain things about Elmer, so he does not get completely blindsided. Mr. is kind of too much to call the guy Jason. He is barely 18. He stops and turns back to look at me with a lopsided grin. "Okay then, pumpkin. You did a little cradle robbing. Is that the big deal?" He might be barely 18, but he was old enough to consent to a marriage. I nod. He needs to know a little more about the guy though. He is also kind of unattractive. I swallow hard. Not like my usual friends. "So an unattractive young man," he says with a laugh. "No worries, my dear. I promise not to judge." I clench my jaw as I say the rest. He has one leg that is shorter than the other. There are several large moles on his face. There is a red birthmark on his forehead that is shaped like the state of Georgia, and he has... His stare is stopping me. "Has what?" he asks. "Please go on." Sliding my foot over the floor as I look down, I mumble, "An unusual build from some medication he took." "I am sorry, baby. You mumbled, I think I heard you wrong." I look up and grit my teeth. "An unusual build. From medication for hyperactivity." An odd laugh comes out of him as he looks at me. My face heats with embarrassment. "You said you would not judge me, Jason." No, I am not," he says as he tries to stop laughing. He walks toward me and takes my hand and pulls me to sit with him on the bed. "Tell me about it all." "No way. I cannot." "Baby, what made you hook up with this guy?" he asks with real concern in his eyes. "Alcohol and poor choices. Maybe a little bit of feeling sorry for him," I mumble as I look away from him. "So, a good deed gone wrong then?" he asks as he pulls me by my chin to look at him again. "So very wrong. If I could go back in time and could change only one thing, that would be the thing I change." "Wow. Okay then. I will prepare myself for meeting him. I do know his half-sister rather well. Funny she never mentioned him." "Not really. Once you meet him, you will understand." Then it occurs to me that he is going to be around a woman he has known in the past. My thoughts start spinning and I do not want him to go. "How long did you know her?" "Not very long. She was a new acquaintance." He gets back up, leaving me sitting on the bed. "I do not want you to see her," I say as I get up too. He turns back to me slowly. "You do not trust me?" I am not sure what to say to that. Then I just say it, "No." Coming back to me, he stops right in front of me and asks, "What do we have, Britt? Without trust, what do we really have?" "Well, you have not been around anyone of the opposite sex alone yet. So how can I be sure you have really put that behind you?" I ask as I search his eyes. The way his chest deflates makes me feel bad. "Britt, we have to have trust. I trust you." "Why should you not? I never betrayed you." A long sigh comes out of his mouth, as he looks like he has no idea of what to say to me. His hands move up and down my arms as he looks into my eyes. I cannot make you trust me. I cannot change the past. I cannot do anything. I have to go deal with this guy. If I do not, then your reputation is at stake. You have to deal with business. And what kind of life will we have if I can never go anywhere without you? You make a great point. But it does not change how I feel. I turn away from him and walk away to finish packing my bags. I am going, Brit. I have to do this for you. I hope you can learn to trust me, or we are not going to make it. As I pack my things, I think about what he has said. When he sees that video, which I know he is going to see, I know he will think differently about me. Each piece of clothing I pack has me feeling as if it is a stone in the wall that surrounded my heart before he came back into my life and knocked it all down. Things are about to change for us. He does not seem to know it, but I do. Okay, Jason. You go. I do appreciate your help with the little guy. We will see how things go from there. I zip up my suitcase and feel his arms go around me from behind. His lips press against my neck. I will meet you back in New York at your place when I get done with the guy. Then we will make our plans. I want to get a place that is only ours, together. A fresh start for us both. We are going to leave our complicated pasts behind us and move forward. His body pressed against my back sends comfort through me. A comfort I wish I did not need so strongly. It is going to be so hard to live without him. I know that is going to happen when he finds out how badly I have messed up.
Chapter 3. Jason.
The cuffs on my wrists are tight and cold as the officer holds my head down and places me in the back of his squad car. My Miranda rights have already been read to me. The ambulance's siren starts up as it leaves with the injured man who thought he was going to ruin the love of my life. An old Ford Tempo pulls into the driveway, and a short blonde woman gets out and looks panicked. It is Julie, the man's half-sister, and someone I once knew. I can hear her shout, "What has happened? Is my brother okay?" The officer takes her by the shoulders and holds her still. "Your brother is on his way to the hospital. He is the victim of what we think is a hate crime." I do hate that man. But it was not a hate crime. He deserved every consequence he received. Her eyes find me in the back of the cop's car. She points at me and shrieks, "Is that who did that to him? Do you know his name? It is Jason Brennan. What did he do to my brother?" The officer tries to calm her down with some soothing words. Then he says, "We have his name and we are taking him in." I do not know any more than that. Mr. Brennan made a 911 call telling the dispatcher that an ambulance needed to be sent to this address. He said he was about to confront a man named Elmer Fartenberry, and that he did not want to cause fatal harm, so they needed to hurry. I should have let someone else handle him. The world would be better without people who exploit others the way he did. Suddenly, her fists are beating on the window as she screams, "What did you do to him?" I look away from her as the officer pulls her back and tells her, "Call someone to take you to the hospital, miss. You need to call your parents and let them know what has happened to your brother. I have to get this man to jail." She looks into the car and shouts, "I am going to make sure you pay for what you have done, Jason. Your brother is going to pay for what he has done too, Julie. I will take what I have coming to me." She steps back as the officer moves her. Then he gets into the car. He pulls away as Julie stands there, staring at the car as we leave. At least I had the forethought to send the video to my lawyer's phone before I destroyed the man's phone. I have no idea what Jackson will think when he sees that piece of horror. It would have been nice to get a chance to call and explain things to him first. Once I get to the station, they should let me call him, I would think. With only one phone call, it makes it hard to use it to call anyone but Brittany. I need my lawyer's help, though. The police station is much smaller than I envisioned a Los Angeles station to be. Pulling to a stop, The officer gets me out and takes me inside with not so much as one word. The woman sitting behind a thick pane of glass looks me up and down. I must be a sight. Armani suit and tie, and handcuffed behind my back. Not quite your average suspect. I have Jason Brennan from New York, New York, the officer says, then slides my driver's license under the window through a little metal tray at the bottom. He then slides my cell phone through it. He is being charged with assault with intent to cause serious harm. I was not going to harm him, I interrupt. That is exactly why I called 911. The cop looks at me. My advice to you is to keep your mouth shut. I nod and look back at the woman who is looking at me with a look I have seen often in my life. She seems intrigued by me. I will take him from here, she says as she gets up and walks to the door. The sound of a buzzer comes from behind the door. Then it opens and she stands there waiting for me. The officer hands me over to her. Taking my arm by the bicep, she grips it firmly. Once the door is closed and the other officer is on the other side of it, she whispers, "Can I trust you not to hurt me too, Mr. Brennan?" "You can." She gives my arm a squeeze. "You work out?" "I do." She opens a door and takes me into a very small room with one desk in the middle of it and chairs on either side. Letting my arm go, she gestures to one chair for me to take a seat in. As I sit down, I watch her go behind the desk and sit down. "I will be taking your statement, Mr. Brennan. I would like to call my lawyer. I will not be giving any statement." She eyes me, then smiles. "You should really cooperate with me. I have the ability to set you free without the need to be bonded out. I am more than skeptical." "You do." With a nod, she gets up and comes around the desk. Her hand slides over my shoulders. "I am sure, if you confronted someone, he deserved it. Tell me what he did to get under your skin." I hesitate to say a word. She stops right behind me and moves both her hands over my chest. "I really cannot tell you anything until I talk to my lawyer." Her lips touch my ear as she leans over me. I can feel her closeness, and it makes me uncomfortable. "Let me be straightforward with you. I find you very attractive, Mr. Brennan. I can help you out of this little assault charge very easily. If you let me, that is." "And how is that?" Her hands move over my chest. "I am a captain. I control your paperwork. I am a woman who knows what she has in front of her. I have a man who is sure to please me, and you have the good fortune of having me in your corner." After taking a deep breath, I say, "I have a fiancé. That is the reason I did what I did. I would be very thankful for your help. I will not be doing anything to get it, though. So, if that is what you want, you can forget it. Who you have in your life is none of my concern. No one needs to know what you did to get yourself out of the trouble you are in." She moves away from me and goes back behind her little desk. Pulling open a drawer, she pulls out a handful of foil packets. "I am prepared, if that is what you are worried about. I know this probably does not matter to you a bit. I am going to say it anyway. The woman I am engaged to is the love of my life. I was unfaithful to her in the beginning, and I never want to do that to her again. I am used to women coming on to me. It happens more often than not. I have rarely told anyone no before. And I really am sorry the first time I say no is a time that might actually hurt me for doing it. I have to tell you no, though." The packets go back into the drawer as her cheeks grow red. She sits down again and hides her face in her hands. I notice a gold band on her left hand and wonder what made her try that on me. "This is not even my office," she says. "This one belongs to one of the male captains. When I saw you, a strange thing happened inside of me, and I took the chance you would be into it." She lifts her head to look at me. "I am sorry." With a nod, I say, "It happens all the time. I am not sure what it is about me that makes women do things they would not normally do. I do not have any plans on telling anyone what you did. Do not worry." She looks relieved and picks up a pen off the desk and looks over the paper in front of her. Are you a flight risk, Mr. Brennan? Not really. Can I ask you something? Looking up from the paper, she nods. Of course. On my phone, there is a video of what the man I confronted did to my future wife. It is the reason I did what I did. He gave her substances and manipulated her into situations she would not have chosen. He threatened to share the video if she did not pay him. There is a little complication there, too. You see, they got married in Vegas. My fiancée is a very wealthy woman, and this man knew that. That is why he made the video after they were married. He wanted proof they were intimate after the wedding, so she could not annul the marriage. The woman looks at my cell phone, then comes around the desk. Get up. Standing up, I am nervous about what she is about to do. I find her turning me around, and then the click of the handcuffs being unlocked is a relief. She goes to sit back down, then slides the phone over to me. Can I call her? A nod gives me her answer, and I make the call. The phone rings and rings, then goes to voicemail. I guess she is still in her meeting. She had one today. The sound of a text message has me checking it, and I see a message from her. Opening it, I find some confusing words there. Jason, sorry for not answering. By now, I know you have seen the video. I cannot face you after that. Sorry. I do love you. I hope you have a wonderful life. You deserve it. Goodbye, my only true love. I am too ashamed to ever look into your eyes again. Oh my goodness, I say as my heart sinks and my mind races. Mind if I ask why you said that, Mr. Brennan? I look up at her and feel as if I am falling. She is going to run away. Confusion fills her narrow face. Her short blonde curls dance over her forehead as she shakes her head. Why is that? Shame about the video. That man has to be dealt with. What he has done is a crime, I am sure it is. I pull up the video and hand the phone to her. Watch this, please. Watching the woman watch the video is hard to take. She makes no obvious expressions of disgust, but it is there. No one could watch it without feeling disturbed. The recording is merely 30 minutes long, but it is a horrifying amount of time for someone to be put through what my Brittany was put through. I cannot believe she did not do something about what he did to her. Do you know the other man in the video? She asks me when it is all over. The man said it is his partner. Elmer Fartenberry is bisexual. I suppose that is clear from the video, though. You see, I was able to get the whole story out of the guy before I confronted him. And yes, I did confront him as forcefully as I could before help arrived. I am going to pretend I did not hear you say that, she tells me. I am sure you know this woman, and you think she would never do these things on her own. But the fact is, people make poor choices all the time. In my opinion, there is no way to tell she was forced to do any of those things. I know that. But she was given substances, I argue. With a shake of her head, she says, I know it was his hand putting the pills to her mouth. But she opened it and took them. Bad judgment is what I would call that. She should not have trusted him. She was unaware of things. Because she was intoxicated in the first place. The woman you love may not be the woman you think she is. The woman in this video is no angel, Mr. Brennan. I can see that you want to believe she has changed. The woman in this video appeared willing. Anyone can see that. As I stare into the woman's light green eyes, I feel the anger rising inside me. Have I been a fool?
Chapter 4. Brittany.
My phone rings, and I see an unknown number on the screen. I am worried it is Jason calling from another phone to get me to talk to him, but I cannot do that. The shame is just too much. After a few seconds, my voicemail beeps at me, and I pick up the phone to listen to the message. The sound of his voice is probably going to send me into tears, but I have to hear it. This is Jason's lawyer, Brittany. I need to see you in my New York office as soon as possible. Jason has been arrested for assaulting an Elmer Fartenberry, and he has sent me a video you and I need to discuss. Please call me back as soon as you can. Fantastic. Now another man has seen it. Wait. Did he say Jason was arrested? I call the number back and find his lawyer answering, "This is Jackson, Brittany. Thank you for calling me." Jason is in jail? He is. I will send a car for you. Where are you? I am actually in a car right now. I am heading to the airport to catch a plane. Since you said you have seen the video, I assume you can guess why I am leaving, I tell him as I pull my sunglasses off and look out the window at the busy New York sidewalk. Brittany, have it bring you to my office instead of running away. If you know Jason, then you know he will track you down anyway. Just come to me and let me help you. Maybe after some counseling, you can get over this difficult period. I can be of help. I do not have a problem like that, I say loudly, and immediately wish I had not raised my voice as the driver looks at me through his rearview mirror. When his eyebrows rise, I find myself wanting to glare at him. My narrowed eyes and the look I give him have him turning away quickly. Okay, whatever. Just come to my office. Thinking about what he has said, I know he might be right about Jason trying to find me. Then it sinks in that Jason is in trouble. I will be there in 30 minutes. Ending the call, I call out to the driver, who is now listening to every word that comes out of my mouth. Take me to the Davenport building, please. Sure thing. I roll my eyes and find myself wanting to get out and walk. But my suitcase is in the trunk, so I continue to ride. A text comes in and I see it is from Jason. I am coming home, and you better be there when I get there. An odd feeling goes through me, and I do not answer the text. But I do wonder how Jason is in jail for assaulting Elmer, and still managing to come back home. And when he is saying home, is he talking about my place? I certainly hope not, as I have leased it to one of my old friends, as Jason calls them. Sebastian has lived with his older brother for several years now. He jumped at the chance to lease my apartment. He took the news of my leaving pretty well, since he got a great place to live out of it. With a promise to tell anyone who stops by that I am unavailable for reasons no one needs to know, he kissed my cheek and told me goodbye. The driver pulls up in front of the building Jason's lawyer's office is in. You want I should wait for you? Please, I say, then get out and make a mental note to never call this private car service again, if I ever do come back to New York. Making my way up to the office, I notice a woman staring at me as I enter the elevator. Finally, she speaks. You are the woman who is here to see my boss. I saw your... She stops herself, then looks away with a fierce blush on her face. Sorry, nothing. With a clenched jaw, I say, you do not have to tell me. I can see it in your face. You saw the video. With a sigh, she says, yeah. Oh my goodness. What were you thinking? I mean, I could tell you were intoxicated, but my goodness. What were you thinking? Clearly, I was not. And why, may I ask, did he let you see the video? I open all of his texts and mail and things like that. She looks me up and down. You are much prettier in person. So what is it really like to be in that kind of situation? And why would you marry someone like that? That video left me with so many questions. I am really glad I ran into you. Heat fills me as embarrassment washes over me. I would really rather not discuss any of that. I was given substances, as hopefully you could tell. I do not remember most of what happened. The elevator stops on my floor, and I am not happy that she gets right back off the elevator with me, walking along next to me. What do you remember? Stopping to look at her, I find myself almost speechless. Really? Are you really that unkind? Unkind? She looks puzzled. What is unkind about it? I am just so curious. I have never seen anything like that in only 30 minutes. When the clown came in, what did you think? He was kind of strange looking to me. And he just stood there, juggling those bowling pins as he watched. It was odd. She runs her hands over her arms. His big old red nose was constantly moving as things went on. Are they like circus performers? Is that why the clown was there? Stopping at the attorney's office door, I turned to her and put on my best calm expression. Listen, the whole situation was a mistake. A terrible mistake. I really do not know if they were in a circus or not. I need to see what Jackson wants. Then I need to disappear for a while. Following me into the office, she runs to a desk and grabs a pen and paper off of it. One more thing, please. In case this goes viral like I think it will, can I please have your autograph? No. I say as I push away the pen and paper she is shoving at me. Are you serious? I was going to ask you that. How funny, right? She actually laughs, and I try hard not to react. Moving away from the woman, I go inside Jackson's office, finding him on the phone as he motions for me to come in and sit down. She is here now. I will. He takes the headset off and places it on his desk. Well, if it is not Brittany. He is laughing at me. Placing my anger aside, I say, you have the most unprofessional staff, Jackson. Confidentiality is practiced here, I assume. Do not worry. No one will leak a word about your video. As we speak, I have people making sure it will never hit the internet. You can thank Jason for that. Not that I needed your help, Jackson. I do have a lawyer myself. She is quite capable of handling things. I cross my legs and notice I missed a spot shaving one of them this morning. Moving my hand to cover the small patch of dark hair on my knee, I fidget in the plush leather chair. Speaking of that, why did you not have that lawyer of yours deal with this when it happened? He sits down and places his elbows on his cherry wood desk, lacing his fingers and leaning his chin on them. I kind of forgot that it was being recorded. Mostly, I was rushing away from that hotel room. You can imagine how badly my head ached after all that. I try to smile at him, but find it hard to overcome my embarrassment. And everything else, he adds with a grin. How was that, being caught up in such a strange situation? And did that unusual voice bother you at all? It did not look like it did. I do not know how I would handle being spoken to that way, but you seemed to go along with it. And that dog. Quite a surprise, was it not? Look, Jackson, it is obvious you have an agenda here, so get to it, I tell him, as I am not feeling as embarrassed as frustrated now with all of his comments. Oh yes, that. I do have an agenda. He tosses me a paper. Sign that. I do not sign things until after my lawyer has read them. I push the paper back, but I did notice the word prenuptial on it. His grin is gone. You do love Jason, right? I do, but I cannot look at him since he has seen that, so that point is irrelevant. And you seem to forget that I am not without money myself. Jackson gets up and gestures to the New York skyline behind his big window. This is a fickle town. You may not always have that kind of money. And here is the thing, Brittany. With your past choices, I foresee your behavior hurting my client. So sign the paper. Then your attorney and I will come up with a prenuptial agreement to protect you both. I have to tell you that Jason asked me to do this. I narrow my eyes at him. Jason asked you to do this when? A little while ago. For reasons I cannot figure out, he still wants to marry you. He says he has everything to do with your past choices. Sitting back down, he smiles at me as he leans back in his chair as if he has won some game. Were those his actual words, Jackson? I ask as I uncross my legs. He is keeping his eyes on mine as he answers, of course not. He put it in a much nicer way. You see, my client is infatuated with you. The sun rises and sets in you for him. I can see the writing on the wall, Miss Caldwell. It is you who will break his heart. It is you who has already broken the man he was. Antidepressants are something you already have him on. What is next? You think you know him, but you do not. He needs those pills. Jason has needed help for a while now. He has hidden his depression in the arms of many women. What you may have seen as a well-adjusted man was a facade. Just below that shallow surface lies a boy who was hurt when his best friend died when he was a young teen. That wound never healed. It needs to now. And I want to thank you for reminding me of that. As I get up to leave, he pushes the paper across the desk again. He will not marry you without that, I promise you. With a small smile, I look over my shoulder at him. I do not even want him to marry me, Jackson. As a matter of fact, I am taking marriage off the table. So forget about that prenuptial. That is my opinion anyway. Walking out the door, I know I am about to break someone's heart, but it has to be done. My only regret is that he did not get to have what he wanted for as long as he wanted it.
Chapter 5. Jason.
After a quick text to tell Britt that I am about 5 minutes away, I get my first text from her. Go to your place, not mine. Calling her, I get her voicemail. She has not spoken to me at all. I suppose the prenup has made her mad. I had an idea it would, but she has no idea of how badly I want her money protected. The whole thing with Beatrice and the baby has me afraid of what might possibly happen in the future. I asked Jackson to get with Britt's lawyer to come up with a prenup to keep her money safe. He told me she refused to sign the paper that would allow him to confer with her lawyer on the agreement. When I called to explain things to her, she refused to answer. And now it seems she doesn't want me in her home. To say this day has been long isn't even close to how I feel. I have jet lag from the hours spent in them in the last 24 hours. I have a headache the size of Texas, and my insides actually hurt, as I feel terrible about what the woman I love has gone through. My cell rings, and I see it is Beatrice. My gosh. What now? Hello. Thank God you picked up, Jason. It is Morgan. She breaks down, and I hear a shuffling noise. A man says, "Hey, I know we're the last people you want to hear from. The baby is really sick. He has pneumonia." "Who is this?" I ask as I drum my fingers on my leg. "This is Bee's brother, Cullen. I know the story about you and my sister. I know you may not be my nephew's father, but this baby needs help my sister can't afford. The doctors here aren't doing all they can because Bee doesn't have health insurance. I know this kid might not be yours, but man, he needs your help right now." An irritation runs through me, making me itch. What the hell can I do? At the very least, could you get on the phone with the hospital and tell them to get little Morgan to the best hospital for him and that you'll pay for it all, he asks me. I can hear Bee crying in the background. I need Britt here to tell me what to do. Then it hits me. I can make this decision on my own. Can you give the phone to whoever can make that decision, Cullen? I can, and let me tell you something, Jason. There ain't a member of this family who thinks Bee did right by doing what it is she's done. Not a one of us. But she's ours, and this baby is ours too. If it turns out he ain't yours, we'll gladly pay you back every last cent you spend on saving him for us. You don't have to worry about doing that. I got this. And thanks for calling me. I sit up a bit straighter as he hands the phone off to someone else. A woman says, "If we're to send him to the hospital he should be in, I am going to need a valid credit card with at least $100,000 limit, sir." Not a problem. My cards all have higher spending limits than that. I want that baby taken to the best place for him, I tell her as I take my wallet out. The cab driver calls out as he stops. Here we are. Crap, I hiss. Hey, I didn't get a chance to tell you to take me to my place, Ralph. Not a problem, Mr. Brennan. The great thing about public transportation is they never get pissed about taking you one more place. The money makes it no problem at all. I'll need a copy of the credit card emailed to our billing department, and then we'll get the child transferred, the lady says. I'll send you the email address in a text, okay? That will be fine. I'll get it back to you as quickly as you send it. With the end of the call, I find my pulse higher than usual and sit back to take in deep breaths. No blackness is coming in, but a strange sensation is creeping over me. Closing my eyes, I lay my head back on the seat and rest. I've been going and going for a long time now. I need rest. I need lots of rest. Before I know it, the cabbie is calling out to me, "We're here, Mr. Brennan. Your place." Oh. I shake my head and hand him 100. "Keep the change." He shouts out his thanks as I get out. I didn't take any luggage. I had it sent home. The lobby looks almost foreign to me as I walk in. It has been nearly 2 months since I've been here. Up my private elevator I go, and when the doors open I find my penthouse empty. "Britt," I shout. Nothing. My cell dings, and I look at it to find the message from the hospital. Crap. I must have fallen asleep. Quickly, I open it and send back the information they need to take care of the baby. I get back a message from the hospital telling me they've completed the transaction and are sending the baby on to the Children's Hospital in Dallas. Falling on my sofa, I lay back on it and put my feet up on the coffee table. I am tired as hell, but it makes me feel good to help the baby. If he's mine or not, it makes me feel good to help him. So I call B. She answers with a sob. "Thank you, Jason." "Yeah, not a problem. Hey, I can set your family up at a hotel near the hospital. Call me and let me know which one is closest, and I'll get as many rooms as you need for as long as he's in the hospital." "Really?" she asks with tears in her voice. "Jason, after what I did, you would do that for me?" "You know," I say. "The baby and the people who love him, yes." "I'll make this up to you, I swear it," she says. "All I ask is that if he's mine, work with me, not against me. I am sorry for my part in our relationship too, B. None of what we did is his fault. I am coming to terms with that. And I know this is probably emotion talking, but screw it. Even if he's not mine, I am going to set up a fund for the little guy. He'll never want for a damn thing. And if I am not his dad, and the man who is won't do right by him, then he can still carry my name and I'll be his daddy." "Oh my Jason," she says with shock. "Are you messing with me?" "I am not messing with you, B. You can take my words for the truth. Please keep me posted on his progress, will you?" "Of course. Jason, thank you. In a million years, I never expected such a thing. Not ever. Thank you. I have to go. They're moving him now. Thank you. God bless you, Jason." "God bless you too, B. And may God bless and watch over Morgan. Call me when things settle, okay?" "I will. Bye now," she says, then ends the call. My heart thumps in my chest, and I feel hopeful for the baby. I do not really know what's gotten into me all of a sudden. I feel happy about it, though. The smell of cigar smoke wafts around my nose. I look around and see no smoke. "Hello," I call out. Then I remember that no one has a key to my private elevator. Not even Brittany. I never got around to giving her one. A shadow moves across the room in front of me. Who's there? The smell is getting stronger. I am freezing all of a sudden. "I am okay," I hear, as if it's a whisper on a breeze. "Who?" I ask, as I sit up and look hard into the darkness of the large living room. No one answers me. Then I feel a sudden jolt on my right side, as a flash of light fills the room. The taste of cinnamon and sugar hits my tongue, and I remember breakfasts with my grandfather. We loved to eat that when I visited him. One tear runs down my cheek as I ask, "Are you here?" The chandelier above me starts to shake and flicker as I look up at it and laugh. "You are. Gramps. I love you. I miss you. You have no idea. I never got to say goodbye. I never got to tell you that I loved you. You were taken away in that ambulance, and I didn't see you again until you were in that box in that funeral home. Gramps, I have so many questions." The lights go completely out. My heart sinks, then comes back as they light all the way up. Higher than the lights have ever been. So much light is coming from them, I am afraid they're going to bust. In a flash of intense light, they go out, and the only thing left is the taste on my tongue. The faint smell of my Gramps' cigar is in the air. The elevator door opens, and in that bright light stands my angel. "Brit," I say as I sit on the sofa and wipe the tears from my eyes. "You smoking in here?" she asks. "Something like that." Her silhouette moves out of the elevator toward me. "I've missed you," she says. Rising, I go to her and take her in my arms. "I've missed you, pumpkin." Her lips touch mine, and I see it all. My future. And it is not at all what I expected.
Chapter 6. Brittany.
Peppering kisses all over his handsome face, I find myself in his warm embrace. "I am so sorry, Jason." "Do not be," he says as he hugs me tightly. Pulling back to look at him, I ask, "How much trouble are you in for beating Elmer up? And how badly did you hurt him?" "I am not in any trouble, thanks to a nice captain who made sure the charges were dismissed by one of her judge friends." He pulls me back into his arms and presses my head against his chest. But jealousy courses through my veins as I heard the word "her" come out of his mouth. "Her, Jason? A woman helped you?" With a sigh, he eases his hug and pulls back to look at me. "It was a woman, yes." "What did you do to get her to help you?" I ask, feeling a knot form in my stomach. His face splits into a wide smile. "Man, I wish I had a lie detector because I so want you to know I am telling the truth." He takes my hand and pulls me along to sit on the sofa with him. "Britt, the cop came onto me pretty aggressively. I was handcuffed and she was leaning over my back, pressing close, even trying to touch me inappropriately." "What?" I shriek. "Jason, you let her?" His eyes go big as he shakes his head. "Britt, did you hear me? I was handcuffed. My hands were behind my back when she did that. Anyway, listen. Okay, so she did all that, and I told her I was not going to do what she wanted. I told her no." Some relief moves through me, but the knot in my stomach remains. "Then why did she help you?" With a shrug he says, "She just did. I did not touch her at all, and she helped me anyway. The thing is, I told her no. That is literally the first time I told a woman that. Are you not proud of me?" Yes. Well, of course. But I just do not understand why a professional like that would try that kind of thing on you. It happens to me all the time. I cannot explain it. But I have learned to say no. You fill my heart. It is all because of you, baby. I love you. I love you more than you can imagine." He pulls me into a hug again. His lips touch the top of my head as he groans, "I missed you so much." It is hard to believe it has only been a day. And not an entire one at that. Looking up at him, I see nothing of what I thought I would see when he looked at me after seeing that video. "Jason, how badly did you hurt that kid?" "No bones were broken, if that is what you mean. I did no permanent damage, which is amazing, seeing how mad he made me. That kid fed you drugs, baby. I do not hold you responsible for anything on that video. I hold that little pervert responsible." His cell rings, and he looks over at it as it lies on the coffee table. I better answer that. They are moving the baby to a children's hospital. "What?" I ask, completely confused. "Hold on," he says as he picks up the phone. "I will tell you everything." He answers it, "Hello." I do not hear a thing. Then he looks at me and smiles as he puts the phone on speaker. Then I hear a woman's voice. He is being taken in a helicopter. The rest of us are driving to Dallas. I am sending you a text with the hotel information. There will be 3 of us. My mother and brother and me. You can put us all in one room. Would you not be more comfortable if you each had your own rooms, B? Jason asks. I am in shock as I listen as B answers, "You do not need to spend that much money." Nonsense, he says as he waves his hand. It is no problem. I will get 3 of them. Let me know how he is doing when you get there. I will. Thank you, Jason. You have no idea how much better I feel now that the baby is getting the help he needs. I will call you soon. Bye. He ends the call and looks at me. Okay. The baby has pneumonia, and she took him to a hospital, but she has no health insurance, and they could not send him to where he needed to be without it. And you offered to pay for that? I ask, looking at him with disbelief. This man was saying he might not even have anything to do with the kid even if he was his. A few hours without me, and he has managed to find some compassion he did not seem to have before. Maybe I am bad for him. I did. She called me and her brother got on the phone, and out of the blue, it came to me to help the baby out. I also told her I would set up a fund for him, and he would never want for a thing. Wow. I find myself feeling shocked he did all that. Also, he says as he looks a little sheepish, I told B that if I was not the baby's father and the real father did not step up that he could keep my name and I would still be his father. You are not mad, are you? Shaking my head, I say, no. Not at all. I am kind of confused. All this time I have been telling you to do the right thing by the baby, and you have seemed dead set against having anything to do with him. I am not around you for a while, and suddenly you become very generous. It is confusing, is all. I do not know what to say. It just hit me, and I went with my feelings. I suppose not having you around, and not worrying about hurting you, had me freeing up my mind. He does do things differently because of me. Jason, that brings me to what I wanted to talk to you about. The moonlight coming through the large window behind us reflects off his blue eyes, making them glisten. Though there are no lights on in the large living room, a soft glow fills it. Jason looks amazing in the light, and it makes my heart ache with what I have to tell him. His hand squeezes mine. What do you want to talk about, sweet cakes? Time, I say as I move my other hand over our clasped hands. You need time, Jason. For what? The way he is looking at me, with a slight grin, has me feeling odd about what I have decided. But I forge ahead. You need time to mend. Time to let things settle into your head. Jason, you and I need to slow way down. I am taking marriage off the table. He shakes his head. No, you are not. With a nod, I say, yes, I am. Moving my hand to caress his cheek, I look deep into his eyes. Jason, you have been moving from one woman's arms to the next, looking for something you have lost. I am merely the next set of arms. A familiar set, a comforting set. But you need to know how to find comfort in yourself first. Then, if you still want to marry me, I will accept your proposal. But you have to mend yourself first. Britt, I do not understand. His hands move over my shoulders and hold me tight. Your grandfather's death hurt you. You obviously never processed it. You are continuously looking for that comfort your relationship with him gave you. But you will not find that in another person. You have to find that in yourself. I love you, Britt, but you are no therapist. I know I want you in my life. Do I need you? The answer is easy. I do. He pulls me tight and kisses my cheek. It is okay to need someone. Pushing his chest, I make him loosen his tight grip so I can look at him. Jason, I do not think it is healthy to need anyone. Just look at what you were doing about that baby, because you were afraid of hurting me. I want you to do what makes you happy, or what you feel like you should do, without thinking about me or what I will think. He laughs and shakes his head. Britt, I think you need to see my shrink. I love you, and I will always think about what it is I am doing or saying, and how it might affect you. Do you not do the same for me? Taking a moment to ponder what he has asked, I find myself agreeing with him. But Jason, I do not want to be your crutch. You are not. You are my rock, snuggle monkey. And I hope I am yours. I am striving to be anyway. Pulling me close to him again, he kisses the top of my head. And you and I are getting married. I saw it all when that elevator opened. So do not even try to think that you know best, because you do not. Jason, His lips stop my words as he pulls me back and kisses me. I wrap my arms around his neck and lean into him. The kiss is soft and warm, and for a moment every thought in my mind disappears. When he finally pulls away, I am still catching my breath. You wanted to say something, my love? He asks gently. Are you sure about this? I ask quietly. Are you sure you do not want more time? I want you, he says without hesitation. Every part of you. And I want you in my life. He kisses me again, and in that moment I feel something settle inside my heart. Wherever this man is, that is where I belong. Suddenly he pulls away and stands. Before I can ask what he is doing, he lifts me into his arms. Time for bed? I ask with a small laugh. He nods. It is. He carries me into the bedroom and nudges the door closed behind us before setting me gently on the bed. I laugh as I land among the pillows. Leaning back, I watch him as he moves around the room, his breathing still a little uneven. You look very determined tonight, I tease. I am, he replies with a grin. He walks over and takes my hands, pulling me closer. In seconds, we are laughing again as he tugs me toward him. You make me feel like I weigh nothing, I say, smiling. He leans down and presses a soft kiss to my neck, sending a pleasant shiver through me. Then he shifts us so that I end up sitting beside him. I run my hands lightly across his chest and shake my head with a playful smile. I could sit here all night just admiring you, I say. He laughs quietly and pulls me closer. Nah, I say, teasing as I lean away for a moment. Not yet, Romeo. Come on, he says with mock impatience. I have missed you. I laugh and brush a kiss along his cheek before resting my head against his shoulder. Patience, I whisper. But with one quick movement, he turns us both toward the pillows again. I have plenty of patience, he says softly. Just not when it comes to you. And I realize I am not complaining at all. We let the laughter fade as we settle close together, enjoying the quiet warmth between us. For a long while we simply hold each other, letting the world outside disappear as the night slowly drifts on.
Chapter 7. Jason.
Her body moves beneath mine as she cries out in release. Jason. Oh my goodness. I am not ready to let the moment end. I continue moving with her, feeling her respond fully as she holds me close. I want to savor every second. Her fingers press into my back as she arches toward me. On your knees, I say in a low voice as I ease away and gently turn her. She shifts quickly. I guide her waist, drawing her back, then press her shoulders down so I can draw even closer. Jason, she calls out as I join with her again. Her body still trembles from before, and the sensations push me right to the edge. I clench my jaw, holding on. Her breaths come fast and uneven as our rhythm builds. Are you ready? She nods and whispers, so ready, darling. With a deep sound of satisfaction, I let go, and she cries out once more. I do not know how I could ever tire of hearing her like this. Our bodies settled together. She collapses onto the bed, eyes closed. I lie beside her, my hand resting gently on the small of her back. I love you, Britt. I close my eyes and drift off quickly. She murmurs, I love you, Jason. The aroma of bacon wakes me, and I realize I am alone in bed. Music plays somewhere, drifting through the open bedroom door. I hear her singing along. My hand brushes the indentation on the pillow where she slept. My Brittany made my dreams sweet. I roll out of bed and head to the shower. Steam covers the mirror. I must have slept deeply not to hear her. In the steam, she left a message, meet me in the kitchen. After a quick rinse, I pull on a robe and walk down the hallway. The scent of bacon draws me like a magnet. She smiles as I enter, sniffing the air. You do not want any breakfast, do you? She asks, waving a piece of hickory-smoked bacon toward me. You had better have made enough for me, you little tease. I pull her into my arms and take the bacon from her hand with my teeth. She giggles and wraps her arms around me. I am not a tease. I made my man a big plate of food. Sniffing again, I ask, and do I smell coffee? Maybe. Go sit down and let me get you some. After a long kiss, I release her and watch as she moves gracefully around the kitchen, preparing coffee and juice. I lean against the counter, admiring her in one of my t-shirts. She dances over and places a steaming cup in my hands, then kisses my cheek. Enjoy. I catch the hem of the shirt and pull her back. One more kiss. Her smile makes my heart beat faster. Her lips meet mine, stirring something deep inside. My phone rings in the bedroom, and she pulls away. You had better answer that. With a sigh, I head back. I hear her phone ring too. Seems we are both getting calls this morning, I call out. She laughs and shouts, it is my lawyer. I hope she has good news, I shout back as I enter the bedroom. My lawyer is calling as well. Hello. Jason, I have great news. The results are in. The child is not yours. The air leaves my lungs and I sit on the bed. I spoke to B last night and she did not mention the test. The baby is in the hospital. I suppose they ran the swab there, he says. Anyway, you are off the hook. And if you want my advice, you should get off the Britney hook too. The video was disturbing, to say the least. Jackson, I know you mean well, but I do not want you to say another word about Brit or that video again. My hand shakes with anger as I set the coffee down. I cannot understand why he dislikes her so much. Okay, Jason. Anyway, I checked on Elmer's injuries this morning. He is fine. Released after a few hours. I paid the bill, so there is no issue there. But try to keep your fist to yourself. Will do. I think I made my point with him. Outside, a rain cloud moves in. Looks like rain today. Weather? He asks. I just gave you great news, and you want to talk about the weather? If you have nothing else, I want to tell Brit about the baby. I stand and head out. That is all for now, he says. I will call if anything comes from Elmer. And the prenup. Fax it over. I will have her sign it and send it back. Will do, he says. I end the call. Brittany's voice rises. He will not give me a divorce. How is that possible? An annulment should work, should it not? Her face is flushed as she paces. After listening a moment longer, she hangs up, frustrated. I see you have bad news. I have some good news though, I say, drawing her attention. She sets the phone down. Let me hear it. I need positive words right now. The baby is not mine. Her expression clears, then a smile breaks through. Thank goodness. She runs to me. I lift her as she wraps her legs around me and kisses me deeply. I had misread her all along. Her lips leave mine to scatter kisses across my face. Happy are you? Ecstatic is more like it, she says. I tried to stay positive, but I really wanted to be the one to give you children. She frowns. That sounds so selfish. Sorry. Do not be. I want that too. But we do have the promise I made to be, if the real father does not step up, I remind her. That is okay. I can handle it. She kisses me again. I cannot complain about anything else, since my prayers were answered. It sounds like mine were not though, I say. I was asking for a miracle with that marriage to the jerk. She pauses, thinking, then meets my eyes. Did he show you the marriage license? No. She steps away and picks up her phone. I need to call my attorney. Something just occurred to me. What is it? I ask, grabbing a piece of bacon. And may I eat while you do that? She nods. I start plating food as her attorney answers. Are you calling to apologize for hanging up, Brittany? No, but now that you mention it, I am sorry. It is not your fault. But I have a question. Have you seen any marriage license? No. What are you getting at? I am trying to find out if he is lying. Can you check with the city of Las Vegas to see if one was issued? Excitement fills her attorney's voice. I will call you right back. I pop a piece of bacon into Britt's mouth. Think it could really be that simple, pumpkin? No, but it is worth a try. I remember a lot about that strange night, but nothing about a wedding. She opens her mouth for another bite. I feed her scrambled eggs. If you are not married, what do you say to joining me in Vegas this evening? She chews, then shakes her head. I do not want to get married in Vegas. But, I begin, before she presses a finger to my lips. I want to get married in the little church in our hometown. Do you remember we both went there as children? She gestures for another bite. Toast satisfies her as I recall. Oh yes. We had Sunday school together. I am surprised you remembered. You were about 5 or 6. That is where I want to say I married the man I have loved forever. I had a big crush on you I never told you about. I watched you from afar for years, Jason. She takes a long drink of juice. Is that so? She nods. So, what do you say to getting married there? I say yes. May I get Mom on it? Her phone rings. She holds up a finger. I hope you have good news. Her attorney laughs. Kind of. You are married to him, but it can be annulled. Paperwork is coming today. It will be as if it never happened. Britt smiles at me. Call your mom, baby. She sets the phone down and kisses me. In just a few months, she will carry my last name.
Chapter 8. Brittany.
Suck it in, Britt, Mom says as she tries to zip the dress again. Mom, you cannot suck in when you are pregnant. I knew I should have bought another dress. My oldest sister enters with a white shawl. I took this from Aunt Gertie. Now no one will see the back. Presto. Maddie to the rescue, as usual, pipsqueak. She taps my nose and grins. This is awful, I whine. I am starving too. Nothing is going as planned. Sharon enters with cheese and crackers. A little snack for your highness. I eat one quickly. This child is going to be just like his daddy, always hungry. Maddie scoffs. You are only 4 months along, Britt. With my first, I did not show until near the end. You are eating too much. A voice comes through the wall. No, she is not, Maddie. Let her eat, my soon-to-be husband says. Thanks, baby, I call before eating another cracker. No one would believe 2 billionaires are marrying here today. Cheese and crackers and sparkling grape juice. You all should have used some of our money. Mom shakes her head. No, ma'am. That is not how we do things. Enjoy the crackers, and later you can have pimento cheese sandwiches and lime sherbet punch. Jason calls, speaking of lime punch, I'm getting a cup. I will meet you at the altar, pumpkin. I will see you there, I reply. Sharon applies more mascara. Maybe John will propose during the wedding. I hope so. Mom and Maddie roll their eyes as I say, is not 3 marriages enough, Sharon? She narrows her eyes in the mirror. Since none worked out, no. Thanks for asking. And I have no children yet, unlike Maddie and her 6. She glances at our oldest sister. Do you and Paul even have a television? Mom laughs, then stops under Maddie's glare. Mother. That is not funny. Say something to your daughter. Every child is a blessing from God. Yes, dear, Mom says, patting Sharon. Those kids are blessings, Sharon. Do not tease your sister about how she and Paul build their family. Maddie's eyes widen. Mother. A knock sounds. Dad's voice calls, time to go, Britt. The old piano starts, out of tune and a bit eerie, but I like it. Mom shoos my sisters out, then hugs me. I love you, Brittany. And for the record, I love Jason too. He has changed a lot. Thanks, Mom. She releases me, and Dad waits in the hallway. Well, come on, Britt Brat, let us get you hitched. Okay, Daddy. I take his arm. At the aisle's end stands Jason in his expensive tuxedo, looking slightly out of place in the small musty church with its pretty stained glass. Each step quickens my heart. Things worked out. The baby's real father was the fry cook. My attorney threatened him, and he signed papers promising to leave me alone. Thunder shakes the building. Lightning sizzles. Lights blaze, then go out. Only candles behind Jason light the space. "Oh no," great-grandfather shouts loudly, "he's deaf." "Hush, Walter." Great-grandmother replies, she can hardly hear. The pianist stops. "Does anyone else smell that?" Dad sniffs. Fire. People rush for the door. Dad tugs me. "Come on." I look back, Jason frowns and approaches. I release Dad's hand. Jason puts his arm around me and guides me to a side door. "Some wedding, huh, pumpkin?" he says with a small laugh. "Do you think this is a sign, Jason?" I ask nervously. "A sign? Like we should not get married?" "Of course. What other sign would I mean?" He pulls me away from the building. "I thought maybe a sign that indoor weddings are not ideal. Not that we should not marry. That is crazy thinking, Doodlebug." We gather outside. No fire appears. Headlights turn on. Men check around the church. No fire here. Jason's mother grabs his arm. "Oh goodness. We are in the cemetery, treading on graves. Hurry." Everyone moves. Jason tugs my hand. "Wait. Everyone, wait." Headlights illuminate a headstone. "Gramps." Lightning flashes, lighting the graveyard. "Would you look at that?" His father says. "Guess Gramps wants to witness your marriage, son." The preacher approaches. "Would you like the ceremony here?" Jason looks at me. "Would you mind?" "Me? Of course not. The wedding is already unusual. Why not outdoors at night on a grave?" Jason kisses my head. "I knew I was marrying the right girl." "Thanks, Gramps." The preacher stands behind Herbert S. Waldrop Stone. Our families watch. Nieces and nephews play nearby as we exchange vows, words to bind us through life's storms. As I say, "Till death do us part," rain pours. Jason lifts me, kisses me quickly, and runs to his old pickup. The seat is still ripped, smelling of dirt and now a touch of mold. "Wow, what memories we are making, Jason." He laughs and starts the truck.
Disappointed, baby?
Looking into his blue eyes, I answer honestly, "Not one bit." He strokes my hand and kisses the rings. "Here we are. The first place I ever kissed you." I nod, pushing away old thoughts. I run my hand over my belly. He covers it with his. "I like you like this, Brit. Healthy and gorgeous." "You managed to add that extra 10 pounds, I say with a giggle. "Yes, I did." He leans close and we share a tender moment, lost in each other as rain beats down, just like old times. Our breathing fills the space. We hold each other tightly. "I love you, Mrs. Brennan." His words warm me deeply. I have wanted to hear that for so long. It feels even better than I imagined. It felt wonderful to say. He kisses me again. I think I will really enjoy being married to this man.
Chapter 9. Jason.
"And this will be Lance's bedroom," I say, showing Brittany the house. "His name will not be Lance. I have told you, I do not like it." She pulls me across the hall. "And look, the cream paint clashes with the dark floors. No, I hate this house too. Baby, this is the 10th house in the last month. How can you hate them all?" "Easy. I want something unique. Something no one else has." She pushes back her thick hair. "I am hot in here too." "You are hot everywhere. You cannot use that as a reason." "Goodness, you are hot even in front of an open refrigerator, pumpkin." I pull her close, noticing her damp skin. "How about an igloo in Antarctica?" She fans herself. "Yes, that would be great. A bit cold once the baby arrives, though." The agent approaches. So, Mrs. Brennan, what do we think? I hate it, she says. I said no stairs. You keep showing houses with stairs. My sister has 6 kids, stairs are a nightmare. With my husband wanting more children, stairs are a problem. But the estates you want all have stairs, he tries. She shakes her head. You have one more chance, Paul. If you cannot find what I want, I will find someone who can. He looks to me. I shrug. What she says goes, Paul. She hooks her thumb at me. See that, Paul? That is a man who knows how to make his wife happy. It is not always easy when she is hot, hungry, and cranky now and then. Now and then is putting it mildly. I wrap my arm around her waist. Come on, sweetie pie. Paul will find what you want. What about what you want, Mr. Brennan? Paul asks. Do you get a say? She turns, eyes flashing. You are no longer needed, Paul. I move her along. Sorry, I tell him. He cannot stop. Are you really going to let her act like that? I get her to the car first, then face him. I know she seems picky. Picky. I would say difficult. My temper rises, but I hold back. Look, Paul, you are young. Not married yet. Wait a while. Mature. She is carrying 30 extra pounds, pees every 10 minutes, sweats randomly, and needs help with shoes and shaving because she cannot see past her belly. She is impossible. Unreal expectations. I am sorry, I say, walking away. Thanks for the showings. In the car, Brittany cries. I heard him. Am I really difficult? I hand her a tissue. No way, sugar bear. You are holding out for what you truly want. That is smart. She blows her nose. Right. I am thinking long term. I want one home for our children. You agree, right? I agree. I have an idea. Let us stop looking in New York State and find a ranch house in Texas. I have wanted to move back, but she insisted on staying near publishers. She looks at me with red eyes. Okay. Wait, did you say okay? She laughs softly. Do not make me laugh. I nearly had an accident. Yes, okay. I know you love it there. And I cannot find what I want here. I think I want to move back too. To see family more, let little Rocco see grandparents. Rocco. I start the car. She nods. I like it. I hate it. She frowns. How about Marco? More normal. That is Italian. We are not Italian, she says, rubbing her belly. What do you think Rocco is? Cool, she says, and runs her hand over my thigh. Baby, do you still find me attractive? I weigh a ton, sweat constantly, and get irritable. I am no picnic. You are a delight, my love, I say, laughing. I am no fool. You know I cannot leave until the baby is born. If you want Texas, find a place after next month. There's the ranch near our hometown. I could buy it, renovate, and we move 6 weeks after the baby. Sharon could decorate. She is good at it. My brother Jared could help. He liked her at the wedding. She thinks, then nods. Go for it. I like that place. We can keep the New York place for meetings. Yes. I kiss her hand. Does that mean Marco too? No way. If we are ranchers, a cowboy named Buck Lane or Tough. I see where you are going, and I like it, baby. Finally, we agree. She sighs, head back. So we become ranchers, move home. She stops. Jason, why do you want to go back to that town? Our families are there. Why else? Her eyes narrow. You stopped looking at me. I need to watch the road, baby. Do not read into it. Suddenly home, where everyone knows you cheated. Where old flames live. Is that why? If she were not hormonal, I might argue. We do not have to live there, if it bothers you. What does it make you, Jason? Restless, she asks sharply. I knew this would happen. I am big, and you want someone else. I knew it. How about ice cream? I try. Do not distract me. Chocolate syrup, rainbow sprinkles. Yum. I am not that easy. I smile. Gummy bears drenched in chocolate. She points to a cafe. Stop there. Her anger fades as I park. Do you love how whipped cream ties it together? I ask, unbuckling her. She smiles. I am sorry. I get kind of crazy now and then. Now and then, yes.
Chapter 10. Brittany.
The blood pressure cuff startles me awake. Jason looks at me with concern, worry, and fear. I will be fine, I reassure him. My doctor admitted me to induced labor. I am 2 weeks overdue, and my blood pressure rose yesterday. I gained too much weight, which I blame on Jason, naturally. I know you will, baby. He holds my free hand as the cuff tightens. Ow. I wince. This is awful. I do not know how my sister did it 6 times. She pops them out easily, does she not? He asks as the doctor enters. How is she, Doc? We are about to start. You ready? She asks him. He nods. I frown. I am, but then I am not. She pats my shoulder. You have your focal points, Jason? He points around the room. First one there, second over there. 10 total if it goes long. I will give her 10 hours. If no progress, C-section. If blood pressure rises more, sooner. Fingers crossed for natural. I laugh. I wish I had company in this. Jason pulls my hand to his chest. Believe it or not, Pudding Pop, I feel terrible too. I will be here for every pain. Squeeze my hand whenever. I have you, baby. Maybe I will not be so grouchy once he is out, I say. Sorry if I have been difficult. The doctor smiles. Thanks for the apology, Brittany. I wondered if I would get one. I meant Jason, but I owe you one too. I will probably be tough during this, so sorry in advance. She starts the drip. Yeah, you are about to really dislike me. Is it really that bad? I ask. Jason says, I am sure it is not as bad as some say. Right, Doc? She shrugs and leaves. I frown. She is making me nervous. Me too, he says, stroking my forehead. But no worries, I have the back massager tablet for distraction and me to keep you happy. And you do make me happy. I watch him grab the remote. His jogging suit hugs him perfectly, I chose it for this. His t-shirt shows his build. I run my hand over his arm and sigh softly. This morning was our last chance before 6 weeks without closeness, I say. I worry about him waiting. He has given no reason to doubt, but thoughts creep in. Do not worry, he says, fluffing my pillow. I can wait. I see that look, Pumpkin. I can almost read your mind. Sorry for doubting. I am trying. A tightness crosses my back and stomach. He checks the monitor. You had one. How was it? Not bad. I think I can handle this. Maybe I am a natural, like Maddie. Maybe you are, he says, kissing my forehead.
Jason.
9 hours and many contractions later, my wife begs for a C-section. No more. I cannot take it, please, Doc, she pleads, gripping the doctor's arm. The doctor shakes her head. You are minutes away, Brittany. To me, where's her focal point? She will not listen, I say. You have to make her. The doctor frees her arm. I will get the epidural. Thank goodness. Britt shouts, then breathes hard and motions me over. I give my hand. It is already bruised, but that is my role. Okay, Buttercup. Breathe through it. Relief is coming. Her eyes widen. Something is happening. The nurse checks. What is it? A burning, very bad burning, Britt yells. The nurse looks, then says, that is a lot of blood. Oh no, the nurse says. I need the doctor. Do not push. She glares at me. Do not let her push. Okay, I say weakly. She repeats sternly, do not let her push. Yes, ma'am. I turn to Brit. Now listen. She makes a pain sound. I have to push Jason. I sit on the bed, hand on her stomach. You cannot. Wait for the doctor. Then it is over. You do not know. I need to. She closes her eyes. I snap my fingers. Look here, baby. I point to my eyes. I have you. Remember Bora Bora, the sharks? 2 of them, she pants. I got you out safely, right? She nods, gritting her teeth. And that guy droned on. Yes, she says, sweat pouring. You were so brave. You are brave, Brit. You are bringing our son into the world. I am so proud. She looks teary. And I am proud of you. You are the best husband. You will take good care of me and Levi. Garrett, I correct. We decided, Garrett. She groans. Ow. It hurts not to push. Her eyes close. I touch her cheek. But wait. When did Garrett get replaced? A while ago. I forgot. Levi now. The monitor shows a long contraction. Levi is great, pumpkin butt. The doctor and nurse return, gloving up. More staff enters. Brit looks scared. You got this, baby, I say, kissing her forehead. You can push, the doctor says. Next contraction. Thank goodness. Brit pushes hard, face red. Okay. Probably 2 more. He is bigger than expected. The nurse murmurs, 10 pounds easy. I look at the doctor. You said 8. I did. Not the case. Brit pushes again. You are doing great. Relief crosses her face. Almost over. Shoulders out, the doctor says. 1 more push, the nurse adds. Brit's eyes glaze. I love you, Jason. Always have, always will. More than you know. I love you more. I kiss her hand as she pushes with a growl. A cry fills the room. He is here, I tell her. You did it. The doctor holds him up. I laugh through tears. He is huge. Brit's eyes widen. That came out of me. I carried that linebacker. You did. Tears fall from us both as he cries. We are a family of crybabies.
Brittany.
I am not sure when I knew I loved Jason. It feels like always. No single moment, he simply entered my heart naturally. Our son feels the same. He has always been part of us. Little Herbert crawls everywhere on the ranch house now. We named him the moment he looked at us, said it together. I swear he smiled. Our family is just beginning. Most fear is gone, tucked away where it cannot threaten our present. Watching Jason follow our son, I know we hold his heart. That is enough. Enough to keep me happy and safe. Sometimes things start hard and end easy. That was our path. Whatever the reason, I am glad we found each other again. I am never letting go. We have found our happily ever after all.
The end.
Sneak peek for Billionaire's Wings. Chapter 1. Alyssa.
My heart beats hard in my chest as Kyle pulls me through the forest of tall pine trees. A large dark shadow follows us from above the trees. I keep glancing up to see if it is still there. It seems impossible. Another clap of thunder fills the surrounding air. How strange. I did not see any lightning. There is no rain, and the only wind comes from directly above us. I cannot remember a time I have felt wind blowing from above me. A small patch of flat terrain gives me a chance to look up again without worrying about tripping. What on earth is that? Goodness, there are 2 of them. They are huge. I have never seen any bird so large. I tug at Kyle's hand, trying to get him to stop. I want to look at them, not run from them. They cannot be stalking us. They are just birds. His eyes are wide and full of fear as he looks back at me, still running. What are you doing, Allie? Let us stop. I want to look at them. The look I get in return assures me he thinks I am crazy. He keeps running, then a horrific shrieking sound vibrates down my spine. I look up and see giant black wings beating through the light blue sky. Kyle's speed increases. I am practically flying behind him. My feet barely touch the ground as he pulls me along. The thing is, as strange as this might be, I am not afraid. Kyle is though, so I am not going to try to stop him again. I do not want him to feel like a coward. His feet hit the ground with loud thumps, as the wings continue to beat above us. The noise the huge wings make is so loud. I cannot help thinking how magnificent they must look. The gate of our privacy-fenced backyard looms only a few yards ahead of us. As Kyle hits the latch to allow us into my backyard, the sound stops. They are gone. We both stop and look up, turning in a full circle. It is as if nothing was following us at all. The sky is bright blue. Not a single bird flies above us. I really wanted to see them. I was hoping I could get a good look as they flew over our yard. This is really disappointing. Kyle looks back at me as we walk into the yard. What in the world? My eyes go wide. It is no secret my parents are the strictest people in the entire world. Make that the universe. Kyle. Language. He bends his head to speak in my ear. Sorry, baby. But seriously, what was that? Shrugging my shoulders, I say, I do not know. But whatever those things were, they are gone now. He tugs at my hand, pulling me further into the yard. That was weird. Do you not think it was weird, Allie? I roll my eyes. Of course I think it is weird, Kyle. Is it not strange that when you kissed me, the thunder of wings began? I laugh. You kissed me, not the other way around. Suddenly I am halted, his hands on my shoulders and the twinkle in his sky-blue eyes captivating my attention. I asked you to go to Texas with me and gave you a ring, then you kissed me after you said yes. Remember, Allie? I nod, making him smile. My parents are not going to be happy, but I am going to Austin with Kyle after graduation. Only 3 weeks away. I turn 18 the day after, so I will be legal, and they cannot stop me. Right? Goodness, this is scary. So much scarier than those birds were. How could they have just vanished? I really wanted to see them clearly. My hand is still in his. That will be a problem, as my father is looking directly at us. He is frowning. I am not supposed to be touching my boyfriend. My parents do not think he is what he is. They think he is a friend. A longtime friend, but only that. When I was 13, I had to promise my parents I would never engage in any relationship until I turned 18. Ridiculous, right? My dad yells out clear across the large back lawn, "What is going on, Alyssa?" Kyle drops my hand. Sorry, sir. Something happened in the woods. My younger pain-in-the-neck brother Scotty approaches us, a smile on his mischievous face. You have made Daddy-o mad, Kyle. Not good, dude. My mother comes out the back door carrying a large tray, and Kyle sprints across the lawn to help her. Please let me get that for you, Mrs. Devlin. His voice is a mixture of Middle America and the South. His parents are from Texas. They moved here to Cloudcroft, New Mexico, because his mother is a real estate agent who got a break in the tourist business our town has. She is not my biggest fan. Perhaps my parents' lack of understanding of teenage romance is the reason. I am not at all sure why she dislikes me, but she does. One time she even said my best friend Laura would be perfect for Kyle. They live 3 houses down from each other. I just about had a fit with her words. But Kyle stopped me from acting like a fool in front of his mother and father. I let him know exactly what I thought about that once we left the confines of his family home. Kyle's help with my mother's burden seems to have helped. My father's frown has turned into a slight smile. Not a full one, though. I jog up next to Kyle. Just to test the waters with my parents. I run my arm around his waist and place a kiss on his cheek. Thanks for helping my mom, babe. My father shoots me a look, but Mom stays calm. I need to get them ready for our news. Wow. Our news. That sounds strange. The touch of his lips on my cheek sends chills down my spine, and not for the reason you might think. I know it is about to explode. Hey! What is going on? Dad yells. Kyle further surprises me. Mr. Devlin. We have something to tell you. No, we do not. I try to stop my true love from getting himself in trouble. When Kyle's sky blue eyes meet mine, I melt into his side. Goodness, I love this guy. Mr. and Mrs. Devlin, he raises my hand, the one with the ring on it. Allie is moving with me to Austin, after graduation. The next things happen in a blur. My father goes for Kyle's throat. Scotty and Mom blindside Dad, taking him away from my one true love. Dad. I scream as I pull Kyle back from the monster my father has become. My father is usually a very calm man. He and my brother look a lot alike, with tall soft brown curls and light green eyes. This attack upon my boyfriend, while anticipated by myself, was not expected by my sweet Kyle. Mr. Devlin, Kyle says. Please do not think I have any bad intentions with your daughter. I love her with everything in me. I want to marry her one day. It should be after I have made something of myself, which is exactly what I will do. My ears are burning. Did he just say he wants to marry me? I turn to him. Kyle, you do not have to explain. A pat on my hand from my mother lets me know she has things back under control. Thank goodness. Seems like some things have gone unnoticed by your father and myself. We will discuss this new information in private. For now, we need to eat, she says with the soft comfort her voice always brings. My mother is from Connecticut, with jet black hair and eyes of blue. She and I stand 5'2". We are almost identical. I think she is much prettier than I am, but she says the same of me. Thank you, Mom. There is no need for this, I say as I take a chair at the table on our patio. Kyle pulls out the chair next to mine, planting himself in it. Just to test my father, I take Kyle's hand. Kyle looks at me with his eyebrows raised. You sure about this, Allie? I look at my father directly in his eyes. The horrible part is that he looks right back into mine. Get used to it, Dad, I hear myself say. Goodness, am I really doing this? I love Kyle. The rest of my life will be with him. To my complete amazement, my father smiles at me. How wonderful, baby. You could not have chosen a better man. Kyle, I expect you to take good care of my daughter. Scotty chokes on his cherry cola, and I give him a look. Sorry, sis, he says as he dabs at it with a paper napkin. Unbelievably, my mother starts doling out potato salad as Dad cuts the brisket. We all eat in silence. My senses are on high alert. Something is not right. Things are too calm. The silence is deafening. I cannot take it anymore. Mom, there's a dance on Saturday. Kyle asked me to go. His band is playing at it. Mom jerks her fork, loaded with meat, toward my father who sits next to her. Do not ask me, dear. Reluctantly, I look at my father. He smiles at me. Did not see that coming. Sure you can. But only for a little while. I want you back by 10. You do remember you have a curfew, right? I mean, you seem to have forgotten our deal about no relationships until you are 18, so I have to ask. Kyle answers for me, Mr. Devlin, I can assure you she will be home by her curfew. And just to let you know, we have not broken your no dating rule. Kyle looks directly into my father's eyes. That is no easy task as my dad is glaring back at him. His words come out much nicer than his look. Thank you, son. I appreciate your respect on this matter. I am sure Alyssa has also let you in on the fact that she is not allowed to have certain experiences just yet either. My gasp happens before I realize I have done it. He has gone too far. Dad. Stop that right now. The dinner table or patio table or whatever this is no place to talk about such things. I can feel the heat on my cheeks. I must be scarlet with embarrassment. My mother gives Dad a stern look. Sorry about that, dears. Seems David needs to relax a bit. Come, help me clean up and take things into the house. Kyle jumps up, grabbing his empty plate and mine. We have got this, Mrs. Devlin. You and Mr. Devlin cooked, so we can clean up. Can we not, Scotty? My brother looks up at Kyle with a scowl, his words coated in sarcasm. I guess so, now that you have included me. Thanks a lot, dude. Dad glares back at Kyle as Mom drags him into the house. I hate to think of what I am in for once Kyle leaves, which will be too soon as the sun is already setting. Dad said he could stay until dark, which is fast approaching. I need to talk to him alone. Go play with your video games, Scotty. I will help Kyle. Thanks, sis, he says as he runs for the door before Kyle can stop him. Kyle turns and says, you should make him help, Allie. He gets away with too much, that kid. It is almost dark, I say as I wrap my arms over his broad shoulders and up to his neck. He understands what I mean, and his lips find mine in a gentle, unhurried kiss. His mouth is warm and sweet from the barbecue sauce, and everything about the moment feels tender and right. My arms tighten around his neck, as the last golden light of the evening fades around us. It is the kind of kiss that says everything neither of us has yet put into words. When we finally pull apart, both of us are smiling. Hey babe, it is getting dark and we have got to finish cleaning up. You volunteered, remember? The usual sky blue of his eyes has darkened with quiet emotion. How sweet the way he looks at me. With his forehead to mine, I sense his tenderness. What you do to me, Allie, he says with a soft voice. Quickly we grab all the plates and take them into the house. I dump them into the sink while he goes out for the rest of the things. As I rinse the dishes before I place them in the dishwasher, I watch him out the window above the sink. Goodness, he is good looking. He wants to marry me someday. Wow. My little diamond, heart-shaped ring sparkles under the light over the sink. My heart skips a beat as he walks up behind me, placing more dishes in the sink. His breath on my neck makes my knees weak. I love you, Allie, he whispers. I close my eyes, not sure if this is real. He has never told me those words before. Even though he told my father, he has never told me. Say something. I turn and peek around him to make sure no one can see us, then put my arms around him, burying my head in his wide chest. I love you too. I cannot believe it. I have finally told him exactly how I feel about him. With a tight hug, he sighs. You have made me incredibly happy today, Al. Accepting my offer to move away with me, telling your folks about us, and now you have told me you love me too. It cannot get any better than this. When he lets me go, the sensation of losing something comes over me. The way he held me made me feel safe, secure and wanted. He wants me. Little old me. Why on earth would he? I have made him wait for years for my attention. I have no idea what other boy would have waited for me, but he has. Why? What is so special about me? Not a single thing. I am a complete bore. Never able to do anything thanks to my overprotective parents. But that is nearly over. Only 2 more weeks. As I start the dishwasher, I hear Kyle sigh again and turn to find him looking out the window at the now dark night. Time for me to go, he says, scooping me up for one last hug. Walk me out. His eyebrows raise. I never walk him out. My parents would have a fit. I will, I say, because I have got a lecture coming anyway. I might as well make it worth it. He holds my hand and tugs at me to follow him into the living room. There are the Wardens sitting in their chairs. Dad watching television and Mom reading a book. By the cover of it, it seems pretty adventurous. The picture of the well-muscled, shirtless man holding his body above what seems to be a white-clad damsel in distress falls to my mother's lap. Good night, Kyle, she says with a smile. Dad's eyes go straight to our intertwined hands, and a frown covers his handsome face. I hate to make him look like that, but what choice do I have? Bye, he speaks gruffly. I have no idea of the expression on either of their faces as I follow Kyle out, closing the door behind me. One of them jumped up, because the porch light just turned on. This also tells me one of them is standing at the window, watching us. I am in for it anyway, so why not give them a real show? I wrap my arm around Kyle's waist and lean into him. His arm snakes around my waist, pulling me in even closer. I see you have made the decision to make them really upset. You sure you can handle the fallout? He asks, placing a kiss on top of my head. I gaze up at him, seeing that his eyes are back to their regular blue color. If you can, I can. My words are strong, but somewhere in me a bit of weakness bites. My parents have never had to deal with me doing something against their rules, so I have no idea what they have in store for me. Daunting images of strict punishments fill my head. Kyle reaches up to open the door of his tall four-wheel drive truck. It is black and shiny, all chromed out with beautiful rims. His grandfather gave it to him for graduating with honors. He is very proud of him for receiving a full scholarship to the University of Texas because of how well he plays football. My man is a force on the field. His hands grab me by the waist as he hoists me up into the driver's seat. I giggle as it tickles. Scoot over. I am going to kidnap you, he says with an evil grin on his precious lips. How about we do that right after graduation? A frown replaces the grin. Cannot. You will not be 18 until the next day. How could I forget that little detail? Okay, then the day after graduation, on my 18th birthday, you can steal me away. The front porch light flashes off and on in what I assume is a sign to go back inside. Looks like the guards are calling me in. My time is up. I reach out for him to help me back down. The touch of his hands gripping my waist made my heart race, and I found myself wishing the moment would stretch on a little longer. I just want to get lost in this young man who stands in front of me. Lightly, he kisses me. I want more than that, but Kyle is just too incredibly good to let me. I am not going to let you get yourself into any more trouble than you have got coming to you. You do not need to tell them everything, Al. Remember, they do not need to hear every detail of what we have done. The light flashes again, this time with a yell from my mother. Alyssa dear, time to come in. I watch Kyle climb into his tall truck. He waves at me as he pulls out of the long steep drive. Turning back to the house, I see that my mother stands on the porch waiting for me. I brush past her as I walk back inside. Her hand on my arm pulls my attention to her frowning face. My father stands. We need to talk, young lady. Great, this should be relatively painful.
Chapter 2. Eden.
Stars fill the sky over the pristine white mansion. Dim light by the swimming pool shines in Linda's eyes. Though nowhere near as beautiful as my Alyssa's, they are still pretty. The touch of her hand on the back of my neck makes me aware of what she is about to do. Although not our first practice session, it has been some time since she has tutored me. I will be 18 in 3 days. I am going to see my Alyssa face to face on my birthday, after all this time. Plump red lips touch mine. My heartbeat increases slightly. Linda's hair is roughly the same length as my Alyssa's. I wrap a long piece around my hand. My arm moves around her waist, pulling her closer to me. Linda is the same size as Alyssa, part of the reason she is the one tutoring me. She is wearing a perfume with just the right mix of sweet and citrus. I must remember to ask her what kind it is. Alyssa would probably like to have some. I have a picture of my soon-to-be mate up in my bedroom. Just thinking about it fills my mind with her image. And there it is, the thump in my chest every time I think about her and I together like this. Alyssa's deep sapphire eyes, her dark black silky hair, and those perfect red pouty lips. My heart is going wild now. I press my lips harder against Linda's, holding her close. In my mind, it is Alyssa I am thinking of, and the thought of her makes me lose focus entirely. I kissed Linda with far more intensity than I had intended, losing myself for a moment before I realized what I had done. Linda pulled back firmly. Eden. Stop. My head is swimming. Oh no, what have I done? Linda, I was wrong. I did not mean to. Linda moves away from me. She is a little older than I am by about 5 or 10 years, I guess. Her eyes have tiny wrinkles at the corners. Right now her face is flushed red. Eden, you have to be a lot more delicate with your mate. She is innocent, after all. Coming on so strong will frighten her terribly. You do not want to do that, now do you? Linda's dress is bunched up at her waist from my actions. I reach out to smooth it for her. She steps back and does it herself. Sorry, Linda. So I need to be more gentle then? She shakes her head. Absolutely, Eden. You are marrying a princess of sorts. She is to be treated only with gentleness, and always with respect. No pulling of hair. No pushing her up against walls, doors, or any other hard surfaces. Do you understand me? I look away, angry with myself. I do, but... She pulls at my chin to make me look at her, interrupting my words. But nothing, Eden. Touch her very tenderly. She is completely innocent. Plus, she knows nothing about you. Believe me, you will be a complete stranger to her. The last thing she will want is for you to be so forward and aggressive in nature. You will scare her. She smiles at me, making me feel admittedly foolish. I am still learning, Linda, I say as I consider how inexperienced I am. Her arm runs around my shoulders, and she gives me a little squeeze. No, Eden, you are no child. Here, let us try this again. Only this time follow my lead, instead of taking off on your own. Pulling me to sit on a bench with her, she turns. My hands are placed by her, one on her shoulder and one on her waist. This feels awkward, too much like a dancing position. This feels strange, Linda. It is proper to stay some distance away. Now give me a gentle kiss on my cheek, she instructs me. I purse my lips and place them on her cheek. There you go, Linda. Was that gentle enough? Her smile tells me it was. Now a simple, kind, non-threatening kiss on my lips, Eden. Practicing extreme softness, I press my lips to hers. I have to open my eyes a bit, or the visions of my Alyssa will run into my head, making me lose focus. When I pull back, I find her smiling at me. That was nice. Very nice, with no hint of impatience to it. I drop my arms to my sides. Is that what it felt like when I kissed you before? Like I was being impatient? I never want to make my Alyssa feel that way. She is too special. Linda touches my arm. Yes, Eden. What you did earlier was very forward and aggressive in nature. I know you are a young man with strong feelings and natural desires, but Alyssa is too inexperienced to deal with that right away. Maybe she will be comfortable with more in time, but not at first. You think you have it all under control now? I nod. With Linda I do. Once I have my hands on my mate, well, I do not know for sure. If just her pictures and thinking about her stir this feeling inside of me, what will the real girl do? My cell phone vibrates in my pants pocket. My father, Linda. If you will excuse me, please, I say as I walk away from her. Hello, Papa. You should come inside. Your mother and I need to tell you something about Alyssa. Be right in, I say, a bit nervous. What could she have done? What if something has happened to her? I rush to Linda. Sorry, Linda. Practice is over. I take her by her arm, leading her back to her car. My parents want to talk to me about something. She allows me to lead her away from the pool. I understand, Eden. It is probable I will not see you until you bring her back here. Good luck, and remember all I have taught you. Always be a gentleman. I open her car door and help her inside. Out of habit, I place a quick kiss on her cheek. I shut her door and wave goodbye as I walk up to our front door. My stomach is clenched with not knowing right this minute what is wrong with my Alyssa. Ginger, one of the maids, opens the door before I get to it. They are on the veranda, Mr. Fontaine. Thank you, Ginger, I say, turning back to her. And please call me Eden. She is new, so she has not figured out how much I detest being called Mr. Anything. The look on my parents' faces does not do much to please me or settle my nerves. "Please sit down, son," my father says. I kiss my mother's cheek, then do as he asks. "So what is this you need to tell me?" My mother rocks back in the large white rocker she is sitting in. "Seems your mate has some idea she is going to run off with, who seems to be her high school boyfriend." My face falls and my heart stops beating as everything inside me turns to liquid. How? What? Why? There is no way she could have hidden such a thing from David and Tony. My father touches my shoulder. They were completely unaware of anything more than a friendship existing between the two. That was, until a little earlier this evening. Alyssa told them of her plans to move to Austin with the boy after graduation. On her birthday, no less. "She cannot," I say, my breath almost lost. "How could she do this to me?" My mother senses my hurt. "Eden, she knows nothing about you and what you two are to each other. This is exactly why I always said this was a bad idea. Letting her live a normal life was a bad idea, no matter how much her parents wanted it. I wanted that for her too," I say. "I decided to let her stay in that life. This is my fault. I always had the right to stop this and have her brought to me. My love for her and her happiness has caused this." I look at my father. "Please tell me she has kept her promise." "From what she has told her parents, she has kept her promise," my father says. Thank our Creator. If my actions brought harm upon her everlasting soul, I could never forgive myself. So what is to happen now? My mother rocks back and forth. "The same thing is planned. You go to her on your birthday. Her parents will introduce you to, and let her in on who and what she truly is. The boyfriend situation will go away after she knows her true path. She was going to leave with him. It must mean she has love for him." My stomach aches with this knowledge. I let her fall in love with someone else. Why did you not make me bring her here a long time ago? I ask my father. The slight grin on his face answers my question. He is not my master. Only I can make the decisions for myself and Alyssa, a heavy responsibility to bear since I was a mere 5 years old. The weight has never been such a burden as it is on this day. "I know, Papa. I am not blaming you. I just did not see this coming. It was supposed to be so easy. She would see me and fall as madly in love with me as I am with her. Now her heart has been captured by another. I fear finding love for me will prove much harder for her. There is the fact she must break this young man's heart. It will hurt her in the process. I think I hate that the most. I will have hurt her before I have ever been given the chance to show her just how much I never wanted to." My expression must be terrible. My mother comes to me, pulling me to stand. She wraps me in a tight hug. "Do not worry so much, Eden. It will all be fine. As much as I want to say I told you so, I have to believe in fate. This was meant to be for reasons we may never be privy to. All will be as it is supposed to be." Her parents are on guard now, making sure she does not go against the promises she has made. "Tony told me she is taking Alyssa to the doctor in the morning, just to give you peace of mind." "What? Did she say to give me peace of mind?" "Mother, what will the doctor do to her?" "Simply confirm she has kept her promise to all of us." My mother's words still trouble me. "Tell Tony I will not allow it. If my Alyssa says she has kept her word, then she is to be believed. No one is going to make her feel like she has something to prove. She is far too special for that. Get her father on the phone, Papa. Let him know I have said not to do that to her. If they have told her what their plan is, I fear she is scared. That is not what I want. And all at my hands. No, I will not have that. Tell David to make sure Alyssa knows she is not going to be taken to the doctor. I want her to sleep peacefully on this night, I order, then walk away. I have made a mistake in allowing her to stay away from me. Somehow I will fix this. I pray my plans for our dinner on my birthday will help her to see what our life together will be like. Perhaps that will persuade her to let her feelings for the boy go. Please let it do the trick.
Chapter 3. Alyssa.
It is official. My parents are completely out of their minds. They interrogated me for more than an hour about what all Kyle and I have done. I did not tell them every little thing, but it seems they are not satisfied with my word alone. Mom said I have to let our family doctor confirm I have been telling them the truth. How horrible will that be? I will never be able to look at Dr. Baker in the eyes again. My birthday cannot come soon enough. This life is just about over. I am so out of here. They will throw a fit, I am sure. Thank goodness Texas is so far away. A knock at my bedroom door makes me jump. Who is it? Mom, sweetie. Her voice sounds angelic. I am not buying it. I am asleep, I say as I dive under the blankets. It will just take a moment, dear, please, she says. Sure it will. Probably wants a sample of my blood or urine to run a test. The door is not locked. Come in. Peeking around the side of my door, I swear she looks sorry and somewhat embarrassed. Alyssa, I did not want you to fall asleep without me telling you this. I roll my eyes at her. What now? The touch of her hand on my shoulder does little to comfort me, as she sits on the bed. It is about going to see Dr. Baker in the morning. Your father and I have changed our minds about that. We believe you. You have never lied to us prior to this instance. I hope you feel you can be completely truthful with us, sweetie. Her eyes droop. She is sad and so am I, Mom. I hated to keep that from you guys. I really did. It would not have been necessary if you would let me do normal things like other young adults get to do. The way she is biting her bottom lip makes me wonder what is going through her head. Alyssa, we realize it is difficult to understand our actions. Teenagers sometimes make really poor decisions. You are just too special for us to let something bad happen to you. I am too special? Mom, I am no more special than anyone else. You have raised me to make good decisions. The time has come to let me make some of my own. I am ready to take life head on. The opportunity to leave this small town and all its securities is just what I need to move forward. I love you guys, but you need to let me fly. A sparkle flashes in her eyes for reasons I do not understand. Frankly, Alyssa, I am glad to hear you say that. The time has come for some changes. It pleases me, and it will your father as well, to see you are ready to move forward with your life. Our greatest fear was that change would frighten you. I laugh. I am so ready for change. You have no idea. Her lips brush over my forehead as she gets up, leaving me. Good night, sweetie. I love you. Always remember that we do all we do because we love you. It is never to be mean. I love you too, Mom. Tell Dad that for me too. I hate to fight with you guys, I say as she closes the door. I do hate to fight with them. Maybe that is why I took so long to let them in on me and Kyle. I knew it would mean a fight. When he gave me this ring though, something clicked inside of me, as if I grew up a little. It became very important to me that my parents know about my relationship. Now, snuggled down underneath my blanket, replaying the words Kyle said to me when he asked me to move to Texas with him, I try to fall asleep. My mind is moving so fast. In 3 weeks all things will change. A month from now, my life will not even be recognizable.
Chapter 4. Eden.
I am driving across the country to get Alyssa. The plan was for me to fly out in our private jet, take her to Maine for dinner after her parents told her of our destiny, then take her back to New Orleans with me. All her schoolwork is completed. She is eligible to graduate a couple of weeks early. So that fact, along with the knowledge of her loving another, had me changing the initial plan. I will feel better if we can spend a few days together before I take her away from all she has ever known. Turning her world upside down is not a thing I want to do, but the time is almost here. Her world will be completely different, and only I can help her through the transition. Which reminds me, I need to call her parents to let them know the change of plans. I hit their number and wait to see which one answers. "Hello," a feminine voice says. "Tony, good afternoon. Eden, so nice to hear from you. I will be there tomorrow instead of next week. I have changed my mind about a few things, like driving up instead of flying. The jet will come when I call Jeffrey. A few days together with Alyssa before she is told everything might help her adjust better." The hesitation in Tony's voice is clear. "Eden, it is okay. You can do everything the same as you planned. She will be fine, I assure you." It sounds as if she cares more about my wants than Alyssa's feelings. With the addition of a boyfriend who it is clear she loves, I think it is best to bring her into this in a gentler manner. Her heart will be broken when she has to give him up. The thought of bringing her pain, then making her come with me is too horrible. I want to win her affection and trust. I want her to choose me over him. There is a long pause before Tony speaks again. "She is yours, Eden. I will explain things to her, make her understand. This is our fault for not being more protective. You should not be dealing with this at all. We can make her understand. Look, I appreciate you taking the responsibility for this situation," I say. "But this is my fault. Letting you give her the first years of her life to be normal was a mistake. My mother told me to take her when she turned 13, but I refused. I wanted her to have a traditional life, as much as you did. The hard fact is that leading a typical life means having relationships. Alyssa is completely average in that aspect. Eden, this is not your doing. We had a job to do, and we did not do it well enough. I can handle her. Do not let this change anything you have planned. You have been planning this for years." "I have, but she is what matters to me. Not my plans. Her heart is more important than anything else. I can make her love me on my own. That is what I want to do before you tell her what she is." "Of course, Eden. We will do as you ask. So what time can we expect you tomorrow?" "I will be there around 6 tomorrow evening. We will make dinner then. I guess we can say you are one of our old friend's sons on his way to Los Angeles to go to college. And you will be staying a week with us to visit. How about that, Eden?" "That should work. So I will see you then, Tony. Goodbye." Lies. I hate them. To begin our life on them is nothing I ever intended to do. A necessary evil they are, though. I am almost to Dallas, where I am staying the night. One night in a lonely hotel room. After that, I will never have to be alone again. All those nights I stayed at home while my classmates went on dates doing normal things, I played video games alone. Watched movies alone. Laid awake at night, looking at the picture of my mate and wishing I could call her. To hear her voice would have been enough to get me to sleep. Those lonely days are almost over. Too bad she has fallen in love with someone else. This would have been so much easier. I will never understand all the things our Creator makes us go through. Not for me to know, I guess. I will make her love me. Perhaps the moment she sees me, it will all fall into place. Our betrothal before birth was by the Creator, no less. Maybe I am worried for nothing. I hope so anyway.
End of sneak peek.